We're live.
Hello, welcome to Plat VALORANT episode 262. We've got an all-star cast today. It's actually the first time that we're going to have Zikz on, of famous coaching of 100 Thieves, EG, currently YouTube Shorts creator. He's going to be joining us for Americas later on as well. And are you going to be bickering with Mini again later on? For EMEA, presumably, Sliggy?
Me? No, we never bicker, come on.
No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. And, I mean, we're going to start with Pacific, but Pacific's done. Pacific's locked up, bro.
I mean, it is.
What are we going to tell the people at the end? Why should they even be watching next week?
Well, we got the worst day of Pacific games of all time, potentially. The Friday.
Unfortunately.
The Friday, yeah, the Friday isn't great.
Sliggy, are
sometimes
you going to be there to watch the two teams who are eliminated already play against each other?
So I did a charity stream, and one of the goals was that I would do a week, in like how I do a whole week of a vlog, basically. And so to do the authentic experience, I feel like I have to wake up at 7 a.m. to watch the Pacific. So.
That's tough.
That's the week of the vlog?
Yeah, it's this week. Yeah, because dude, I had so much going on in England. So
you're doing your vlog week when you're watching the world's most useless games?
Yeah.
Whoa. I wouldn't call it the most useless.
That day is useless, though, Joe.
It is useless, Joe, bro.
Well, hold on. No, but sometimes everyone talks about who the best team is. Sometimes we got to talk about who the worst team is, okay?
Sure.
Sometimes.
Yeah, but Joe, but we need that has to happen in the EMEA for that to be the case.
Well, we should get a tournament going. You know what? We should,
I've been saying this for a while, Chopper. I want to do the wooden spoon tournament where you only advance when you lose. When you win, no, my idea for the tournament is that when you win, you get eliminated. And so if you lose, like you carry on playing and playing and playing, and you just get worse and worse and worse Valorant as you go. I think it'd be incredible.
That is good, yeah. And then you get kicked from partnership.
Yeah. The pressure is immense. That should be a relegation. With the
good.
relegation tournament, should be the wooden spoon tournament.
Yeah,
they should have done this.
Dude, it would have been incredible. Let's get into our member question. My goal for this episode is to keep it to less than 4 hours. If you're a VOD viewer, you'll see that I've already failed. Let's start, though, with our member question. Member question for this week is, who is the best Neon? This is a sick member question, actually, coming in from Hari. Who says, considering the brief discussion regarding this on last week's shows and the fact that Neon has at least an 80% pick rate in each of the regions, what would your ranking of the top 5 Neon players look like? And then they mentioned some of the contenders.
5?
5?
I mean, we don't have to do 5. They just asked 5. But we could pick out, like, notable people and who we actually think it is currently.
Okay.
Has anyone got a strong opinion? I kind of do have a strong opinion, but I'm down to open it up to the floor.
I've at least got the top 2. It's Danby 1, and then it's Dante. They're my top 2.
Okay. Because I was going to say Dante 1 personally, because Danby is not playing currently.
Yeah, but you can't. It doesn't mean
but they also just won
it was a month ago.
Yeah, it doesn't
like
erase what he's done.
Goldfish memory.
Yeah, I think it's Danby. I think it's still Danby because to me it's like he is like in the thing that like is most, let's say, the strongest part, the most abusable part of Neon's kit, the waggling, jumping around, being impossible to hit. I think he's proven that even against the literal best teams in the world, they can't deal with it. They don't know how to deal with it. So to me, I would, even though he's not playing it, I would still put him number 1.
I think there's almost no argument for Danby or for Neon itself that it's Danby. Now, if you're asking who's the best like Neon entry, like in a team setting, I think there's maybe some other arguments, especially for 2 through 5. But I think purely just agent mechanic. Yeah.
I fear that we're going to end up in a Leo scenario where because somebody has stopped playing, they get just left in a perfect preserved resin box as the greatest player of all time.
No, but this guy did it 2 years ago. True. Even in Ascension,
he's been playing for ages.
And then like he's done it through patches.
My question would just
settings.
be, Joe, bro. Yeah. How good does someone have to get in order to dethrone Danby? Like, is it even possible that we could be in a situation like if we ask this question as we come into London, are we still, and Francis is still playing Neon and Danby is still playing Phoenix or whatever, are we still going to be saying the best Neon in the world is not playing Neon?
Probably. I mean, I think there is. I don't know. Yeah, for now, I think so. Within a year, I think. But
like if Crew go on and win Masters London with Neon, with Dante
Sure, but
playing
then-
Neon,
but then
he's
they're on
incredible.
par.
Then we
Yeah.
would
They
go,
were
ooh.
on
Yeah, they'd be
No,
on
we
par.
would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but then
would
we'd
be.
be going, ooh,
Okay.
maybe. But
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
You've got to compete to defend your spot. Like if other people are competing against you, no? Like
No, I
Danby
don't
was
think
playing
so,
when
though,
no one else
because-
actually was good at Neon. Like no one else
Sure.
was good at Neon,
But
apart from Miniboo, who wouldn't
Well,
even crack our
hear me
current
out.
top 5. Go on,
hear me
Johnny.
out though, because back in the day, we had Forsaken, RB, and Victor as like the 3 that were constantly mentioned back
Jesus
then,
Christ.
and it was about the twirling, right? It was about the triple Luts, and it was like nobody else does the triple Luts. These guys are constantly doing triple Luts. It's like people do on Jet to avoid bullets and abilities.
The what now?
Oh my gosh, what do you
Triple
do? Only
lust?
watch Valorant. It's a figure skating term. You jump up and you spin
Oh.
3 times. So,
Oh, okay.
but that was the whole thing, was that they could mimic Jet. But now we know that there's a limit that's broken. So if someone else can show us what more you can do with that movement, then it's
Oh, I
like
see.
easy. You get dethroned, you know?
Right. So they need to break the next barrier with Neon.
Yeah, they got to do like wall sliding and wall
quadruple
jumping. They got to make it into Titanfall, and then we'll talk. You know what I mean?
Who are the others? Who's
Spike.
up next?
Spike is third,
Spike
I
is
reckon.
good.
Spike is third, but I could be down for an argument against it, but I'm pretty sure he's there. And
No, I
then
think
fourth,
it's
fifth,
Spike.
fourth, fifth is hard, man. You got
Yeah.
Miniboo, Alum, Deccan.
Yeah.
Who
Buzz.
else is there? Buzz has been really good actually.
Mm.
Sop is good.
Yeah. We start getting then into the Neons who are just very good players as well, who are not like maximizing the kit of Neon, but they're just incredibly good
Yeah.
players too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think it's easier
Yeah.
to do a top 3.
Yeah, top
I think
3, I
that's
think, is
fair.
fairly.
Where
yeah.
where does Francis sit then?
Not in
Well,
the
he's
top 10.
beyond. I mean, Tomby's not even the best on the team. No, Francis's Neon is not actually.
he's 0, actually.
He gets the job done, and he's good in a different way. He's good in the team. Like, I would say he's doing what the team needs him to, but I would not say that. As much as I love the guy, I would not say that he's a great Neon. He's just a good player. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Let's get into some of the matches. Let's move this ship along. First opening game this week was actually a really good one. First one we're going to talk about, RRQ playing against Full Sense. I think an important game too as we look towards the future, because would we have said that Full Sense were the favorites? I can't remember exactly what the predictions were for
I
this
think
one.
we did.
Yeah, I think we guaranteed.
I think we guaranteed it.
Oh,
Yeah, we
the
didn't feel good
guarantees
about it.
were abominable last week, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, you say that, but actually we had a pretty good record, I think.
Did we?
Yeah, our
Yeah,
record
yeah, I
was
think
great,
so.
Shocking
but the ones
exceptions
we
then.
got wrong were brutal.
Right.
Yeah, but we were going to get
Yeah.
some wrong.
Right.
It's true.
I mean, so
I think we were like at
This one-
least
this one
high
we were like-
70%, right?
This one we were questionable on. This was
This
an
one?
ooh guarantee.
I can
I
get
mean,
on board with
yeah.
that.
Yeah, this is a recency bias one, but
Yeah.
recency-wise, like, they definitely looked like the favorites for sure. Yeah.
okay, so what changed in this game then? What made the guarantee not quite hit?
Jemkin.
Well,
I mean-
true. I mean, he went plus 25, so
Yeah.
it is true.
He has been
But
doing
I
that in their
also
other
think-
games as well.
Yes. See, I think the difference is you could literally tell in the middle of Haven after, I think, the second time out, where they started to like actually wake up and lock in and play like they used to, where they're trying to read the enemy round to round and adjust to it and play as a team. Like there was a very visible change, and then it got better and better. Like Haven, they like barely kind of crossed the finish line, and then you got to Fracture, and you're like, okay, like they know what they're doing. So, I think it's just a matter of, I guess, Full Sense not quite being able to adapt enough, like round to round, in to cater to the enemy, reading them like in the middle of the game, and then RRQ slowly waking up after 4 weeks.
Yeah, I can get on board with that.
My take on this game was that when I was watching it play out, Full Sense had good ideas going into the maps and then didn't change anything. I feel like I saw the same defensive setup round after round after round after round, and the same attacking ideas, if not the same like literal executes and stuff, again and again and again. And RRQ, I think, eventually figured them out. I actually think this is a good loss to take. It's like the exact right kind of loss you want to take right before playoffs, where you realize, oh shit, this would have been really bad if we had kept this same kind of way that we're playing in the most important games of the year.
Yeah, I think that's right. Especially because we were speaking about it in my chat. It's just like it's hard when you're winning to be like, let's change this up, because you haven't lost yet. It's probably going well in prax, and so sometimes you have to have this loss to be like, oh, we were considering changing it anyway, just no one really like brought it up or people weren't on board with it. So I think their Haven and their Fracture was like, I don't mess with their comps personally. I don't think they're great. So I think getting the loss here is like a. I think I agree with what you said. It's a good time. It's a good time for it to happen because now you can be like, well, let's change it up.
Yeah, I think the one thing. Who else was it that was doing this as well? That was also playing double senti. A lot of retake C. A lot of retake C with a double senti, and then being like, oh shit, this is actually quite hard.
Yeah. But you also don't want to play retake A. They were stacking their Sentinel utility on A quite a lot. But then they were just, they were ending up having to play retake C all the time. I really liked the way that Cruz was playing, like the micro, I guess, of what he was doing with the deadlock. I think he's good with it. Like, I was enjoying what he was doing with the micro. But from the macro perspective, I think that's where they lost the game.
You just reminded me, who threw that deadlock wall that, like, it was on Haven's C attack side?
Yeah, that was a good one.
They threw it and it bounced right in front of them. Who was that?
Oh. Well, it must have been them, wasn't it?
I think it was this game.
Was it?
Not?
Who else is playing Deadlock on Haven?
There is someone else.
VARREL. And I didn't really watch that.
VARREL. I think it
was.
was.
It had to have been VARREL.
I think it was.
Right.
Yeah, I would remember.
That was
if it was
so
Cruz.
funny though.
It was a funny round though because they were about to run into a stack as well, and then they walled themselves off, and it's like, wow, saved us.
It was LP, right? Because he was having such a banger.
Yeah, it was
like
LP.
fragging so heavy, and I was like, the only thing people are going to remember when we talk about
I'm going to find this for you.
is the wall.
Am I getting confused then? Maybe it was LP that had the really good Deadlock micro.
He did. I think.
Well, he might have. Yeah. But Cruz, I think consistently, like they've played it a couple of times now. I think Cruz is one of the few people that showcase why you would play Deadlock right now. It's just not everyone can play it the way he does. I think.
Yeah. Is it? Oh, this is the actual game that we're talking about though. This is not.
Yeah, I'm gonna find this VARREL clip.
Yeah.
No, that's not the wall.
We'll talk about VARREL later.
Yeah, we'll talk about VARREL once we actually get to VARREL. Has it changed your opinion on RRQ? We're talking about this kind of from the perspective of Full Sense and the mistakes that they made and that kind of stuff. I mean, RRQ are one of those teams that have been, I think, pretty consistent. They just haven't been good enough recently to be able to like get on the radar, I guess. They're in a pretty easy group and we still haven't been talking about them too much.
Yeah, I mean, I still think some of the individuals are lacking to their potential. Monyet I can understand a little more just because of him having to send it and he's like the space creator. But I do think Cushy's having an absolute nightmare. Like I'm a big fan of him, but he's just in such a rut. It feels like just aim-wise especially. Like that, I just watch him take duels and I'm like, man, I remember when you used to two-tap everyone. So I remember,
back to kickoff? Is kickoff Cushy?
I mean, yeah, it's true. Yeah, it does happen every time. He's a little inconsistent. We have said this before.
Yeah,
I think you go, Joe.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I think strategically, like macro-wise, team play-wise, they are definitely getting better. Like this is enough for me to believe that they will get better even throughout playoffs. But I agree that I don't know if the individuals be enough to, let's say, carry it up into finals or maybe even depending on who they have to play, like even the top three. But definitely better though. It's like before it was kind of doom and gloom. It was like, well, I'll believe it when they wake up, right? And then now it's like, okay, crazy guys IGLing, their timeouts, it's working. Like they're actually playing to their comp instead of just, oh, we hope Jemkin gets a 3K every time. So it's definitely gotten better.
Yeah, I will say I'm still getting annoyed watching teams on Fracture, man. There's not many teams that can remember how to play Fracture. Everyone's so passive on defense, and it's just like, guys, watch like 2023 onwards. Everyone got rounds on defense for being aggro. I need to see it more. So that like annoyed me. That was more Full Senses side, but
the Veto also looks amazing if you look at the stats. The Veto is doing nothing in these games, bro.
Yeah,
the Veto is.
Think RQ has some of the better ideas of Veto on Fracture. Not in this game though. They played it once before. But yeah, we haven't seen much of it. Yeah,
I think
it's
the
more
Veto,
just a setup.
The Veto looks good when they don't push aggro because we'll probably see it when we come to talk about some of the EMEA stuff where maybe a Veto is getting punished. But when you can not get punished for doing whatever default, whether it's a 4-1 or 5-0, and no one's actually trying to get that info or punish, like in theory they'll be weak anyway. Like you can't get the early info because of the trip. So, and then if they're not pushing you, then you're getting over towards the site because most people play retake or to like leave the site at least, and then the Veto's good. So I think people are going to think the Veto's good until they play up against a team that actually like pushes them. And it's a little bit like what we were talking about the Full Sense. You don't really realize anything's wrong because you're winning games, and then someone's going to push like non-stop against you on defense. They're going to be like, oh crap, man, we got to change this. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
So, but again, it's hard to change when you're just winning. They won like 13-3, right? They ain't
They
gonna
dominated.
They ain't gonna
Yeah.
change it.
Yeah. No, they're definitely not going to change this composition. And I mean, it was a nice performance from Monette as well, who Achilleos ripped him a new one on the desk because he was comparing him directly to Jit Boys and was like, "You've been playing this agent for I don't know how many thousand days at this point, and you're actually not performing very well on it at the moment." Yeah. Stuff.
I would love to see Full Sense just lean into full Phoenix, Premier Phoenix.
Yeah.
I think it looks so good right now. I think if teams crunch the numbers a little bit, I think we would see way more Phoenix.
I think this is an important point as well. This was the first week of the Waylay patch in Pacific.
Yep.
And we still saw Full Sense play Waylay on maps 2 and 3. And this was exactly the kind of potential issue that we saw with Pacific being the region to adapt so late. It's going to incentivize you to stick with it for longer, because it's not like it's a very clean break. If you're like week 1 or week 2, you're like, oh well, I clearly shouldn't be putting very much time into the Waylay because they were just about to nerf it. But for the Pacific teams, you've put all of this time in, and now it's a bit of sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, it's going to hurt them a little later on. It'll be weird. It'll be weird in playoffs, but we'll see. But again, I think the Phoenix can be like pretty plug and play a lot of the time. It's so sometimes the Phoenix will actually make it easy because it's like easy game plan. All the stuff's out there already that's good. So I don't think it would take too much time. It's not the hardest agent to learn, other than maybe some of the flash tech and I guess some of the walls. But again, the walls you just copy. So I think they should be okay. But it definitely hurts them long term a little bit for playoffs and then maybe Masters. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see if these teams make it. One of the teams that I think has actually adapted real nice, though, is PaperX, who got rid of Global Esports this week. I mean, same kind of narratives, always. Something goes crazy, Patman plays well, and it's a victory for PaperX. They've played against each other 3 times now, and dude, it's the same game every time.
Dude, there really is something between something and Frost, man. He just wakes up when Frost is in the other booth. Like, you just see him just not care. He's on his comfort jet. I mean, he's dropping plus 25. That was a big part of it. As much as people, Frost might want to avoid it, like that was a big part of it. But I also think it was very apparent that GE felt like they looked a lot more shaken. You know what I mean? Like, I guess they just didn't look as crispy in terms of the overall plan. Like, I thought the change or bringing the Vice on split and things like that were good ideas, but the execution just wasn't there. And that's 2 weeks in a row, I feel, where the ideas might have been good, but we don't really see it follow through in the middle of the round.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, sticking on the something thing performing, do you guys just think it's a mental thing, or do you feel like it's style of play? Because when I look at it, I see him get an op, and I've never seen a team like get so many freebies. Like if I'm opping and someone plays against this to like me, I'm loving it. Slow defaults, walking corners, dude. Like they're the easiest shots to hit. So I kind of feel like most teams just have protocols where they go super fast against ops.
But he was abusing the shorty.
Yeah, you're just watching
an
a
unbelievable
clip
degree, though.
For sure, I agree, but I do think there's like a mix of it. Like mentally, he does know he's going to farm them, but at the same time, if you look at how they play on some of the rounds, he gets some freebies, man. He really does. They always slow default against ops.
This one for sure. This one, I think they also kind of tried to take it a little bit too passively, but I think that's where they were shaken, right? Like this isn't a team that always did that, and I would argue like that wasn't always the case with Talon either. Like Talon, if anything, they maybe went too fast and he was still farming him. So there's something there. There is something there, but this game, I would agree with that. Like they kind of played into him, so you could say.
I mean, the amount of shorty kills, I'd love for someone to go and track it. I should have run the numbers before this, though, actually. But op shorty, like, every time they play slow, he gets the clean op kill. Every time they go fast, he's, like, annihilating the first guy in by running into them and isolating them with his shorty and getting the kill. It was so sick to watch. I really felt something click this week with PaperX just spamming the jet on something.
Yeah,
it's good. Yeah, it's good to get to the jet maps for sure. And I think, it's a good direction, especially if they could get a little fortunate if their neon nerf comes in and it happens to be like a big neon nerf. It would be a little bit like Toronto, where they'd just be like in a great spot where it's like
they'd be the favorites.
It would literally be Toronto all over again, where it's just like, oh, do you remember that agent that we weren't using and everyone else was using? Well, he's been nerfed and he's not viable anymore. It's just be Teo, but this time it's neon. So yeah, they could be in a really, really good spot. I got some good stuff and some bad stuff to say about G. I don't know when you guys want to move on to.
No, let's talk about them. Let's go.
Okay,
for it.
should we start with the good stuff?
Yeah.
Because there was some definite
Short
good
list.
stuff. No. Well, it is a little bit of a short list, but they had like tail wise, they had some cool stuff. You see the little chamber trip into the tail.
It was cool.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. And then for some of the retakes, they had like good Astra util with the salvos that went in at the back, like where they're like retaking B and they did back lane, and then like the new little pause, so you kind of jump around and then you go into more salvos. I thought that was really cool. And then I have a clip of Patman, because again, Patman's been playing unbelievable. And something I will say that is like incredible at the moment is the listenings. They've been so good. Every region we're actually getting so much like insight into teams. And you can start seeing like some of the issues or some of the good points in terms of players. And this one that I have, if Kurt plays it, we're going to listen to the audio. It's crazy. Listen to Patman here. Hopefully you can find. Yeah, listen to Patman here.
Losing 4 in a row. Hey, they pushing mid. They have mid. They want 3-1.
Dude, he's called one jump spot there. He's called a 1-3-1 2 seconds into the round. He knows the setup. He knows they're pushing over towards middle. That's mad.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And then they are very ready for the setup, get dominated by it anyway, and he goes, visibly, audibly into the microphone 3 seconds later, which I think would boom me a little bit. But
sure, but like the fact that he's actually like, that's big, man. Like when you got a player that can kind of look at setups and work out the setups. Obviously, he used to play with them, so maybe has a bit of a inside info advantage.
Yeah,
but that's still like a really, really big thing. Is this the Teo?
That's the Teo
combo?
We are lucky, by the way, that during the Teo meta, like the ult was the one thing people were really like not amazing at.
Yes,
I feel like we've seen a couple on Fracture as well, weren't there, last week? Where like, holy, you can't get escape from this. This is just insane.
Yeah.
There are certain areas where if you're playing against a Teo, it's actually illegal to be there. When they have ult online.
Like
it happens on Fracture as well. Yeah, Dish on Fracture,
Like,
and especially when people are running like a contact agent to set the play up too.
That neon stun always made me laugh.
Yeah, but Paper X have an 85% win rate since moving something over to playing Jet on defense. Yeah. They've been winning 85% of their defense rounds. They have played like 24 of those rounds were against Team Secret. So fair enough. But they did the same thing to Global. They did exactly the same thing to Global. They just absolutely dominated them on the defense side. I think that Global ran into a brick wall here. And Paper X are showing that they are nutty.
But I still do think that Global, like, I'm a bit worried. I'm worried because, like, last week, I think they didn't run into a brick wall. Well, they ran into their own brick wall. They just smacked their own head against the brick wall.
That's so true.
This week, maybe they couldn't have won the game because they were playing against a team that's just playing well and it's really good, which is fair enough. But I still think they played worse than they did in some of those. Like in the first couple of weeks, I thought this team was like looking good, like good. Like even if they wouldn't have won the game against Paper X, I think if they were playing at that level that they did in the first couple of weeks, it would have been more competitive than this. They would have done better than this. I think there is definitely some worries here for them because whilst they are guaranteed for playoffs, you go in as a 4th seed, like your chance of actually making it are, especially in a region as competitive as Pacific, like good luck. Like you're not going to make it. Like the 4th seeds in Pacific, whoever they are, I'll tell you right now, they ain't going to make it. So it's like you need to win this next game. And the next game is against Chobra's Nongshim, which they have it. I think with the way Nongshim looked this week as well, they have a chance to win.
They totally can. Yes.
Yeah. So,
but they need to play like week 1, week 2.
Yeah, they need to play.
But also, hold on. Week 1, they're playing against Gen.G, and their bind was actually kind of ass. So what are we talking about? Just one really good game of Split where they played a different comp?
No. Because I think if you actually look at it, like the main thing that I used to compliment them for was just spacing and team play. I thought like their actual fundamentals in terms of fighting with each other and off each other was really, really good. I feel like that was the main thing that was missing here. I don't know if you can bring it up, Kurt, but the pistol round on the map you're on now, their attack pistol, I think it's like Forsaken walks middle. And I'm just like screaming for Zavi.
Oh, is this how he
just
just
well
somehow
done.
lives?
Yeah.
how he gets
Forsaken
out of
should
this.
never get away with that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a crime.
And like I get it. I think he's been told that they always 4-1 default, so he thinks the 4's there. But because of that angle, that's still a freebie. You could still just check out and you don't have to full commit. Like this one here, look at what Forsaken gets away with. Spot him top mid and he's not swinging. There's
He's in his
another
astral
example.
form in mid.
Yeah.
There's another
Yoga
example of
instructor
this
for a
as
bit, I
well.
think.
Like here, contact, swing, bro, swing, bro.
Ah,
Hello,
ah, ah,
hello.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
Runs away.
There's two examples of this, and again, he thinks it's a 4-1. I'm pretty sure in this full middle, but you have a freebie there. The guy that's holding you is going to be tucked into the corner. Angle wise, you win that. So yeah, I do think like swinging off each other, some of the plans, and I just want to see him back to what was working week 1, week 2 that I was praising, like fundamentals playing off each other. It's just gone.
Yeah, I don't know, obviously, internally. Like, I can't tell if it's just bad habits coming up or if it is them trying to overthink things themselves as the players. Because, like, I would say that even against KRX, like, the game plans seem to be pretty good. Like, they had more first kills, they had more opening rounds, things like that, and then they're just not able to follow through. Here, obviously, things were a little different. Like, PaperX just starts, playing full confidence, and then they're not even in the headspace to stop them.
This round was insane.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe it's the typical case of you're overloading the players a little bit, right? And they're trying too hard to like do everything that they prepped, and it's starting to frazzle them. Maybe it's a case of whenever they got overconfident, they had bad habits, so now they're scared to get overconfident. Could be that. So, I mean, who knows? That's an internal thing, obviously. But
when there is that level of like personal interest in the match at hand, like the more that the narratives develop about games, I think the more it puts pressure on players to perform. And I think in a game like this where people are anticipating it and it's happened before, and there's like, there's people are talking about the something versus Frost and I don't know. I think those are harder games to perform in if you're a player, because you're thinking about stuff that isn't just the match as well.
Yeah.
Same with the global game against KRX. It's like you're playing a game within the wider game of clout creation. That's the real game.
Do you know what I got reminded of as well that just now? Do you remember the other listen in where we were on GE and it was like attack on split and Udo sent it heaven and he's just absolutely sent it without saying a word. Yeah. And I'm just like, damn, bro. Like that looks rough, man. He's actually sent it A heaven on his own, like all the way through. He's essentially execing as the rest of his team are just like watching him go. So I do worry. Again, the team listen-ins, man. Holy,
they're so good.
So good.
It's a game changer.
It actually is. Yeah, it actually is. We get such more insight. You could normally work out like 15% of a team. That's it. With this, you get like an extra 10% because obviously you're seeing such a small amount, but you get such good insight now in terms of what players are like and who's taking control and stuff.
We will be talking more about the comms listen-ins later on as we discuss other teams later on in this show, because my God, it wasn't just the Pacific teams that you got good insight into. But I want to move us along. I want to talk about, because we've just been saying about PaperX, Global Esports. PaperX plays against DRX, KRX, whatever the artist formerly known as DRX next week, which I think is a banger game, an undefeated DRX now with their win over Gen.G this week. And this game was high-key entertaining. It was a weird one.
It was.
DRX versus Gen.G, and it's like a very one-sided opening, super strange. Gen.G look amazing, into one of the most entertaining overtime games in the final map, with just back and forth crazy shit happening all over the place. What a game.
Joe's balls are tingling during this.
Yeah. Oh, I called the comeback at 9-3 as soon as, 9-5. I could feel it in my fingers.
I was not believing, man. I was really out of it, dude. Remember Sideshow when you were not like on board with PaperX and you were just like everyone against them is playing bad,
right?
That's fully
how you feel about DRX.
Oh, I'm so with you.
Yeah, are you with me as well?
Oh, so I think I was so ready. I picked Gen.G to win this game. And I was ready. After that first map, I was like, it's fraud time, baby. It's fraud time. Exposed. Here we go. But then they win again.
But I would say,
Yeah.
I mean, Gen.G kind of lost it, man. There was a lot of 2v4s that were, I mean, should have gone their way. Is this the round? Holy, Kurt, pause it real quick.
Which
Pause
one
it,
is
pause
this?
it, pause it. Oh my God, I have something like this in Americas as well. Kurt, you got to go back a little bit. Okay, it's 7-3. There's 2 rounds left. Okay, let's all look at Lakia, right? He's pretty far away from his fatal, I would say, right? He's 3 out of 8, is it?
Oh yeah, this.
And who is close to their Oh, Karen, he's
So
one.
funny.
He's one away. Okay, so let's see what the call is. You got free C main control. You got mount. Let's play it out. Let's see what happens.
two
You can
rounds
you
left.
can just keep it on the big mode. Yeah, let's keep it on this. So we take this. Surely the Vice is getting the orb, right? And we're just making a plan. And we can just hit the sites. It's pretty good for hitting B, C. You can get close towards A, you can get it. Lakia says no, no, no. And he takes the orb, thinking that he
I
can
am
get
the captain now.
5-4 in the next 2 rounds. And I would love to say this is the last time this week that I saw something crazy like this, but America's, someone else has done the same as well. So he did a good call at one point. There was a good mid-round where he faked B back over towards C, and I was like, damn, he's got it. And then I saw this, and I'm like, what the hell is he doing? He's tunnel vision so much on only him and his ult. That is mad.
Was this the one round that they actually dealt with Young, or is this? No,
Probably
it's
not.
not.
No,
They
it doesn't seem
there
like it.
was one
Doesn't
single
look
round.
like it.
There was one single
There's
round
more
where they
rounds
dealt
left,
properly
Josh.
with
There's
Young at
more
Rebel.
round left.
Oh, I'm sure there is, because I remember it now. Young feasts upon their corpses. But there was one round in the whole half where they dealt with Young, and every other scenario, Young got posted rubble, and they didn't seem to understand that the chamber plays in that exact spot because they can TP out to tree. It's like they didn't quite get that, and so they never threw a prowler over towards him, never had like a paranoia that they invest onto him or something. You can just take all of that space for free if you use your paranoia there. I understand that you might want to save it for the site exec, but they just died to him on repeat over and over and over again. It was crazy.
No, it was crazy. Was it
Cool, though, Marco.
was Lakia not playing when Laz was playing chamber every map? And they could kind of like, surely they have an anti from that, and it's the same thing, man. Surely, I was just watching it, thinking like, God, he gets so many free kills here.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the fact that they managed to come back and had a ridiculous OT. I mean, a genuinely crazy OT game. It was so fun.
It was
It was
really
super
fun.
fun.
Yeah, it was really fun.
It would have been better for Pacific if Gen.G had won, because it would have actually made this week be a fight for playoffs.
No. This is the perfect spot to be for Pacific. Everyone's
Yeah.
feeling comfy going into week 5, you know? Not because of any particular team, I'm just saying, you know? It's good for all 4 teams.
Right.
There's 4
Yeah.
teams happy, 2 not. It's better that way, you know? It's a majority. It's a
Oh,
majority.
no.
Well, that was going to happen
Much
either
better.
way, Joe, bro.
Not this week, though. There would have been some teams
Yeah, there would have been
worried.
something actually.
There would have been
Yes.
some co-streamers worried about their team's
Yes.
performance
Yes.
and whether or not they were going to make it to playoffs. I was disappointed that KRX came away with the win, because I was rooting for the Gen.G comeback to go all the way. But it's not like, I mean, this team's got so many problems. So I did.
Yeah.
Gen.G is the team with more obvious problems,
Gen.G.
for
Yes,
sure.
true.
I mean, they did good though, man. I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
I think that's what it almost frustrates me that they got this close, and like the way they looked in some of these rounds, because it's like, okay, like you can do it. It's not that you guys are just all suddenly bad. Like, you obviously can. And whether it's heroics or even some of the good calls, I mean, even Lockheed like fragging out in this match, and it's things like that. And then
Oh, damn.
it's
You gotta-
just so inconsistent. It's
You
just
Well,
gotta
they're
remember-
also working with a nerfed version of their team.
They
true. I mean,
had the sub.
true. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. True.
And,
And in that sense, it's worrying for KRX, right? Because it's like these guys had to. I mean, they had to put Ash back on Duelist after what, like a year and a half or something.
A
So
long time.
yeah,
I felt bad for him because he's a standard and he's having like a pretty rough time in regulation. Then he had like a couple of rounds in overtime where I was like, oh man, he's gonna come out of this feeling like he's incredible. And and they still lost, basically. The guy kind of just got crushed a little more. But I like that. It's a good sign, at least for his mental, that he was
Yes.
he was able to just go, well, new rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there were some good signs, but it
So-
was scrappy.
I mean, we'll check in with this later on when we do the prediction of PaperX versus KRX. But are your reads right now, all 3 of you, that they're a bit of a like fraudulent, undefeated top team because it's a tough group that they're in. And so if you're 4-0 in that group, in theory, you should be like a really, really strong team.
I think they look good enough for playoffs. I just don't think they look like a 4-0 team. That's where I stand.
Yeah.
Oh,
100%.
I mean, yeah, I guess it depends on how much weight you put on 4-0. I don't think they're fraudulent, but I just think they're very good at what they prepped. But they haven't quite been challenged. I would put it that way, right? They haven't quite been challenged with enough variables. So,
all right.
T1 are looking solid. There must always be a Korean fraud team, and T1 have passed it.
But surely.
I mean,
surely
there
like
is
Gen.G.
there's 2 more Korean teams that I think are running for that.
Or even Nongshim, bro. Nongshim just came off a
yeah,
Santiago victory.
We're not clear.
Yeah, but Nongshim aren't lying about their record. You know, they're 2-2 and they deserve
we're
to be
honest.
right.
We're honest losers. Gen.G and Nongshim are honest losers. Okay.
All right, let's tackle some of the other games that happened this week then. DFM played a game of Valorant against VARREL. I got to be honest with you. I can't even remember if I watched this game. Did I watch this game?
some of it and you left for a Pokemon tournament because this was the longest day of Pacific in history.
Yes, I didn't watch the final map. You're right, but I did watch Lotus and Haven. Yeah, I got to be honest with you. I wasn't too tuned into this game because I don't think either of these teams are doing jack diddly dick this year. But DFM have lost me. I've got to be honest. They've lost me a bit. I was on board with DFM at the beginning of the year. I was really like zoned in on what they were doing. I liked what I saw. I felt like they were playing some like fundamentally good stuff. And then they just started losing. They didn't have a killer instinct. They were like playing too passively all the time, never capitalizing on opportunities. And then they've just bored me now. They've bored me.
The last 2 weeks have been a little bit better than their start. Like Akame going on to the Neon's definitely been good for them, even though I think it's like hit or miss sometimes with him. The spacing is sometimes he just absolutely.
I mean, he was
it.
2 and 13 in first skills, first deaths. Yeah,
Sometimes he absolutely sends
was
it.
lost
And
in some of these rounds.
I'm looking where the nearest player is, and he's miles away. Like there's just no scaling on the back of it. You just can't keep up with him. Like people go side to side, and like that he's just straight line, just trying to get as much space as possible. So I don't know. I am on board with what you're saying though. It feels like they're gonna go out fast in playoffs.
Yeah. The deadlock wall is the round 13 on Haven. I mean, it is funny.
Map 2 was pretty entertaining, actually.
Yeah.
Like map 1, I felt like was a little bit of just like meh Valorant. I was watching, but I wasn't that engaged. Map 2, I was actually excited for because LP was frying on deadlock as well. Like LP and May were both going nuts.
Yeah,
it was very entertaining and it had some funny moments as well.
Yeah, I mean, map 3 though, like you didn't watch the Fracture.
No.
And like you said, teams can't play Fracture. Teams don't know how to play this map. And
there's not many teams.
Another example of it. In fact, if you could show round 13 of Haven and then show the last round of Fracture, Fracture is just full of like moments, particularly with Kaide. It happened quite a few times with him, where just the round is like going a certain direction, and then fucking Kaide turned up and just got 3 kills that he should never get. That he's just taking fights on his own. That aren't even particularly good fights to take, but he's just taking them and winning them. It's like, okay, DFM won, cool. And like that, honestly, is how it felt. Like the Fracture just felt like, okay, I guess you got. I mean, Fracture sometimes can feel like that, right? Where it's like, okay, you got to, someone just
hold on
off.
though.
Cool
Pause the analysis for a moment because
this is the greatest.
The viewers have got to
in
experience
history.
this.
Yeah,
I haven't seen
can
this.
Can we at least look at his scoreline before we look at that?
Yeah.
At least check out his scoreline, so it doesn't look too bad.
We'll take a look at the end.
Here we
maybe.
go. C-exec pistol round, crucial round.
But also, they're about to walk into a stack. 4 players here. Whoopsie daisy.
Oh no!
What is he though? 15-6.
Yeah, I mean, he was.
God, it's so perfect.
And it's a pistol as well.
So perfect. It couldn't have been any worse.
They also they lose this round and then they win the next one, which I can't remember them doing, but apparently.
Yeah,
apparently.
Dude, they should have won Lotus. Double pistol when they lost 2 4v2s.
The classic looks nice though.
It's rough out there.
That's good.
Yeah, brilliant.
Silver lining.
But if you could show the last bit of Fracture as well, Kurt, just to show how the game ends, because like it's a 2v2 and Kaide is fighting whilst his teammate is repositioning. Like they're both in positions like, okay, they're about to take this fight, and then one of them just repositions and he just swings out and kills both of them. And it was just such a fitting end to like how that third map went, of just like, because this was actually a close game, to be fair. Like,
it was.
neither of these, like, you're kind of right, Josh. It was like kind of like, you know, a bit dirty, but entertaining. Is what I would say. You can just go to the end of the round when you get into a 2v2, but show the map as well, Kurt, because it's like, I mean, some of the stuff is, yeah, I mean, it's a fitting end for this game.
God, it's a mad stuff going on even just
So we get into a 2v2. Here comes Kaide on the flank. Who was playing Brim for them? It was Sind. Oh no, not Sind.
Right?
Not Sind.
No.
Juna was playing
Oh.
Brim. Yeah, Juna's playing
Oh,
Brim.
you mean on the other side? Yeah.
Oh, you mean Riot? You mean for VARREL?
Oh, sorry. No, yeah, I did mean for fucking DFM. I've lost my mind. Anyway, it says. So you think he's going to take the fight? Okay, you know, we cypher-rolled them. Right now, take a look at the map, Kurt. So my guy is repositioning, and my guy, look at this! And he wins the round. The round is over there.
I do remember doing this, being like, where the hell is Cesc going?
That's cypher-rolled it as well. Where's he going?
Yeah.
And he just wins both fights.
Yeah, sure.
That's how the game
Yeah.
ended.
Why not?
Fitting end.
Why not? It was actually a really important game as well, man. Like,
It was.
I mean, I guess if your goal is to make playoffs, right? Like for these kind of
Yes.
teams where your goal isn't necessarily to make London, although obviously like everyone's trying. At the end of the day, like when you zoom out a little bit, these teams are often defined on like, can we make the playoffs? Can we make a bit of a deep
You're
run?
making
Like,
this
those kind of
narrative.
things.
You're making this kind little Japanese narrative for DFM. But considering where they were at kickoff, isn't that not good enough?
It is
Because like in kickoff, they were like, where they finished 5th.
something
Yeah,
like that.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't think it's I don't think it's the right narrative for DFM. Obviously, for VARREL, like making
Yeah,
playoffs
for
would have
VARREL, it's
been,
fine.
yeah, that's like the big one. So
Yeah,
But DFM, I
I
think,
think it's
should be looking at trying to get to a Masters. They should be. If you
sure.
finish 5th
I mean,
in kickoff,
that should be their realistic goal. They just didn't. Listen, Sideshow, they looked bad at the beginning of this stage, but coming into it, their goal should have been to try to make it to Masters.
I do remember having this exact conversation though when we were looking ahead to stage 1, and I said that I didn't believe in DFM because even though they were going to get better, there was a lot of teams in Pacific that underperformed in kickoff that were going to do. They were going to scale way faster, and I think they're in a group with Full Sense who've done exactly that. They've scaled faster than DFM did.
But you didn't believe in Paper X, and they believed in themselves, and they like. I think for the team, they performed well enough that their realistic goal should have included at least trying to go to Masters, even if it's as
also
an
they
underdog.
look worse than they did in kickoff.
Yes,
DFM?
Like I think that's the,
yeah. But the teams that they're directly rivaling, like KRX, Full Sense, even Global, have improved faster than.
I mean,
even if DFM did,
but it should still be their goal.
Yeah,
like I
okay,
think there's
fair
a difference between them and VARREL. You know what I mean? Like VARREL is like, okay, like obviously we want to make it to Masters, but our goal would be to make it to playoffs because we've never
Which is kind of nuts because like they were as good or better than Nongshim during Ascension, and they looked like they had the potential to be a team that would be able to make it to playoffs, and they've really struggled.
I do think something I just want to say, I think, is that I don't think that like individual talent has gone anywhere. Like that's why we see some of these maps, right? And some of these rounds is because we see that they are very skilled. It really is just we're seeing like the magnified version of not being able to adjust to a much higher tier of competition that includes like team play, strategy, learning week to week, trying to meta your opponents week to week, all of that. Like this is all a lot to learn for most Ascension teams. Like that should be the normal thing, but we keep seeing at least one very successful one per region, and so I think VARREL gets much more magnified, which is unfortunate because I think they're very, very good, but they're always kind of just falling short in a lot of these rounds, and then it snowballs out of control.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's move on to talk about the a different Japanese team, which is ZETA Division. But we're not really going to talk about ZETA too much, I would imagine. Instead, their opponents.
Strange
T1.
narrative that Kurt has come up with. T1 crushed their playoff hopes. I mean,
Yeah.
They did.
and their playoff hopes already kind of.
You're going to see
they
throughout
had
this
a
episode,
chance.
especially when we
It's
talk
over
about the
now.
match of the week.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kurt. Yeah, they had a chance.
They had a chance. Now they don't. They have zero chance.
That's what it means to
It's
be
They
crushed.
crushed. They crushed their hopes.
It's valid. Yeah.
If you're a Zeta Division fan, you have to have hope, right? Until it's over. Now it's over.
I liked.
Listen, Zeta guy was in Korea for this match. He had hope.
They were
you gotta
believing.
believe.
Yeah. I like that they banned Pearl because again, that is kind of what you have to do against T1, and they're like,
Yeah.
that's good. Surely Izu won't farm us. Oh wait,
Yeah.
oh wait, he went absolutely insane. Yeah, it's just a tear diff.
It was nice to see that they can still absolutely dominate opponents even without Pearl being in the map pool, though. Because I think that's one of their biggest strengths right now is that their Pearl is a very, very strong map with which to rely on, and they're the only team really playing the style that they are with the double Sentinel. Do you think, though, that T1 have proven that they are a great team yet?
I
Not
think
yet.
not proven. Well, it's hard with the results because I mean, I kind of think so. Yeah, to be honest, I think they really suit this meta. That's where I'm at. But I agree. You kind of look at the teams that you're beating. They're like, maybe not. But I think with how they're playing, yeah, because they've only really beaten RRQ. That's like a team that is
Contender.
Gonna go contender for potentially qualifying. But I think if like eye test wise, yeah.
And I also think like not losing a map. Most teams don't do that. Like even against pretty easy teams, like not losing a map is pretty impressive. Like even the best teams will have an off map or have a map that they just aren't very good at, right? And so the fact that they're still undefeated in maps, like this again is like going to be a good test this next week in Full Sense. Like if they go 2-0 against Full Sense as well and like look good,
that'd be big. Yeah.
I mean, I think we'll be saying like, oh yeah, this team, if they don't make Masters, it's something has gone terribly.
I mean, they'd only be one game away, right? With first.
Yeah,
I mean, surely. Unless they get a Paper X or something, I guess could be.
But this game actually, they could actually not be the first seed if they lose.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
Head to head would come in, right?
Crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. I think. I mean, I framed that question in a negative way of like, oh, maybe they're going to be frauds because I feel like that's how most people think about it.
I told you, T1 passed it to the RX.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the T1 look really, really strong, and I actually still have quite a bit of hope in not hope. I still respect RRQ enough that I was happy with T1's win over RRQ as like a genuine test for the team. I think they look good. Do we have anything further to say about the T1 win over the Zeta Division? Is there anything more to pull from that game at all?
The only thing I would say is because this is the first time where I've had the chance to flame Mini because the macro didn't make sense. So yeah, put it together, man. What the hell was this? This harbor? You got a harbor and you're playing like retake over towards A instead of retake over towards CB where they're going to play off-site with the Cove. Come on now.
I definitely feel like the Zeta 0 and 4 negative 40 round differential narrative has not touched Mini's reputation yet in a way that we probably should be pushing further.
The thing is that the macro makes sense. They just get outdueled. This is the first week where Mini could be put on fraud watch because
if only he was here in like 15, 20 minutes.
Dude, he's just gonna be like, oh yeah, I was busy this week.
Yeah, he's gonna pull that. Yeah, I didn't really get to watch the VODs.
This was the first week I left them to it for a while. Clearly they need me. Like you can see the big difference between when I'm involved and when I'm not. He can spin it any way he likes, man. He's a master of the spin. He was actually never very good as a coach. Boaster carried him, but he knows how to spin it.
Yeah.
Let's get on to our final game then. Nongshim against Secret. And I think Kurt summed it up here. Nongshim RedForce play Valorant against Team Secret and win. Having said that, though, this one's more disrespectful than the previous one, and yet the game was actually closer than the T1 Zeta Division game.
I was believing. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
I was believing. Yeah. The first 6 rounds was it on the 3rd map? I was like, here we go.
Yeah,
and then it just went completely
and it was
downhill.
off. Yeah.
But the first 6 rounds, that was fun.
Let's zoom out a little bit. So they go into this match and they've clearly figured out that they don't want to be playing Breach full time. They do want to be playing Francis Neon and Dambi on the Phoenix mostly, but changing map to map dependent. They've also made that change on Fracture as well, though, where they're running now Raze Neon. Were the warning signs there on Breeze, do you think, of this being a potential wobbler of a game, or does it just come down to Fracture?
What a perfect setup. Kurt, if you could play round 14 of Breeze to show you like a potential wobbler. So this is after Nongshim have won the pistol. So they're the one with guns. And I have no idea. This call just lacks logic. It lacks basic sense of how to play against an anti-eco. Because what they're going to do is they have Francis and Dambi both, I think, have like a bulldog and a rifle. If you just show the map, Kurt, they're just going to, those two alone, just run past this Viper wall and both end up just giving them guns.
Go on,
Shober, go on.
Yeah, so after this, in the replay, they include RB's comms, like after the round, post-round, and literally, like, you hear Dambi saying, like, yo, RB, and RB goes, no, it's my bad. We always should be going at least as 3 when we do that. and then the comms cut. So like they know for sure that there was something miscommed for sure. But
but is the implication there that RB sent the younguns in to die in mid, like troops over the top?
Well, we don't.
I mean, they end up winning
made
this
the
round, so
call.
it doesn't end up a disaster. But like, it's 7-6 at this point. You lose a
yeah.
second round. Like this was.
I would.
They were in
I
trouble.
would
if they
also
lost this.
argue. I would also argue just like the cove on the door itself was not the great place to start with, even if you send 3, right? Because if they still like swing out as 3, like what's that one guy gonna do for you watching behind? So there's definitely things to fix. No, I agree. You saw moments
They were a little
of basically, basically the sloppiness of like we know we're winning, and then
Is that what it
make
is?
it risky.
Do you think it was because they were playing against a team that is just like a walking dub in the column?
No. No, I don't think that's what it was. I mean, I think we saw signs of that last week too, to be honest. I just think there's still I think they've made a pivot in style and roles, and it's just very clear that it's not solidified, right? I think they're talented enough to push it through. I think it's the right direction, but I don't think it's solidified.
I think the fracture. Well, I just don't get why they changed on fracture. Like you've beaten 2 good teams on fracture. I understand this is the direction they're going in, but like I don't like they changed their fracture comp, but it what like their fracture looked fine before. I just feel like just go back, just change back. You can't beat Paper X and DRX and then be like lose the team secret on fracture and be like, well, this clearly this new style is better.
This is the right direction.
This was it was a good game to kind of see the cracks in Francis's Neon as well.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've watched Valorant for what 3 years, maybe 4 years now. This is the first.
Have you been frauding us this whole time? I thought you watched loads of Valorant. That's the
mean,
first time I've watched Valorant in 3 to 4 years.
I was
Bullshit
coaching. I was
well.
coaching, man. So it was like wasn't really like watching other teams. But it's the first time where I was thinking of making a Sean Garris video. First 6 rounds into fracture. I've never given 3 red cards in 5 rounds for Francis. I've never seen anything like it. It genuinely, in my head, I was genuinely thinking, I think he might have been paid off. Like honestly, in my head, I was just like, I've never seen anything like this. 3 rounds, 3 red cards. He just goes and gives them guns on his own. No one here. No one saying to go in. He's just like, I'm off. He just sends it into all of them. Just 3 rounds in 5 rounds. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I've never given out 3 red cards in 5 rounds. Ever.
Well, that's a lovely little record that Nongshim now have under their belt. I've been thinking about this a little bit with Paper X playing the Jet. And just to give a bit of context, our discussion around that was, it looks amazing. If there's a Neon nerf, then Paper X are going to be astonishingly good. If there isn't a Neon nerf, maybe it'll limit their chances of being able to win a title. Who knows? It depends how, incredible something plays. To translate the same kind of thought process onto this team, in the short term, having Francis play the Neon is working for them. That is absolutely working for them. In the long term, thinking about like your ability to win another title, like a back-to-back title potentially, does it limit them that they are not finding a solution that includes Dambi Neon when it's at its like most potent?
Yeah.
Let's assume that there isn't a Neon nerf for the sake of this discussion.
100%.
Yeah.
Because their ceiling has to be lower. Cobra, you said Dambi is definitely the best Neon in the world, so you can't. I don't see how you could disagree because their ceiling must be lower. Even if it's playing, Francis on whatever the fuck, whatever it might be. Putting Dambi on Neon is their ceiling.
The only part I would disagree with is if they also believe that Dambi having more opportunities to frag as much as possible is part of that formula. Because if they can't find an agent for Francis that can open up as much space as the Yoru did for Dambi on the map, then Dambi having to make space and frag every single time being that pressure is not the answer. That's just not, right? Because he'll be amazing at space taking, but he can't be fragging every time. Now, obviously, well, then why doesn't like X-Ross or Francis frag? Well, that's a whole different, obviously, question that they'll have to answer. But I think if the idea is we want more opportunities for Dambi to frag, which he could do on the Neon at Santiago while Francis was playing the Yoru, then great. But if that's not the case, or like, let's say, in Ascension or, in Challengers, it's like, oh, we just need to give him like good fade support and then he's good to go because he can just run over and over. Okay, great. But if you're not able to open that up, then I don't think Dambi maybe even looks like the best Neon at that point because he's having to do too much and then, you know, you do run into a wall at some point because it's a team game.
Yeah, but they're not going to win a title. Like the point is, like, I think if for Nongshim, like if I don't believe that Nongshim in their current state, their direction, I think they can be a good team. I think they can be a team that makes Masters. I don't think they can win it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now,
not in the current, in the current form, I would 100% agree.
It's funny because TMV, you can tell people's different like approaches to this kind of stuff based on. I'll give you guys a little anecdote. This week, TMV decided to bench Jing in VFL in order to try to win the entire tournament and win the entire fantasy tournament by taking a large risk. He was like, I'm going to take a large risk, go completely opposite to try and bench Jing and hope that Zekken's a winner. So like,
you got to understand.
Because
everyone
in TMV's head, you're either a winner or you're nothing.
Everyone at the top had Jing, right? Because Jing was the highest scoring player, so I had Jing. Everyone else at the top also has Jing. So I was like, if I'm going to win this, I need to hope that Jing does bad and pick someone else.
So, but
surely MIBR will beat C9.
Hold on. Hold on. That anger must come later. Actually, you don't have an outlook for it because
surely
the Americas portion.
But that frame of mind is the argument for putting Dambi on Neon, because it's like, well, if we don't do it, we're not going to win.
Okay,
like, we might end up not making playoffs or not making it to London. But if it works,
my
we might win.
argument would be this. My counter argument would be this. I think regardless of Neon Patch, if I think this is the better direction to aim for champs, I take this, regardless of London.
Sure. That's actually a good counterpoint. Can I just say, if they wanted to go for like a TMB minus Jing real risky play, X Russ on Phoenix?
Yeah.
And then Francis is your main initiator.
Right,
yeah, because Francis used to be the guy that set Dambi up.
Yeah,
I mean, it could totally work. It could totally work.
That would be my curveball. I'm telling you, this guy would be an unreal Phoenix. I've seen that aim, dude.
Oh, for sure. I mean, X-Russ would be really good second entry in.
Francis can play all of those roles that X-Ross currently is on.
He also can.
He's played Initiator.
Yeah, like he's played even like hard Initiator, like Sova kind of stuff, right?
I'm surprised they haven't.
I can just see like. I can just see Yo Man just making sure X-Ross never clicks on Plat chat this week. He's like, don't ever give X-Ross ideas, man. Like X-Ross is like dying to play duelists again. They're like, no. Like this guy can't listen to this.
I mean, I hadn't even thought of it, but that is cooking. I really do like that idea.
He would be so good, man. I'm telling you. He must have played Phoenix before.
X-Ross?
I don't know if he has.
A 1.34 KD. Yeah, he's unbelievable, man. Put him in.
I mean, but the thing is that X-Ross, he'd be good. Like I really believe you could put him on anything and he'd be really good. So that is an option, Phoenix. Like always. Yeah.
Sliggy's pushing this hard. Yeah. Well, if we see it happen, you know that the consultation.
He's trying to land the Charon moment. He's trying to land the Charon moment.
I was going to think the mini moment where he like gets paid to consult for them, you know, and he's like, Sliggy gets a revel in the fact that he's won them back-to-back tournaments. All right, let's go into some of the predictions for the games that are coming up. Now, these games do somewhat matter because they matter for seeding, and seeding.
Not the first two.
Well, no, the first two don't at all matter, in fact, because it's the worst day of all time in Valorant in Pacific. Last week's Pacific match of the week was Paper X versus Global Esports. So have a look.
That match of the week.
Let's see what happened.
I'm honestly surprised it's 27.
Wow.
I'm surprised that many people are Global.
Yeah, some people
really?
believed.
I think that's low.
Oh, no, considering
against something against
I guess they
Global?
just lost.
Bro.
Yeah, they just lost to
It's
Karras
Barla's
as well.
Law.
Yeah.
It's about Barla's Law.
Yeah.
Something we should
a
have
lot of
stuck to this. This week we could have done with some Barla's Law, yeah.
Well, let's jump into the actual matches then. Gen.G plays against Team Secret in a battle of the already eliminated teams of Group Alpha.
Someone must have gone for him. Come on.
No.
Oh, he did.
That's
TMV
good,
went for Secret.
That's good.
Now,
Yeah,
why
but I
have you done
instantly
this?
regret it. I instantly regret it because I just thought, again, this happened with the like, I'm looking at all these games. I'm like, I feel like I don't want to guarantee all these games. Maybe, you know, in the meaningless game, Secret will turn up. The problem is, Gen.G banned Fracture. And so I was looking at like, Secret, maybe they could win. They're confident on this map. They just beat Nongshim. You know, maybe they could do it again. But Gen.G just banned it. So I'm not loving my pick. I'll be honest. I'm not loving my pick.
I don't think it's too bad, man. They got a new player. They want to try and get that first win off the belt. Like when it's a game that doesn't matter, it's kind of like who wants
knows,
it more.
yeah.
I feel like Gen.G aren't getting anywhere from champs points. None of these teams are.
Can I ask why either team wants it at all?
To get some confidence.
Secret don't want to go 0-5.
They just got a new player who just turned 18. Like a win there is going to get him feeling good. Like if you go off just who wants it more, I would imagine Team Secret.
I mean, see, that's funny because I was thinking no matter what happens, Texture's not losing this game. Like Texture's going to put everything he has.
Care.
His pride.
Oh, okay.
No, because he needs it. Yeah, because like I don't think he could possibly accept. Because he's not going to want to accept that the entire team was that bad that they lost to Team Secret at the end of the week as well. You think Texture's going to sit there and be like, oh, it's over, like whatever.
Sure,
like and in Korea, right? Like they were building up this fan base and now all of them are wondering like, what's Gen.G doing? You know,
no one's going to be there watching this.
Gen.G are making roster moves.
Well, the Gen.G
like they are going to keep making moves before they go into stage 2. They are not
I'm not even sure we'll know what happened in this game. I mean apparently Sliggy's going to be watching it to do a vlog, but
we'll have to watch the vlog in order to do a Pacific segment next week.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna turn off my camera. It'll be just Sliggy at that point.
I mean, yeah, we can just do it fast for sure.
Our next game is the match of the week.
No.
Match of the week.
Give it the respect it deserves. This game.
This game is VARREL versus ZETA Division.
Why is this match of the week?
The eliminated teams.
Oh no! Oh, this is horrible.
Match of the week. Eliminated teams from Group Omega.
No,
dude, last week 10-3. That's okay, guys.
Can I tell you
That's
why?
Okay, but this is a bad guarantee.
This one's match of the week over the other one because this one is who gets their first fucking win. Gen.G already got their win. Gen.G already got it. It's irrelevant.
That would also be very funny if Gen.G's only win was Paper X. In fact, it'd be even funny if Paper X won Masters London and throughout the entire stage they only lost to Gen.G, who didn't beat anyone else.
Yeah.
Was anyone tempted to go for ZETA or not?
Very
I put
briefly.
zero thought into this. I clicked the button.
Wow.
Yeah, I think VARREL were the first option, so I clicked it.
Wow.
So messed up.
That is messed up. No, in my head, I was like, if you had asked me after week 1 or 2, I would have put ZETA, but no more. And then I clicked VARREL.
Sure.
And that was it. Yeah. 3 seconds. 3 extra seconds.
Yeah. This one team must win. That's my tagline. No matter how much they try, one team must win.
Yeah.
This has got map 3 deep OT.
It's gonna be, dude. This is what I was looking at on Friday. I was looking at, like, it's gonna be a really long day. I know it's going all 3 maps every time.
Let's go to our next game. So these are now the games that matter for seeding. So we're gonna try to give you a bit of a talk about like how they're gonna matter for seeding. This first one, T1 plays against Full Sense. This is a battle for first seed actually, and with guaranteed T1. I feel all right about the guarantee, but it's not a slam dunk.
Sure, if Full Sense change up their comps, I would feel a lot better about it. As in, like, I would feel better for Full Sense, but I haven't seen it. I imagine they're going to keep the same comps. T1 just look good, man. They haven't lost a map. How can we think anything different?
Does Full Sense have a permaban, or will they have the ability to ban Pearl?
I believe Breeze. They do.
They've been banning Breeze literally every time, apart from when DFM banned it first. So
yeah, they're gonna ban it.
That's a free win for T1, I think. Although they haven't played Breeze either.
Take a risk.
Does T1 ban Breeze?
I don't think they definitely don't first ban it.
Perma, no. So
I mean, the thing is you all. I mean, player wise as well. I think they're fine with Breeze. Just
Full Sense, Full Sense like Pearl. They'd be RRQ 13-9, DFM 13-6.
I feel like they're gonna play pro, man. I
hope it's a good game. Like I think it could be a good game.
I think it'll be a banger, but it might be a 2-0. I think it still has 2-0 likelihood, decently high. Could be a 2-1, but that's as far as I would go for Full Sense.
Sure, I think it might be closer than we think. Honestly, is this a Barla's law, or do we give them more than 30? Because in my head, I give them 35. With what I've seen.
Yeah,
something like that. I think that's pretty reasonable.
I think if T1 win a map, they get first seed. And the only way they don't is if they lose 2-0.
Oh, is that what they have to do? Okay.
I think so, yeah.
No, it would just be the it would just be the head-to-head.
Oh, if RRQ wins, I'm assuming
if RRQ wins.
If
DFM. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. Is that the next game? No, it's not. We've got to wait until the end for that game. Next one is Nongshim playing against Global Esports. This one's pretty important. Both teams are 2-2.
I knew from last
You guys
week.
all went Nongshim? That's crazy.
Shut up, man.
No. Wait, no. Hold on. I'm not even doing this. No. This
That's
is
not a
insane. 'cause-
bit. This has to be
No,
a
this
bit.
isn't a bit. This isn't a
That's
bit
the
because even
fucking
at the start of the stage, I said I think GE's beating Nongshim. That's the week I'm most scared of because I
Why?
think well, for one, Frost is 4-0 against Nongshim last year, and I think specifically it's not just because he had Premier or whatever. I think it's because of how he
Probably
specifically prepares against Nongshim. Well, it probably helped, yeah. If he had to, if he had ZETA Division, I don't know if he could have done it, but it probably did help. But I think it's the fact that the way that each team looks at the game is very different, and I think the way Frost targets the way that Nongshim plays is very, very strong. Now, obviously, it's not Dambi Neon anymore, so who knows what they're going to prep, but I think, like I've always said, if there was a match to lose, this was going to be it. And I just, even though GE looks weaker, I think their prep isn't going to change, and I think that's the strong part against Nongshim. Also, Javi has beaten them as well, so I don't think there's going to be any confidence issues because Javi beat them on Naus as well.
I can definitely understand that Frost is going to be coming into this week building compositions to specifically stop what Nongshim are doing. Like, I can understand that being a potential problem. I don't think Nongshim have really run into a team that did that against them. I was waiting for someone to do that the whole time in Santiago, and they didn't. No one did at any point. Still think they should be able to get past them.
No, I mean, yes, skill-wise, like Nongshim should be able to. I just think that there's a very high likelihood that
if this matchup was in the first 2 weeks, I would for sure have gone GE. It's just the last 2 weeks.
Sure.
Yeah, even if Global would have just played a better game against Paper Rex, I would consider picking GE.
I think that's fair.
You'd have to be paid by Nongshim to do that.
Paper Rex has the head-to-head against both of these teams. So whoever loses is in 4th seed. Am I right saying that?
I believe so.
It's a big game.
100%.
But this is
it's a
huge
very
game.
important one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you lose this, you probably aren't making London, even if you're great, because you're straight into the lower bracket.
Could be match of the week.
No.
No.
Okay.
It doesn't matter as much.
ZETA is... You got to make it hard
Nothing
for the
matters
viewers.
more. Yeah.
Gotcha.
They're all going to pick VARREL, and it's going to be wrong.
That's true.
Okay. Next game is a game at the top of Group Alpha. It's Paper X playing against KRX.
No.
And we've all gone Paper X.
That's
Like, don't be like that. It's fraud time.
I agree, but
It's fraud time.
I wanted someone else to have belief in them.
Why? So that you could be the hipster or what? Like,
no, because we shouldn't guarantee.
This will be one of the
really.
10. This will be one of the 10.
we should. I think Paper X look better than DRX.
Dude, yeah. I mean, that's why we're all picking them. But I don't know. It's not.
What would you give
It's Baller's Law. Baller's Law.
I'm with Sliggy.
No, this isn't a Baller's
Hey,
Law
it's a
game.
Baller's
They've
Law.
got more than a
60-40.
Baller's Law.
60-40. 60-40.
No, Baller's Law.
Really?
35. I'll give him the same as Full Sense against T1.
With fucking, I hate when people do. Oh, let me nitpick over 5%. Oh, it's not 70-30.
No,
It's
that's big.
65-35. Like, fuck off. Who
Yeah, but
gives a fuck?
That's a big difference.
It's
They're
either
big
way.
favorites. They're
Either
big
way, so it goes
favorites.
10% difference. Yeah.
Big
Okay.
favorites.
Okay. Big favorites here. Sliggy's
They're
man
frauds.
guaranteed them, but they're not frauds, man.
They might be.
Compared to Paper Rex, they are.
No, I don't think.
Yeah, but Paper X are like a
yeah.
genuinely top 3 team in the world right now with how they're playing.
Yeah, so
And-
it's a 70-30.
Okay. Let's go into our final game of the week. The final game of the week is RRQ playing against DFM. 3-1 RRQ, and we guaranteed them in the win,
This
which
one.
I think is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, this is the one I
Yes.
feel fine about.
Yeah.
Jemkin's
Yeah.
just gonna destroy them.
Sure.
Does this game matter after So this game matters in the sense that it depends on what's happened in
The game
T1
before.
Full Sense,
Yeah.
right? So
Yes.
if T1 lose to Full Sense, then things matter a large
I
amount.
don't.
Wait, doesn't it matter
Can
no matter
DFM?
what?
No, I
Can
don't.
DFM dodge?
No, because if
Full seed.
DFM wins and Full Sense, even if Full Sense loses, they have like a circle, so then it would just go into map and round diff, right?
But surely,
Yeah, hold on.
if RRQ Sure, if they win, if they win this, RRQ will go 4th, no, because of the head-to-heads.
A 10-minute
Full
study
could lose, and it's a
does
three-way
depend on the other
tie.
game.
Yeah, it does depend. So there is a world, I believe, because also if DFM wins 2-0 by a miracle, then RRQ and DFM would then be tied anyway, even if Full Sense wins out in that. So then it resets.
Yeah.
So
and like, yeah.
A case
does
study
matter.
on why round
And
robin
RRQ also can't be the
sucks.
first seed. They can't.
RRQ literally can't.
They
like,
I
no matter
believe,
what.
Either T1
Because
win, and
maps-
obviously they've got a better thing,
yeah,
or
you're right,
if T1 loses and Full Sense wins a three-way tie,
Yeah,
and
and
RRQ
then it's
don't have
map
the
diff
maps.
again. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So yeah,
Okay.
it just depends on the game before.
But RRQ
Yeah.
can fall down to 4th?
Well, we'll see after
RRQ
T1
can,
Full Sense.
yeah, it's possible.
We'll see.
Yeah,
Okay,
because if
so-
Full Sense win and RRQ lose, then it's head-to-head.
And
Right,
DFM,
right,
DFM would have
yeah.
just beat them.
So it's
Yeah.
important. Yeah, yeah.
God,
Okay.
I can't wait for the splits to be gone, man. Fuck this shit.
Yes, actually, though, right?
Crap.
Man, it is crap. It is crap. It's so complicated.
I think
at the
it's-
end. You're,
Sorry, I came in hot there. I think it's just that.
Yeah, you did.
I came
Big
in so
opinion.
hot. Yeah, this region's just really top heavy. It's like America's last year. It's just not good for
Yeah.
this format.
yeah. That's also true. Yeah. There we go then. That's. I feel like we made good pace on that. Actually.
Well, this is average pace, I would say, but to you, that feels
hell.
like good pace.
Well, thank you for joining us, TMV and Chobra. We're gonna say goodbye to you now. TMV especially, though. I'm gonna open the floor to Chobra. Any words to say about the other regions? Because I know that you wanted to get your digs into MIBR, and you won't have a chance later on TMV. So I'm just opening the floor.
Look, if MIBR lost to C9 and I didn't pick second, I would have been like, oh, cool. But I was fucking fuming the whole
so
time.
good.
I was losing my mind. It was a
fun-
disgrace.
It was fun to watch for me because I had two MIBR players, but at the same time, all I play VFL is to beat you, to be honest. Because you made the game, so it's like, well, that's my main goal. And then all I was doing was watching, thinking, my two players get wrecked here, but Zekken gets really wrecked, and that's his IGL, man. I was like, I'll be alright with C9 winning this right now. I was enjoying it.
It was tough. Tough day. They really trolled me. But what can you do?
Yeah.
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 you do?
I also had
Foot one
second,
at least.
so it
You're
was
going to
rough.
have to talk about another foot win, Josh.
We are gonna
Over
have to
your
talk about another
KC,
foot win.
even though they didn't look great, but they
Just
still
though,
won.
yeah,
Because
that's
your
what I'm
team is shite.
I mean, he's so true. He's so true, and he
left
just
with it.
leaves
All
with
right.
that.
Well, see you guys.
All right, see you,
Bye,
Chobra.
mate.
Thanks for joining us. We're going to get Mini and Kaquka in and talk about EMEA here. And yeah, as TMV says, we are going to have to talk about another foot victory because they are unbeaten, but that's not the team we're going to begin with. Hello, Mini. You're in your undisclosed location again, the secure house, the safe house.
Yeah, my safe house. Yeah.
You're,
I gotta-
you're
I
wearing
gotta
the same
move.
color as, I mean, it's themed. Everything's black and white in there. The misery house.
I think it's I call it a cool grey.
Yeah,
Millennial
I can
grey.
get them
Yeah.
all with that.
I thought me and Sticky are wearing the same t-shirt today, actually. So
Liquid
it's just that
t-shirt
his
too?
room looks a little bit less prison-like than mine. But
To
I
be
can't be
honest,
the same T-shirt.
If I didn't have these up, it would.
Is that genuinely the same T-shirt that you wear?
No,
Nah, it's a liquid shirt.
Just
Oh
looks
right,
so,
sorry. I thought you were. I thought you were. I
Yeah,
thought you
Mini
were
would
repping it.
never wear a liquid shirt.
Yeah, yeah. You wouldn't want to be associated with a team that was losing. 0-4.
Is that a flame with Zeta?
I mean,
Or is that
Sliggy.
accidental?
Sliggy brought it up. Sliggy brought it up already. I
Oh,
don't know
that's a
whether you
good-
listened to the Pacific segment, but we've
Oh,
got to
I
begin
listened.
with this.
I listened to it as match of the week.
That was
It
it.
is the match of the week. But Sliggy also said this is the first week where your macros look terrible and you're a fraud.
What did I do this week?
I have to say, this is the first
Yeah,
time
what
that
did
I
I do?
literally messaged you saying, why is your team pushing 4 on rubble and have the Vice on the other side playing in front of utility?
So they asked me for help against the chamber, and I thought I came up with some fucking banging stuff, but I don't know if it translated.
How's your
there
Japanese?
are some reads that Izu. I was sat there thinking if I had Boaster right now, this would be an easy game. It's like T1 are done, and then I haven't watched back the game yet, so I don't know how bad it was.
Oh, it's
but
gonna be
it
rough.
probably
watch.
wasn't.
It's a rough
I don't
watch.
even know if they used anything, to be honest. So
Plausible
I'm pretty
deniability.
sure they didn't. I'm gonna put that out there. I'm
they
pretty
did
sure
ask me
didn't.
for some stuff this week, and I was like, "You're out of groups. Like, do I really need to? Like,
Do I have to do my job? Let's talk Eternal Fire to start with. They have qualified for playoffs. They got that win over Pacific Esports in a 2-1 game. I don't think most of us would have predicted that this was a 2-1 game, to be honest with you. I don't remember exactly what the pres were, but I got to imagine that this was one that we guaranteed, was it not?
Probably. I think that we
Certainly.
guaranteed it, and Sleepy
Yeah.
said something like, "Can we like not even talk about this?" And we moved on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and we didn't need to.
we
were
didn't
fine.
need to.
They
Well,
almost lose on Fracture.
Yeah,
Pacific should have won this
Finally, after
game.
4 weeks
they
of pick and split, they finally won on it.
Yeah, they definitely
then-
should have won.
So what's gone wrong here for Eternal Fire then?
I'm really sorry, but I talked over you. Someone's flamed us last week for talking over you all the time. So
I listened and still heard what she was saying, so I don't
I
know.
did
You were
this.
Yeah.
rumbling around.
That's
Yeah,
in
just
that's a
his
me.
mini problem
drawer-
actually.
yeah.
Yeah, he was rumbling around in his
I was
drawer
trying
of
to. I saw
horse
sun,
medicine at the back.
I saw sunlight, and I was like, can't have any of that. So now I'm in my vampire room.
To set the stage, Kaquka was saying that they picked Split repeatedly and have finally got a victory on it. But framing things from the perspective of Eternal Fire, because I think it's important to look at this team and assess like their chances of making it to London, chances of success in playoffs and representing the region and maybe even doing something at London. How has it affected your opinions on them this game?
I mean, I would say they're a little readable when they had the read. They know they're going to push smokes. They know they're going to re-peak. And it's the first time that maybe a team hasn't been called off for it and they actually kind of fired back, I would say. The amount of re-peaks that got punished or the amount of push through smokes that got punished was the most I've seen, to be honest.
I think when we talk about prep as
Pacific.
well, there were so many instances where Pacific started with like early game reads, like they would like stack a site. Like at Fracture, I remember them stacking like Arcade, knowing that like Eternal Fire would go there with numbers. And despite the prep being good, most of the time Eternal Fire are able to like still just win those fights. I feel like even if they were getting punished, like you're saying, Slick, it's like Eternal Fire still ended up winning all their crucial rounds that involved them just like winning clutches. Like Neki
sure.
won like fucking like
Shooting.
4 clutches or something. And the shooting was just still like ultimately the deciding factor.
Yeah. But I mean, that's still like a worrying point for me, though, I feel like.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
gonna
can't- I
lie. I
can't-
was
yeah.
watching this from home, and I was after Fracture. I was like, man, there's no way that they win in Lotus for the side of Pacific. I was like, they were so close, and there's so many rounds that, as Mania saying, that the Eternal Fire just shoots way harder. That's what it is.
I watched a ton of Fire and Fracture though, and again they just play so static on defense. There's so many teams that again I watch them and I'm just like, why is everyone just not doing anything on defense, whether it's instant pushes or reactionary? So I would like to see them look at that, especially they're like quite an aggressive team, and they like to take fights. So I definitely want to see that a little more from them.
That's really interesting because something I was looking at for Foot actually was I was kind of pondering because Foot are locked in number 1. I know it's a bit of a tangent, but I was like thinking, what can they kind of work on to like this week because it's kind of a dead game, and I was trying to figure out like what is that next level for a team like Foot, who I think we're thinking Eternal Fire and Foot are around the same right now. I think maybe after this game our perceptions changed. And I think for Foot, the thing I identified was they're really aggressive on defense sometimes, but then they don't actually use that forward space and create flanks. And so they could be faked out, or they could get like, they don't get that opportunity of like a better retake because they don't have that flank. And maybe it's the same thing here, whereas like the defense, those little more cerebral things that you might find. Well, actually, I think PaperX are probably the best team in the world at it. PaperX are going to do the pushes, and then they just instinctively know you have someone push that flank. And that is why they're really good at defense. And I think that's probably the difference right now between the Foot Eternal Fire, who are bringing that Apex style to EMEA, but not quite landing those tiny little things that make a great team. Sorry.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I think both of those teams could improve on. My main takeaway from Pacific, I guess, is like dude, I feel a bit bad for this team because you kind of watch back all their stuff and you're like, should have won this. Should have won this, should have won this. It's at least like 5 maps so that they probably should have won. So I feel a bit bad. Good news is like Alorante's back to shooting. He's been having a stinker and then he had like a really good performance, I would say. Some of the decision making, I imagine Mini's about to flame, but in terms of just like aiming, no? Okay. Then I think
No,
like
I
he's
was
doing
thinking,
good.
like, to me, Pacific, the line for them I have is like, they're the best, worst team we've ever had.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah. What a
It's
title.
like there's a
Like, they're
chance
not
that they go like
Apex.
Apex winless, but it doesn't feel the same way because they are actually close to winning in some of these scenarios. And I think it's just all things considered, it is a team that ascended, but it's not the original team, obviously.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's they're not in the same conditions as the rest.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I like some of the ideas that they bring. Like I think that they often have some cool theory. Not that they necessarily put it all together all the time or whatever. And I think it's also been a good opportunity for Seven to showcase that he like can play tier 1 level stuff. Like,
he's very flexible as well.
Yeah. He's one of those players that has been hanging around for a long time in the North American tier 2 system and never quite got the shot. And this has been a good opportunity for him. I think a lot of the time when you're on a team that keeps losing, it's difficult to show up. Like sometimes it can be a double-edged blade where you don't necessarily want to go to tier 1 sometimes because you know you're going to lose all of your games and look like crap, and then you might have people just dismiss you. But I think it's been decent for him.
I think the team still comes in with belief. Again, I think there's like good points you can take away for like Valorant look good. CNED's looking comfier on the Neon. Again, it's still not like up to the level of a lot of other Neons, but it is getting better week by week. I think the mid-rounding's like nice, especially on Split. So there's
getting
positives.
better and better, and then when we go back for stage 2, Neon's gonna be dead, and then we move on to the next thing for CNED.
It was all for nothing.
Jet should be fine then.
Dude,
like
this is what I was saying on my stream. I was like, if Neon actually gets nerfed, like people will just go heavy Phoenix, and then Jet becomes insanely viable to go with the Phoenix. It's not like you just move on to the next duelist. That's it. There's nothing to stop these agents. That's the thing.
Let's move on. Let's talk about another team. Team Liquid, destined to go 1-2 at London, perhaps. They've defeated NAVI. A note here from Kurt, who I think is still pissed off that we spent 40 minutes talking about comeback in a previous episode, says comeback has still not won a VCT match. So I mean, just a little jab, but we won't talk about him. We won't, because otherwise we face the wrath of Kurtis. But yeah, this is, I mean, it's still a nerfed version of NAVI, isn't it? Because they're not playing with Exit. Is there any word about him? Is there any word about what might be happening with the visa or anything?
Not that I've heard. I haven't asked Angel, but I haven't heard anything from it. And the perspective that we're looking at NAVI now is like, well, Hero playing on the Vice, Filu moved on to Smokes because he couldn't actually like be the other duelist when they probably would have been good to just moving on to the Chamber, and maybe that's the way that it doesn't tax the rest of the team, so Hero can actually be in a very comfortable position. But at the same time, it also makes me wonder if they would have had Exit from the beginning and they wouldn't have been in this position where every week they're playing with someone different, or almost every week. If actually this ideas would have translated it into a team that actually evolves throughout the season and become a very serious contender.
Yeah, like I think that they're one of the few EMEA teams to like actually buy into the Vice, which is good, but they've landed on it during roster turbulence, and their winning conditions have always been Ruxic and Hero, and by testing the Vice so late, Hero seems to have clipped his wings just a little bit, and that's not his fault necessarily. I didn't study the VODs and like really dig deep into why Hero wasn't like performing like Ruxic is right now, but I think there is something to be said about the fact there's so much turbulence going on in this roster that it's going to be really hard for them to be consistent over the stage.
Yeah, I think
definitely. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I think we've seen the signs for them, if Exit comes in, to have like a potential strong run in stage 2. It's like the main thing, because I do think it would have saved them a lot, and I think they would have been at the very least playoff contenders, like for sure.
They have squandered some opportunities here to go to, like, these have been winnable games, I feel. The last couple of games that they've played have been winnable. And now, Kaquka, I know I'm going to ask you again for the algorithms, the scenarios. It's difficult for Navi to make it, right? Like, it's not impossible, but it is difficult.
Yeah, they're relying. The good thing is that I believe it's the first game of the week that Team Heretics is playing. But the chances of NAVI are, I think it's very straightforward, as in, if Team Heretics loses and they win, they go through.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So if Team Heretics loses to Foot,
doable.
Then they go down to 2 and 3, and Navi. See, I was talking about this before with TMV actually as well. I think they need to avoid a 3-way tie though as well. So I think Gentlemates also have to win their game, do they not? Because otherwise, in a 3-way tie, it doesn't go to a direct head-to-head against Heretics or something. I love the format, by the way.
Dude, it's just another one, isn't it?
They won against They won against Heretics, so I actually don't know. I've thought about this so much, but my brain is like mush today. So I do think that it goes to them because Mates is already through and they have already won against Team Heretics. So Team Heretics would go 2-3 and Navi has the win over them. So they always go above them.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, right, because Jenna. Okay. I'm gonna take your word for it. I'm absolutely just gonna believe you, and that's fine. In that case, it actually does seem fairly viable for Navi to make it through.
So the question is, if Navi make it, right? If they play this week, and as you're saying, it's doable. And if Exit comes back, if it was you, do you swap him back again and play with him for playoffs? I guess you kind of have to.
Yeah.
But what if he doesn't come for playoffs? Navi somehow make it to London. Do you put him in for London?
It ain't happening. it's not what I'm thinking about. It ain't happening.
I like the idea.
Yeah, I mean, I like the optimism.
What did you say last week, though, Slick? Didn't you say something last week that something's not going to happen, and then was it C9?
It's funny that I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it might have been that one. I think that was the one that I felt most confident about with all of our commitments. Yeah,
I think if you go on a run like that in playoffs and you make it all the way to London, I think you keep that roster.
I think it depends how much they've practiced with Exit. Like, if they have done practice with Exit and it's going well, then it would make sense to go with Exit. But if Comeback,
but what if Comeback starts winning and he's unstoppable?
I think
what if he gets one win and the rest just follow?
I think that's also the thing. Is like, was Comeback the reason they got there or not? Would be the other question.
Is he doing well at the moment? Oh, no. We're not allowed to talk about this. Actually, it's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal.
I think it's not illegal. I think the fact that we spent so much time on it warrants us admitting, me admitting that I was wrong, and he hasn't been kind of showing up as much as what I thought he would.
Yeah.
So. We can leave it there, though.
He's got to be in a Turkish-speaking team to
that's
get
what
potential.
It seems like.
Yeah, I think someone has gotten to that conclusion already.
Yeah. The Philu swap over to Smokes. I know that you gave your thoughts on it, Kaquka, in terms of, like, I think you would have preferred him to stick on the chamber. I kind of liked it.
So here's the thing: is like, when we speak about this changes coming in Navi, right? Like them interpreting the meta and deciding a route. Whenever we speak about Navi on the broadcast, is give some help to Ruxic and Hero. Like, if you have these two, they're so incredibly good. And whatever you do has to attend to their needs. Like, they are your winning condition. And it seems like with Philu not being self-sufficient in the duelist, they decided to like maybe move him around. And I was talking to Mini about this yesterday, and I said, well, personally, I would have put Philu on the chamber because he is great with the op, and I think that is where he can shine the most. And then maybe go for a double controller or whatnot, somewhere where I do think both Hero and Ruxic will be incredibly comfortable with.
I'm gonna be a little bit cruel here as well, Sliggy, and set you up with a slightly different question. Is Philu on a chopping block if Navi are looking to actually try and do something even for like stage 2?
I don't. Well,
is
that too harsh?
Can I ask the question?
You answer the question, John.
If I was the coach for Navi, I still think they failed to build around Ruxic and Hero. I think that obviously we haven't seen Exit yet, so like we'd have to see. But I think that even this year, I think it's frustrating because we can see that they're starting. It's almost like a whole split they're behind, if that makes sense. Like at the start of the year, I was like, I still thought at the start of the year, I was like, Hero and Ruxic still need help. And then they started to look a bit okay, and I was like, okay, maybe. And then they ended up having to make the changes to build around Hero and Ruxic still. And I still feel like we're in a position where there's definitely better players out there.
Sure. I think at the moment he has to be on chamber for it to like make sense. I feel bad for him because after like the second week, he was just like, I'm so glad I'm on chamber. I'm an op player. I feel comfy. And they're like, oh, really? You're back on Smokes, mate. You're not going to be opping once. Like I feel a little bad for him, to be honest.
I think it's even harder because at the end of the day, Philu was not even an option that they considered. They trialed him because someone couldn't attend to the trials that day, and they ended up trialing him. And that's how they were like so surprised with him being like, oh my god, he can be so good. And I don't want to be cruel as well, but if it was me, it would be in my head all the time that they're thinking that was a bad idea. Like they knew from the beginning he wasn't on the list, kind of thing.
I can't. I hate hearing anecdotes like that. That like people scouting processes. Oh yeah, mate, you want a trial? Oh, you dropped 30. Yeah, you're in the team. It's like that's not how you build a.
Oh, some people build teams.
Yeah, and they don't make events.
Well, yeah, that seems like it. Let's spin things over to Team Liquid for a second. They're 3-1. Their only loss is to Foot. They've now come away with a victory over NAVI. Admittedly, a 3-mapper. Like, we haven't talked about their performance too much, but they've got like a very clear identity. I feel like they are not struggling in the same way. From the very beginning, they've just kind of, yeah, I think so.
I think they started going away from their identity, and now they're back to their identity. I felt like they went away, like, at least last week. And now they're like, oh, actually, double duelist is how we win everything. That's
yeah, fair enough, because they were playing the KO, right, on Breeze.
Yeah.
Is that the only time they play Breeze, though? Is that just like a map-specific thing rather than a week-specific thing? I'm not sure.
I think that's a Breeze thing, isn't it?
I thought they played Breeze before.
They've played only Breeze once. No, they played Breeze once, and
Sure.
so maybe that is what they're going to do on Breeze. And that might just mean that their Breeze is a bit weak. You don't like it?
Just use the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Agreed.
What are you going to do? Get that? I agree. 1 round, you can throw a knife over towards A main. Maybe you're going to hit 4. If you're really lucky, 5. Still rather just have a Phoenix. It's way better. It doesn't give you any value. I don't understand why anyone would ever play Phoenix, ever play KO instead of Phoenix at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, if Pipson thinks my breach take is hot, then my hot take is KO is fucking ass
And
too,
we're back.
and everyone should not be playing KO.
Can you set the context for that? Because I think I might.
KO historically. Wait, what? Do you mean?
Sorry. If you could take a zoom back,
Oh,
you said Pipson thinks you'll beat
breach.
Breach.
Oh, we had an
missed
icon on
this?
Twitter about
I
breach.
think I missed this. Yeah.
No,
it's
did
not-
you?
I'm not on Twitter. I don't
Long
see this
story
kind of stuff.
short, Breach has a 45% win rate, and Phoenix
Yeah,
has
it's
like a 55% win rate. So, usually when we talk about statistical edges, it's like 2% is like a pretty big statistical edge. This is a 10% statistical edge. So, much like KO, who is also way sub 50, and Phoenix is way above 50. The thing is that I can go, like, when people do analysis like this, and then they're like, yeah, but the reasons why. I'm like, I can say the reasons why, but we're just kind of like, we just say things, and then you just disagree or agree, and then I just go, yeah, but the stats show this, which means, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying there at all?
Yeah, no, I understand.
Like, the knife is really
You're giving
good, is what they say on
anecdotal,
Reddit,
subjective,
but it's-
analysis, but
yeah, people on Reddit just go, oh, why is this not played? And they start giving their reasons. And I know that they're talking nonsense. And then suddenly people start playing Vice. And then suddenly, oh, Vice is good because of the same reasons why they said it was bad 2 weeks ago. And I'm just like, if they looked at the stats the entire time, they would have came to,
it's a very TMV take of you. He's extremely stats pilled when it comes to agent pick rate kind of.
Bro, I was picking Turkish players off of VALORANT stats. Like, I thought I was kind of clear that I was a stats person too.
All I'm saying is that we pitched it today. I called dibs on moderating, but we need a presidential debate between Mini and Pipson about this thing.
Because Pipson's a breach apologist?
I think so, despite the fact he's playing the most broken agent in the game right now and not breach. I don't really know.
Okay, strange. Well, we'll talk about Pipson's team later on. But in fact...
But yeah, sorry, my whole point, my agenda here, instead of, was
KO.
KO. When you see KO in Americas, please reference the fact that KO is awful and they shouldn't be playing it.
Okay.
You can throw my name in there. Unless it's Ethan. Ethan gets a pass.
I was gonna say Ethan.
Ethan has the pass.
He does get a pass, yeah.
Okay.
The KO pass.
All right. Valid. Let's move on to our next game then. We'll talk about Pipson's team now, who lost to FNATIC. But before we talk about the match, there is actually some breaking news as well. So, breaking news! Which is that Sivov is going to be replacing Vekaj due to ongoing health issues is the way that they're framing it. So I'm not exactly
my
sure about the details,
initial
but
response is obviously this, hope Vekaj is okay and everything. But my actual real response was Sivov is an ex-Vitality player that Vitality kicked, and FNATIC could be doing the funniest thing here because obviously Vitality just picked all the FNATIC players.
Unfake is next.
And then, imagine if FNATIC makes Sivov look like a god, and he's just like amazing and just like.
Dude, he had some good games.
Yeah.
He did. I remember watching him, thinking like eye test wise, I was like,
better picks for them now.
He's not.
I thought Sivov was pretty good. Yeah.
What's out there, and because you need to think that there's a lot of players that maybe could fit in for this, but tier 2 is still ongoing. People you can't just get someone from tier
Was
2
he
without
not signed
spending
on
a lot of
team
money.
right now?
He was
Sorry?
playing for Job Life recently, but I don't know if he was like, you know, signed or is on loan or whatever. I mean, Sheep Esports is saying
I don't think
that
he's on a
he's
team.
just reached a verbal agreement. So,
I don't think he had a team.
No, yeah, he wouldn't have. 2025.
no, hold on. Still under contract with Team Vitality following his stint with the French organization between March and July. He is therefore logically leaving the bench to join FNATIC.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think
He's benched.
Yeah.
It's a mutually agreeable situation.
But Fnatic have never lost with a stand-in, right? Well, I don't know. Someone told me this stat, but then I don't know what year it like starts
no.
from.
Fnatic definitely have.
Enzo and fucking
Yeah, that Reykjavik
Hyber.
performance with Hyber, like they,
Yeah, no, that's what I'm
got
saying.
destroyed.
There's a definite cutoff where this starts.
in the 2023 era post, they haven't.
Yeah, I think that might be it. When
Right.
VCT started or whatever. Because
Right.
the beginning of Valorant was irrelevant, apparently.
But if we had Alpha back then, because we were Durka one-man team back then. So
Oh, for
that,
sure, yeah.
that was, you know, an issue. But
I think the sub narrative is incredibly relevant to talk about in this game because,
Yep.
Yep.
they shouldn't really be still able to win these with Desmo filling in, but Desmo fried map 1 as well. He was their only player that was shooting back
It was
against Giants
it was
on
impossible
Haven.
not to cheer for him.
Yeah.
Like I was like sweating for him because yeah, at the beginning of the day they weren't even sure if it was going to be him or Milan because he wasn't like in the database. You remember, you're not on Twitter, Josh,
They
but for
got
the rest,
added,
like there was a
yeah.
point where they added him, so
Right.
Desmo could actually play it, and he did great. He also said on the desk like the moment that he started like shooting, he was like, oh, I can actually shoot against these people. And it feels like Fnatic is the one team in Valorant where it always happens like this. Like the system that they have is so solid that you will replace one of the pieces and they don't suffer as much.
Yeah, the boaster stocks just keep going up and up and up. Especially with results of other teams as well. That helps. I
Oh
would say.
yeah. Oh yeah. The interview was so cool at the end as well. I can't remember who it was, but they were saying that because Desmo did the anti, he was like calling out.
That's
he was
cool.
like
Milan was like,
calling
I don't
anti
even need
for
to
them.
pause. He's already saying everything.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah,
I mean, on
Bren.
map 1, I remember I was messaging Kaquka like, why is Desmo playing Phoenix when Alpha sat there? And so I was criticizing map 1, and then obviously they won map 2 and 3, so I didn't say anything after that. But
Yeah.
I did find it funny
You're
that
very
they
quiet.
went for. It feels like when they use the subs, they want to still go for a pretty rigid approach still. Like they just slot in the sub no matter what,
Mhm.
even if it is literally your assistant coach and you have the best fragger in the world sat next to you. Like
Mhm.
Yeah.
he's still gonna play
Well,
his role.
Desmo played like 3 different roles in the map. Like he started with Phoenix. Then what was the second map? Sorry, the quality is here is terrible. But I think that he played
Viper.
Viper and he played KO
KO.
or something like that. Good for
Dude,
him.
This has got to be such a demoralizer for Giants.
Oh,
They
it's
won
brutal.
5 out of 6 pistols on top of this.
Did they
Yeah.
really?
Mini and I
Oh
have prepared
my
something for this.
God.
Can you tell me what is the common denominator in the 2 maps that they lost that is not happening on map 1? Take a second.
Okay.
Yeah, like
The
me and
common
Kaquka
denominator
are
on
ready.
Bind and Breeze.
Which team
That
are we
didn't
looking at right
happen
now?
in map
Gen
1.
X.
The Giant X.
Mm-hmm.
A Giant X start on the attack side?
Way easier than that.
I don't know.
Senti? But
Well, on
these
map
maps?
1 on Haven, they're playing double duelist.
Oh,
Then
I
they
see.
move on to Bind, and they decide, despite having Cloud, to put Flickless, who has been so good with the freaking Sentinel and the Viper, to put him on Sky, so Cloud is playing Tejo. And then we move on to the next one, and again, so yeah, it's just
What I find really funny is they made Westside, who's a Sentinel, like traditional Sentinel player, learn how to play Waylay, like nerfed Waylay, which I don't think is very easy to do. He didn't play it in the series, and he's been really good on Waylay, and he's been good on Phoenix. And
Yeah,
like,
yes.
imagine holding your end of the agreement up that hard, and then suddenly on all the other maps, you're just like, oh, never mind, you're just back to like jail again, you know?
Is the idea then that you would propose running Flickless on Viper for those other maps?
Yeah,
So that-
he's been good on Viper.
right, yeah, and just solo Initiator and then put Westside on the duelist.
I think so.
Yeah.
put him on
yeah.
the Phoenix.
like
yeah.
they were doing so
No, that
good. We
seems
thought
pretty
that they were
reasonable.
going to struggle a lot with this roles, and they were actually performing so good, being like, damn, serious freaking contenders, let's go. And for some reason they're like, we're doing so good, how about we go back to our ways? And it's like, it's why are you fixing something that is not broken?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not playing double duelists at the moment, it does look hard. A lot of teams are learning that.
This game really confused me. I'm not gonna lie. I was watching the first map, and a lot of what was going wrong with FNATIC had nothing to do with Desmo, and I was like, well, this is a disaster. Like, I mean, obviously you're expected to lose the game, but it's not Desmo losing you these games. He's your best fucking player. And then Milan says in the coach interview after map 1, he's like, something, we just weren't quite on, like, we're going to fix it. It'll be different on map 2. And I was like, sure it will, buddy. Cope away. And then they come out map 2 and put up a 10-2 half on bind. And I'm like, okay, well, he was spitting, actually.
Dude,
I think that's probably just like prac results on bind. It sounds like.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's a stinker from Giants on bind. Well, after this, go to the performance on bind and look at the fast kills. Or I mean, just go to the stats on bind.
Oh yeah,
the
Jesus
fast
Christ.
kill. That God, what's going on? 5 out of 6 pistols. This many fast kills.
Yeah.
Rough, man. I mean, you can just go to the normal stats and just
They were plus 10 FNATIC. Plus 10, sorry, Giants.
Yeah, in terms of fast kills, that's mad.
Yeah.
Both
It
had
is
a
crazy.
game there.
No, Bolster did have a game. Yeah, he's been good recently, man. Fragging, he's been fragging consistently.
Yeah, I think yeah. I'm worried about his mentality when he starts fragging though. I'm like, you still got to think you got to keep that confidence, but still embrace being like, a little bit of a noob too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
everything.
it's just because I'm such a pessimist, but
He's doing everything. He's winning the skirmishes.
Yeah.
He won against Westside in the skirmish.
he's good in the skirmish.
He's
Yeah.
still doing the bids. IGLing with a sub, shooting. What else does he need to do? And you're
pretty
worried about
impressive.
him?
No, what
He's
I
on
mean
his
is like
freaking prime.
I've worked with him long enough to know that like, he's I don't want to like. He's well aware of his position in Valorant is like, the IGO, and he's not as mechanical. But obviously, he didn't
Sure.
start in the game wanting to be the noob on the team who everyone, takes the piss out kind of
He's a
thing.
jet.
Yeah, he wanted to play Jet. So it's like, I hope he's able to continue and not like just have like a bad game and just like think he's shit again in a way. Like when I say embrace that noobiness, it's like, just embrace the fact that you can have variance in your game. You know what I mean? Like it's fine.
Yeah.
I like the way that you're framing it. Embrace the noobiness. That's what I've been doing.
I mean,
my
that's
whole
like
life.
I was gonna say.
with the actual subs, like that was something that I thought about a lot. Was like the sub is never supposed to be good, and a lot of subs think their job is to they're like, oh my god, I'm on a big stage, I'm gonna do my thing, and it's like, no, you're here to just fill a role,
Yeah.
and like have some fun, and if you do that, if you have to do those things, then you will perform better. It's not like you go and you just try and drop 30 and try and impress everyone. And I think that was something where I think FNATIC are pretty good with using subs. So I presume that, they instill that kind of mentality into the players and just have a bit of fun,
Let's assume that Sivov is in for the long term, as in London. I don't know whether that's true, but if they're gonna sign a player, then it's gonna at least be for these playoffs.
Yeah.
But
And if they went with the announcement and everything, I
Yeah.
would assume.
Let's assume that it's fully for London as well. How does that change FNATIC's chances of making a deep run? Because they do look genuinely like one of the teams that could be in the running for, a run up towards a deep tournament placement.
Maybe. I don't
Another
know.
final. Say it, Josh. Another final.
I'm
I
not
think-
going to say another final. They don't look like a top 2 team in the world to me, but I think they do look like a top 5 team in the world to me currently.
Really? I'm
You
worried
don't agree?
that EMEA is really rough right now and it makes them look great.
But they are the best team in EMEA, I think.
Sure, but that's it could be like that saying you're the best team in China.
Right. I agree with you, by the way, but I still think that they are the only EMEA team that I would put in the top 5 globally. Still, I mean, even if you disagree with the statement of where I think they're going to go, FNATIC do well when they get to international events, and their goal is always to place deep, right? Does Sivov being in over Vekaj alter their ceiling
Yes.
for this?
I think that Vikash was playing a role that's slightly different. Like, I don't see Sivov with any Viper play at all, and Viper had become a role that Vikash was kind of filling sometimes. And so they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and think about how they're using Sivov. And that might be that Sivov just copies everything that Vikash is playing, but he's going to need to be brought up to speed. And, in terms of player quality, I think Vikash is probably slightly better. which would lower it a little bit. But then, anytime you bring in a sub this way through a season, your ceiling should probably lower.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not worried about them not making it to London because of this?
Oh, they'll make it.
I think I'm on board with Sliggy's idea that EMEA is kind of crap. So,
Okay. Okay, good. Let's keep going with EMEA. Let's keep talking about this region. Because we've got an undefeated team in here. FUT Esports. Incredible unbeaten streak with a gigantic victory over Karmine Corp, where they should have lost. These motherfuckers should have lost this game, man. I was so pissed. I'm watching it with TMV, who's signed to fucking FUT Esports, and I'm like, rubbing my hands when they win Haven, or rubbing my hands when Karmine Corp are looking like they're coming back in on Lotus. And then, bro, the final moments of Lotus are just a dagger to my heart. They're standing up and celebrating.
Celebrate.
That last
There
round
is
was
one
sick.
meta.
There
is one meta that persists over double duelists, over anything, and is standing up and laughing at your opponent. They were just trying to destroy them mentally. They would win a round. It wasn't looking good. They didn't care. They win one round. Look at them. You're 0-3, mate. You're 0-3. It was like bullying. It was like
crazy.
Somebody needs to stop this. Please stop.
I didn't understand it. I'm watching the game, and the FUT players are taunting Karmine Corp with going, 0-3, 0-3, and I'm thinking, you motherfuckers are about to lose to a 0-3 team. That's more embarrassing. But they've already locked in their playoff spot, and they were talking about, like, taking some experimentation and stuff this week. So maybe they straight up came into this game like, it doesn't matter if you win or lose, just test the ideas.
It was some weird experiments as well. Like, I think Zeus, for me, I don't view him as an opera. I don't think he ever has really been an opera. He's just been a rifle. So putting him on a chamber feels like a little odd. And then is just, every time Sop gets a op out on attack, I think it was bind. They like lost every round because it's just so slow. So that's like the stuff that I want to see.
If he wasn't, if Zeus doesn't, because I think Zeus started using it last year and we were highlighting on desk, I think.
Yeah. A little bit.
If he didn't use the up though, who does? Like, does Sop actually up? I don't think he does that much, does he?
I mean, he was buying it on attack on bind,
Yeah.
so I
think it's healthy in the sense of like, at the end of the day, he needs some sort of versatility, and for them, I think that they're thinking about the next step. Thinking also that EMEA, not the best region in the world at the moment. I would always have the question in my head of, are we playing good, and are we good enough, or are we just better than EMEA? I'm sorry for talking down on my region that much, but it's like this, what you're doing right now will make you the winner of EMEA, but how far can it take you somewhere else?
Sorry, are you framing that as in like the experimentation right now is good because they're at least testing stuff to get outside of their own ceiling? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think it's good as well for like playoffs. Like they're like a team like that creating a few different looks for playoffs where like you can't be too sure exactly what they're gonna run is probably pretty good for like, I think both them and a Ton of Fire have shown that they can actually play styles that aren't just double duelist and still be explosive and aggressive, and also add a tiny bit of like, oh, we're going to change something last second, and it actually looking still pretty decent. So, it might have been a close game, but I think that the actual idea to use it as a bit of a tune-up rather than, we need to dominate this game is pretty respectable in my opinion.
Yeah, especially if it's anti-stratting, dude. When you're playing against a team and they have like multiple comps, even if you're like sure that they won't play the other comp, you have to at least spend like a little bit of time just to kind of look at what they're doing. So that can mess up other teams as well. I do like it. But can we talk about K-Corp a little bit, man?
Yeah,
I agree they should have won, but I just the listening on Bind. You were going to talk about this as well.
The listening on Haven, I was going to say.
Are you going to do listening on Haven? I was thinking about the listening on Bind, where it's I think it was Narrate. I can't remember who else it was, but they're like, Narrate wants to do a plan, and the other guy says no, and then the util's gone, and then they're both completely on a different page. Where it's like, guys, just listen to the first call and just go with it. Like it's not a bad call. Like they're just on different pages.
Which one was this? I can't remember.
This was Bind when they're in hookah.
And
then Narrate wants to like go out, and then I can't remember who he's with. Just says like, no, let's not go
Did they
out.
go back round to wrap round back showers and they got killed?
Maybe I can't
There was a
remember if they went
listen-in where they
back cells or-
defaulted hooker, and then 2 of them went back round to showers, and footed pushed showers, and they just killed them.
Yeah, it might have been this one.
Yeah.
I just remember listening, like, oh man. And then we got there was a round on Lotus where Avaz is just like team flashing all the time. And I was, oh my god,
That's an Aves special, man. He
It's
loves
not, how
that.
though? How's it still happening?
He loves that, doesn't he?
It's just like, oh, I could wrap it round and just goes to the right and just wrecks the rest of his team. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
when
man.
I saw them coming back out with Aves on Phoenix again, I was like, oh boy, we're in for a good one. We're in for a good one. Because they completely changed back their stuff, right? Like they were running Dossier on Neon last week, and they really have been like throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks, basically. And now they're back to, I guess, what you would consider to be the normal roles for them.
Yeah, dude. I think this is the listen. We're talking about the same listen. So I'm focusing on the M part where these two are just on like a completely different page. Like if for both their util to go and the rate's like, let's go. Like nope. Right.
I think the way I watch VODs is just like I got to the point where they brought back round showers and died. I was like, that's over. I'm skipping to the next round.
Okay, yeah, don't even want to listen in.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the Haven thing that you wanted to bring up, Minnie?
Haven was like they defaulted middle and then said to reclear A. And when they recleared A, there was this really obvious, like it felt like they had no confidence as to how to scale back into A long. And like with FNATIC, I just remember thinking that like if in FNATIC we would have like a bit of like a rules around how to reclear a spot. Like we know that this player's going to peak like this, and then we're going to trade off of him, and then to clear the bricks, like one player's going to go up or whatever. And it just felt like they were having to calm all the micro they were doing. Like they were like, "Oh, I'm going to peak now," and it just felt really like tense and nervous, and like everyone's like, "And now I'm going to clear bricks," and it just felt like in teams I've coached, it was like a bit more relaxed because we've already done that 100 times. We know how to reclear A. We don't need to kind of talk in that way. And what ends up happening is the bricks guy just absolutely shits on all of them. So he's just got a sheriff, like, the one guy spotting here, one guy with the sheriff, and because they're having to like even the way he clears that corner isn't that great. He's just running at them, and it just becomes But it's hard. Like I think these listen-ins like do obviously sell teams that do bad stuff sometimes, and there are great teams who are going to be doing that stuff too, and so but it is pretty bad obviously when KC are looking a bit lost.
The Haven, they can definitely beat a lot of teams on Haven though in the EMEA. Like the Haven,
just like last year,
I
they have
think
one map
that's-
that they can win. The problem is the other 6.
But that's what happens. Like who was it on Split? Like Pacific. It's because like the reps they've got on Split and Haven respectively are 5 times more than the other reps they get. So you're going to get good at the match by the official reps. And so it's like, they're good at the map. Why can't they be good at the others? It's like, well, they haven't got the reps like the other maps.
I hate to tell you guys, the next game that they've got coming up is against NAVI, whose permaban is Haven.
Yep.
So this is about to be a disaster to end, and they're already 0-4. And then the only map that they've won, all stage, is getting banned. So when we say that they can win maps, I think that streak might be over.
Yeah,
I think
so.
I mean, this team is cooked, bro. This team is cooked. Right, let's move on.
Yeah.
I mean, things are already bad enough there. Yes.
Yeah. Heretics played against Gentle Mates here, and this is a really important game actually because it's shaken a lot of stuff up. Koshmaris, the new duelist, comes in, drops +20 on the game overall. Am I being too optimistic here to say that some hope has entered my body for Heretics?
Dude, I'm all on board. I think they look good. I'm in. I'm on board. Let's go for it. Let's see. Dude, I'm thinking London.
Oh,
you're thinking London?
The problem is that like I'm kind of the same, but the problem is like what we forgot one. They got a sample size of 1.
Yeah,
and
that's crazy.
I'm on the same page. I'm like everything here. I've been waiting to say nice things about Heretics all year. And here it is, everything at once is just looking beautiful. But I can't do it. If you were doing it, I can't do it as well.
No. I'm gonna be devil's advocate and shut things down a little. Listen, I'm a Team Heretics fan. I want this team to be good, but for the sake of the show, I want you two to both glaze, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. I don't know what side Kaquka you're on, but
Is that a question?
Well, yeah, I suppose it makes sense. You're gonna be with them as well, but I'll do my best. I'll try to 1v3. What's
I mean,
Yeah.
I think if it just took in individuals, like it's a stand-up performance from Kosh for sure. Like this is the best we've seen. He actually like was really good on the and looks comfy. Does some weird buys, man. It looks horrible to play against, like the Odin stuff, the Bucky stuff. Like he's good with all of that. But my main thing was I'm watching these teams play Fracture, and I would say 1 out of 5 Fractures I'm hating, and they're pushing against the Veto, and I'm just like, yes, finally, bro. People are. I want teams to not be able to play Veto on this map. Like because I
it's
just want.
diabolical.
I want there because everyone's thinking, oh, lad, just think about when we get over towards the site, bro. I don't want you getting anywhere near that site. I want you being run down within the first 5 seconds, and they're either getting info of where you are or they're just melting a couple of people that are there, because this trip just doesn't work. Especially how
The dish trip.
I was gonna say,
not the
how
dish
much
trip, like
on
the one
that
that
do
they put
you
on the
think?
floor, like just a,
How much
just on
do
the
you
signs.
think is also in the way that Mates was using Veto? As in,
I mean, it was crap.
I think that there is a part of fault. Like, I really, really like the way that they were playing on the defense. I even did a telly after it because they moved in super fast, and they also interpret that Martin is going to be somewhere in the map alone. And putting Martin out of the pack when he's been like your star duelist, when you have Beeple, who is currently the worst player in our league, and you're putting all of your resources into him, like entering and creating this space. Like this set rounds onto A, cool. But the moment that Team Heretics made some of the early decisions from the defense, I think that Martin just could not do anything about it. If you add that on top of a Koshmaras that is not scared to play the way that he's playing, and Riens is on his back playing how he's playing this last 2 weeks, you're done, man.
I mean, they got him off the sky. That's the biggest thing. Everyone's back on comfort. Even Benji's getting
On
comfort
sense.
as well.
Everyone's back on sense.
Yeah, so it just makes a lot of sense.
That does make a big difference.
It is a
Riens,
big
for
difference.
some reason,
yeah.
just looked so uncomfy on Sky.
He always has been.
Has he?
Yeah,
I was
bro,
thinking
look
about
at-
this,
look
and
at his-
I couldn't
look at his
remember
Sky
from the
stats.
past.
Sky stats
Right,
are crazy, man.
I think the Fade, like when I watched this, watched this game quite closely. Like there were so many instances where he had eye lineups for stuff that I hadn't seen before, or were just like very creative individual agency that you would think Sky has more individual agency than a Fade does, but for whatever reason, it just seems like Rian's just way more like in tune with just Fade as an agent. And honestly, I think Fade is a better agent overall than Sky, despite the buffs to Sky.
Dude,
All
look
right.
at those.
You guys have been too positive, so let me try to throw some shit at you. First of all, the sample size is egregious, guys. They've played against Karmine Corp, who are a free win on any map that isn't Haven right now in EMEA. Like, actually, they are the team secret of your region. They are a walking dub in the column. They just wander around handing out free wins to people.
And then, mate, move on.
And then Gentlemate's Fracture is egregious. Like, their Fracture is really, really poor. The Martin Veto, someone needs to be studied, whoever came up with that one. I don't know what
dude,
what on earth? He's the only player on your team that's performing at a top level, and you've got him on Veto? What are we thinking?
It also didn't make sense. I was going earlier trying to gather the clips, and then I looked at the document, and Minnie's already got the same clips that I had ready to go.
So
I want to
mean-
push back just one thing because I didn't really play Heretics as much. Is that like obviously Mates were? I think Mates' Fracture's awful, but like Heretics' Fracture from a like when I was watching it, I was like, I could send that playbook to a good team, and if they copied it, it was actually good. Like they had multiple people in every lane looking for information. They're using Cypher camera to set up ops. They were pushing out proactively in places that, like, you know, historically, you know, EG wouldn't push out places, and they did quite well. But like since then, the game's developed in a way that's like people will push out A main quite a lot, but Heretics are going a step beyond even that, where they're pushing out arcade mid round and kind of understanding how to be proactive on that map. So I think their map theory actually makes a lot of sense. So I agree, sample size is low and Mates are bad, but Heretics' theory was pretty sound.
I mean, the other part to it too is Mates have just got really, really underperforming players.
Oh yeah, here's some of the clips. So the way Mates were playing the Veto was basically 4-1. So the Veto is the one playing like a Killjoy, and Heretics just pushing out. And like I don't really I say it every single week. I feel like on Plat chat, I'm like, if you want to play Veto right now, just play Chamber, because no team has actually done anything with the Veto that a Chamber could not do.
What in the fuck was this round, bro? What was this round doing? They're execing A and then pushing spawn to go through to B to help the B lurk or something? What were they I literally cannot understand what Mates were cooking in this round. I watched it back 2 times, and I still can't understand it. I went back through it, and I was like, at what point did this become an audible?
Which
At what
round is
point,
it?
like, who called who over into where? Like, can we wind this one back and look at the minimap for a sec? And, like, this is the team that Heretics is beaten, and you're telling me they're going to London.
No, they look. I'm telling you, man, the reactions are good. They're looking comfy. It looks drilled.
Okay, yeah. My Spike's
the round
going
I was
alone
illustrated.
through tunnel right now. Martin's getting pushed in spawn. Yeah, okay. Now, the Brim is reacting B as the fake is going A, and then the fake goes through a spawn to B? This is the round?
Yeah, but
Now-
imagine they get those kills.
But this also must have been a pre-barrier call, no? Because the Spike started walking tunnel at the very beginning of the round.
I think it was just a weird spread default where there's going to be dish pressure. They're going to finish B. That's what it is.
But if there's dish pressure and they're finishing B, wouldn't you assume the dish pressures are going to go back to like back round
Yeah, but
to arcade?
I think maybe it was a pre-round call, but it could equally have just been like, oh, therefore they pushed a main. There is
react.
a gap on dish to push out right now.
Yeah.
I don't
mean,
think it's a good call for what it's worth, but
it is just a react. But dude, I just can't
baffled. I was
understand this
baffled.
whole pre-barrier call where it's like they do 4-1 and then the Vito's playing on top of his own trip. What's the point in the fucking
like
trip?
it doesn't make any like Killjoys and Cyphers. Maybe that's how you play those agents. Vito is in. He's, like, what is he supposed to do? Like
What's his trip doing as well, man? Like it doesn't do anything.
He had one good trip at dish, I think. He threw a
aggro.
forward.
I hate
The
that
aggro,
dish.
yeah, the
I
aggro
agree.
throw
I
dish.
agree,
What,
I
is that
agree.
one not good? Because it feels like if they do a north side crunch against you, doesn't it stop it?
You can't talk to Minnie about Dish. He doesn't believe in default.
I don't believe in dish.
But
I just think it stops a north side crunch, which in theory, no one's fucking doing them anymore, by the way. But like in
I know.
theory,
Also,
north side
Northside
crunches.
crunch.
I actually don't know whether it does, but surely that's the point of it, isn't it?
you would maybe get early info that you can get out of there. I agree.
Does it not tether the first
I
person
don't
and
think
stop you
you
getting
could,
run
you
down?
could shoot it, but
Yeah, it's just like
yeah,
if someone
I don't
is dish, they just shoot it, right?
I don't know. I think if you're going fast, I think the point is that the fast person's supposed to go. Anyway, who the fuck cares? They're dog shit, man. That's my point.
I just like that we're problem solving for them.
Yeah.
I think that the Casey did Heretics a favor. Sorry, yeah, Casey did Heretics a favor because mates won against Casey with this comp and they thought they were the shit. They thought they were the shit.
Oh,
And
it's the
they
same-
played
same
exactly
theory.
the same way. Where Martin, yeah, he got some frags because he's Martin. He can fucking shoot,
Yeah.
but he was not finding value, and they played the exact same way. So Heretics was like,
So
it's
they
easy,
should
and
like
that was it.
the solution is just play him. I would just play him Phoenix on this map.
dude, every map.
Mates have made playoffs, but you were saying earlier, Kaquka, Bipo's the lowest rated player in EMEA at the moment. Second lowest rated is Starkso, and they're a 2-2 team. It's not like you expect those stats from someone
For you
who's
to
been getting
understand
dominated.
how fucking good Martin is.
Oh my lord! Wait, is it? Am I going crazy? On my screen, if you sort by rating, Starkso's third from the bottom. What are we sorting by?
He
here?
has the same as
Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So Bipo and then Starkso. I mean, that's tough. And I feel like Mini's not having games where he takes over as often, but his stats are actually still good. But I swear, like compared to Kickoff, he's not dominating the game in the same way. And I don't know why it's not showing up quantifiably in the stats, but I mean, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe that's the answer. But he doesn't feel as dominant in the games.
Yeah.
His stats are, I think, a little bit lower than they were.
Right.
Like if you're to by rating, that's the thing. Like it's a bit, but you have to do like rating and ACS and ADR or whatever, and try and go between the two,
Yeah.
go between the three.
Are
It's
they going to
pretty-
do
yeah.
anything, mates?
If they go heavy Phoenix, maybe.
I trust the coaching staff to
Mm-hmm.
fix some stuff. It's the first time where I thought there's some criticisms valid towards the coaching staff, and it'll be fun to see if they do fix those things. And they haven't shown that they've shown that they can do good stuff. So I would
Yeah.
hope that they can,
Okay.
do some of the obvious stuff.
I need themselves to take them. I need them to take themselves more seriously. Like I know that Starkso is the kind of character that he is, but I think it's already boring. You know, like it's already too much. I'd rather you focus on actually being a good contender and a good player than being like, yeah, we're cooked without the Euro and this and that. Oh yeah, I fucking love Vita is what I'm gonna do all the time. It's like, love the personality that you're bringing out and whatnot. I need some balance here. I need one little bit of seriousness for me to for me to support you, you know?
I love when people are playing against Gentlemates because they really want to win, man. And I don't know if it's the Starkso effect, but like listening into Heretics when it's Benji, just like I really don't want to fucking lose to these, man, please. Like I love that there's characters in this that people are just like I don't want to fucking lose to this guy.
Like, where it's like you're losing to a guy who's doing TikTok dance in front of you. It's
Yeah,
like the same kind of thing, I think.
Dude, it's so good for the game, man. It's funny.
You've just reminded me that like Woot and Benji were so determined to win this game.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Isn't Benji friends?
I think
with
it's also
a bunch of
because I don't know if it was
Yeah, probably.
I don't know if it was palpable like in the English community, but in the Spanish community, even Arnau, one of the owners of Heretics, came out to say, because there was some conversations about the changes that had been made in Heretics were to make Wood comfortable because he didn't want to be primary duelist, but then he wanted, like, there was like a lot of question marks there, and I think that they really from the beginning trusted the process with Koshmaras.
It was a good interview, and you can find it translated on Reddit, actually. But if we talk about it, we're going to go another 40 minutes on comeback getting cut, and Kurt will cut my head off. No, but it
goes back to comeback all the time.
Yeah, it does. No, it was interesting. They were saying that they were trialing Jemkin and... who was the other one? Jemkin, Kiko, and fucking... Where is this thing? I wrote it down somewhere. Oh, and Vekash as well. Vekash, Jemkin, and Kiko. They said that they trialed for the Heretics spot originally, which I think is interesting. Jemkin Heretics would have been cursed. There's something so weird about that. I don't know why.
Maybe. Well, they would have been unbelievable.
It could have been amazing. It just feels wrong in my head, you know? It just feels like off. Let's talk about BBL versus Vitality. This game was... This game, I mean, this is what the people have been waiting for, is for us to discuss this fucking game. And all of the comms segments that we've discussed all day have been leading to this moment right here, right now. Holy shit, what a goddamn disaster. The reputation will possibly never recover. No?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to have to be a big bounce back, I feel like. But yeah, it's... dude, it was rough, man. This breeze was... I could only think about this breeze, to be honest, out of the whole game. I can't remember the other maps. The breeze was all I could think about.
Oh my god,
the last round was insane.
Wait, I got a lot. We could go for Haven quickly, and I could just set up Haven, and then we can go to the disaster class after. So Vitality, basically, like I obviously, knowing this is probably the biggest death segment for EMEA of the year, I'm obviously preparing very hard for this game. Haven was a lot of Vitality attack side looking okay. Ultimately, they ended up with like a B exit kind of game plan, which worked despite it not being the best idea because B is pretty crap. And obviously there's a breach there, so I'm secretly hoping, you know, Vitality smash this comp so I, you know, win the Pipson war. And you know, it looks good. It looks good to start with, and then it switches over to the defense, and that's obviously where things start to bad. And I think that there's so many egregious examples of individual deaths. I think the summary for this series for me is basically the amount of times that individuals are just dying on Vitality's side. Like on Haven defense, I got Sayonara's mistakes are on round 13. 21, Yampi round 15, round 23, Durka round 16, and those are all like either first deaths solo or mid-round solo deaths where they're just randomly walking around and dying. And I don't understand it. Like, what that suggests to me is that their defense doesn't have enough of a structural system. Like, if you just have people just randomly walking around and dying or just holding sites by themselves and dying, I don't really understand, like, what's going on. And I think that's something you noticed like in the past, was that there was a bit too much freedom. Like, what is Yampi doing there? Solo A site against Breach.
I've been on this train for weeks as well. Their defense side is way.
I think
way
it was you actually as well, maybe as well.
It's
who was
horrendous.
What's the defense going on? Like,
yeah, it's so individual.
The defensive setups are horrible as well.
Their bind last week was just like, what are we doing? One person has to kill two to win.
And then the other thing on the attack side I noticed was, you know, obviously now with the listenings, I'm taking every single fucking detail I possibly can. Attack side listenings. Chronicle was the one on this map who was in that one listening, calling the mid round, and then Dirk is planning off of him, and then Sayonara is the one who's dead who finishes off the round to explaining what's going on. And at no point did Yampi say anything. And I was like, okay, that's like further evidence that what we're going to be getting to on Breeze in a second. I imagine like that. What is Yampi doing in some of these mid rounds? Like there was no comms.
Yeah, there's no plans.
All right,
They
well,
seem
let's-
to be very fragile in the sense that
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
I think that
asking
they
for
really like mentally fragile in the sense that the for the first game for the Lotus, I think that they prepped very well and they were happy with it and things going well, fine. But I think that they do not have the ability to bounce back. Mentally, they crash out. They start falling into these mistakes, and everybody starts playing for themselves, kind of thing. And they just seem completely separated and mentally boomed.
I want to talk before we go into Breeze about the comms check-in that we heard on Lotus. The Lotus comms check-in was cool in some ways and worrying in some other ways. So the cool part that I didn't even realize, maybe this was also happening on FNATIC, you'll have to fill me in, Mini, is that Chronicle and Durka, when they were the last two alive, were communicating in Russian together.
Yeah, they were, yeah.
Right. And then Yampi, now, the way it plays out is almost scriptedly funny.
Yes.
In that as soon as Yampi tries to interject, with the world's most polite, could I say something? Immediately, there's an op shot that rings out, and it's like a sitcom. It's like he distracted the guy and he died. I don't think that's actually what happened, that he distracted him and he died. It just happens to be coincidentally exactly when he got killed by the op. But man, it's fucking funny that your IGL is asking permission to speak in the middle of the clutch scenario.
Just say it, man.
But also, he can't understand what they're saying. He might be saying the same thing that they've just discussed with each other.
That's also true, yeah.
Or maybe, he doesn't speak Russian, does he? He's Finnish. I don't know.
I found the. I'm so sorry. I found the round. If you want to listen to it.
It's all right, Kurt.
Yeah, we can listen in.
You can say something.
Yeah, my level's super loud, so I don't mean to be screaming at you. All right, here we go.
Are you playing the listening? Oh,
Let's find out as we check in on those comms.
Down. In smoke. Nice. Assist. Secret assist. Pop it.
Spike down
Я
A.
пачку беру. У меня на Б2. It should be open C, boys.
Я пачку беру.
A should be clear. It was 2 on B and 1 on C.
Да.
Could be A now, though.
Короче, у них вайза была на Б, я так понял, еще один секрет, да?
Да.
Raise was secret, Kron. Sorry, can I say something?
Operator, I mean, who's holding me? Stairs.
I mean, that's pretty much it because he's in the solo now.
Yeah, again, he did not distract to cause the death there necessarily, but it's really good.
I think
it's
the
really
thing,
funny.
like obviously, like with these listings, you can only interpret like obviously there's gonna be a lot of bias. So like, but one thing that I'm looking out for now is like Durka and Chronicle, the most experienced players by far on the team, most successful players on the team by far. It feels like the dynamic of him asking for permission. There's that extra layer of like, well, are you the leader or are you kind of like almost scared or timid around the players that are more successful? If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like putting him on a pedestal almost.
And I obviously can't come to that conclusion from that one clip, but you could easily interpret it that way.
I think something that a lot of people don't realize that they do is that they like frame stuff as questions when it would be so much better to frame it as a like command in communication. I noticed that better teams tend to do this more. So like instead of saying, you know, can you swing this with me? You just say swing this with me.
Swing this.
Yeah,
and
it
improves the comms so much. But like that is the extreme version. I think.
Yeah, and I think that I have to reference Boaster in the fact that like he would never have asked for permission or would ever like he's gonna. It's funny that someone who's so like whimsical is also like the most direct and blunt.
Great leader.
Yeah. So I you know, I forget sometimes that, you know, yes, he is a good leader and I will give him his props that, yeah.
Yeah.
There are certain ways he acts.
Even though it pains you to say.
Pains me to say that my friend is actually pretty good at what he does, but...
It was kind of...
That was the map that they won as well.
Yeah, it was.
This is the map that they lost.
They had another listening on the same map, right, where it was Durka and Yampi and they speak Finnish in the 2vx as well.
On Lotus?
Yeah, I think
I
it was
don't remember
Lotus. Yeah, they went to a 2vx and they started speaking Finnish as well. Big Russian, Finnish, and just English.
We had a debate about it when we first were in FNATIC, and I just thought it was like it's a bit of fun.
It's
like,
fine.
You know what I mean? Just a bit of fun.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think the concern would be if the players say something that is actually important for the IGL to pick up on as well. Like
I think in the clutches,
it was only ever in the clutches though.
Well, yeah. Because it's only when they're the last two alive. Yeah.
When normally you're just not going to interject, to be honest.
You disagree, Bear?
No, I disagree in the sense that, again, I could never be a pro player for many reasons, but this would make me feel insecure in the sense that if I was, for example, Prophic, I am never going to have that synergy with Dirk. I'm never going to have that synergy with Chronicle because I cannot. If I am in a clutch with him, I cannot do that with him. You know, like there is a level to it that I will feel excluded from being part of that.
I know it. Like when I was coaching, it made me feel like, oh, I got like something really cool in my team. Like, it's so cool that these two players can just have this like connection.
But if that ends up being with your IGL being like, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Can I say something?
But I think they only do it in situations where honestly, normally I would say 19 out of 100 times someone's not going to interject. I would say
because it is strange. Like what was
obviously I would assume that is the idea, but that I'm just saying how I would feel if I was someone that is not part of that.
You know what's interesting though is a lot of. I mean, I'm not going to say a lot of. This does seem like an exception. But have you listened to the NRG comms videos where some of the players have Ethan coach them through clutches?
No.
You've never seen that? It's fucking awesome.
Oh, really?
It's because Ethan is so good in the clutch. I've seen it to an extreme degree such that Scuba has one time asked, maybe this has happened multiple times, but I've heard a comms video where Scuba's asked, Ethan, what do I do here? In a clutch scenario.
That's cool.
And and sometimes it will just be like, a small piece of backseating, but they trust him so much that they like go and do what he says. And you're never going to get that, but most teams I don't think have that either.
Well,
or would want that.
Players in my team would tell Boaster to shut the fuck up. Despite the fact that he was obviously the best clutcher and would almost always give them like the best advice possible. But like some players just don't want like to be like, shut up, I need to focus kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about Breeze. I mean, did we just watch the final round? But I mean, man alive, let's run it again, please, Kurt, because we've got to we've got to take this in all of its goddamn glory, and then we can go back to talking about the comms because there is another really important comms moment on Breeze too. But let's just take. I think this is best enjoyed from the minimap view. I don't know. Should we? How do we want this main course here of BBL Vitality?
Raw.
Yeah, we can
this
do minimaps.
This is the dessert, I think.
Yeah. Well, here they come. In on the A exec. They're 5-12 down at this point. It's already kind of miserable. Pit gets put down, really difficult to get through. And at this point you've got to be decisive.
Yes. Decisive.
And that's a big problem for Vitality at the moment.
Problem.
Can we have a look at the minimap here? Because I think the rest of this is. I mean, what do you think the best call is in this moment? I mean, frankly, the most important thing is that you just make a call. But 20 seconds on the clock.
It's really pixelated for me, but I presume you just. I think I was watching Anders stream and we called between the pyramids cleavage, and he was just saying, "Why don't you just plant cleavage?" So I'm going to presume that planting cleavage is. I can't see the minimap because it's so.
Could you blow it up for us, Kurt? Is that possible? Could you blow it up and like pull it back a little bit? Because this is the disaster moment. Yampy straight up like sits there for a long time, just waiting under bridge.
Yeah, Yampy was there for like 15 seconds, and it was
with
like
the
30 seconds.
They have the angles covered though if they do plant in between, right? Because they have main and Yampy has spawn.
Yeah.
So you would just be able to plant outside.
Well, you're going to be planting there.
And if the person moves out of the pit, you just kill them.
You're never pushing pit. You're probably not rotating to B because it's too risky. And so you're left with plant in a spot that's safe, and the safest plant spot is cleavage.
Yeah. I wondered whether they were contemplating pivoting B as well, and then
they didn't have time, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they did if it was like relatively instant.
I think Yampy probably wanted them to, like, if I'm speculating, Yampy was positioned to try to pivot B, and then everyone's just kind of standing around.
Yeah, they're not great with plans, man. They're really not. Dude, but also just like going on their, like we were hopping on about their defense setups on other maps, but their defense setups on Breeze, man, it's like watching FNATIC again. It's like, why is my Harbor playing solo A?
Yeah.
We've done a whole thing about it. Why is he anchoring site and then not even leaving site, fighting site?
So
And he
here
looks so uncomfy on Harbor.
Yeah.
Breeze
Yeah.
defense. My first note here is solo site hold game plan.
Yeah.
KO anchors B solo. Viper anchors A weak side solo sometimes. Harbor anchors solo. Like what? That's not.
Not a thing.
Breeze is a kind of like a retake-ish kind of map in my opinion, especially on A. Yeah, sideshow. By the way, I liked that stat in the other podcast you do, which should not be named. But
Oh yeah.
Breeze is like on B side. It's asked to retake that side of the map.
Yeah.
Why are you playing one there? Like you can't do that. And then A is so misunderstood. People keep playing that right side pyramid solo. That's why Meteor, by the way, sucks right now, is because they keep putting him solo positions where you can't hold. And it's just I just so annoyed watching.
That's
teams.
what Boaster was doing week 1 when he was playing
Yes.
Breeze, and
Yeah,
then
and
they
we framed
changed
the
it up
hell out of it.
completely. Yeah, but they changed it. The other teams still haven't learned, I think. There's so many harbors just getting completely overwhelmed trying to anchor behind.
But I think that's when you
the
know
pyramid
there's a lot of stuff going wrong where you don't have time to look at that stuff. That's when like I
I
really
think
worry.
that for some, it's just where are those teams that just start maps nice and don't need to fix it though? Like where have they gone?
No, it is true. The theory on some of the stuff we're seeing is just.
Surely this is
missing.
nostalgia glasses, isn't it? There were a lot of teams that had bad approaches to maps.
No, of
early
course,
on.
but
Mhm.
I was a coach back then, so I didn't really.
Right, you weren't watching.
It was,
we-
I
we
was
didn't-
rubbing my
yeah.
hands like, oh, this is an easy week for me. They're
Yeah.
playing right side pyramid or KO solo B using his ult randomly on the site by himself. I'm gonna fucking own these noobs. Oh wait, shit. There's actually a team called Loud that are actually pretty good, but
Yeah.
apart from that,
Yeah.
Golden Breeze.
Let's. Which round was it where the Breeze voice listening was? Does anyone remember?
I think they did a couple.
Oh,
I
the
know
one
the
that I
one-
the one that I
I know
remember.
the one you know, yeah.
I don't know how it works, but I feel like Pansy was just begging them, like, please just play another.
The one that I remember is where Yampy is saying that they need to do something,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
we
I
need-
thought
we
that
need
was
to
on their
do something.
attack side.
Wait, I
maybe
actually got it
wasn't.
down because I was gonna do a segment. I can one sec.
The chat is saying round 10, but I think that was the pal smacks the desk.
Do
stick
something.
to
It's
the
11,
fucking game
11,
plan.
11
That was
3.
sick, yeah.
It was 11-3.
Okay, so it's round 15 then.
Yep. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't know how to do rounds. My maths is bad.
Yeah. So round 15, if we could pull that up, Kurt, with the audio. So it's on the attack side. And I think this brings us back to the discussion about the like falling stuff too. My take on this is that BBL's... Oh, here we go. If it's ready, let's go into it. I was just trying to buy some time. Yeah, let's have a listen to
It's
this.
got to be hard for them to navigate. Let's hear how it sounds.
David, can you smoke cross?
Yes, smoke
And I knife and a bulldog.
Careful, close aim in, I'm not holding.
Oh, drop check. They're getting shot, I flash. I think.
I'm reconning. I'm going close in the corner.
Yes.
I'm putting the wall now.
Let's go.
Putting the wall.
Flashing their caps.
One more. Omen aim in, boys.
Going left, yeah, I'm going left.
I'm holding the wall.
Yes.
I'm holding him.
Don't smoke.
TP down. TP down. Left side aim in one.
I have default.
Okay, I'm just gonna plant, boys.
But you can kill the guy aim in. He's
I will
alone.
go bricks.
Let's kill the guy aim in together, boys.
I tap once.
I'm running away from
Watch out, CT yellow now.
Yes.
I will pick on you. Wall up, Kron.
Yeah, I do. I mean, guys, we need to do something. Guys,
Yeah,
get...
I
Hold mid. Mid one.
Fight mid.
Aim it, aim it,
It's
back for
4v2.
it.
It is 4v2. Hold my cross there.
Guys,
One yellow.
I can't.
I have your cross to
Guys, I will go behind me.
One more double door. Out water. You want yellow.
Okay.
Down to Rose now, 1v2. You could hear the tension. You could hear
Yeah,
the pandemonium in the...
The thing is, they win this round as well, but the ideas are all over the place, aren't they? Like, I hear a call to go and clear the player in A main, and then I hear a completely different call of Yampy saying I'm going to get the plant down, and then he says I'm going to tap once, but then they never actually go and clear the game. It just feels like there's a lot of people saying that they should do things, but no one picks an idea and does it.
Yeah, I mean, we used to have this. Well, we used to have the opposite issue of there was no plans, so we just needed anyone to say anything. So then you just stick to anything, and you can definitely just implement something where it's just like first person that makes it just like whatever the first person says, just fucking do it. It will look better than being caught in the middle way. Just like, should we do this? Should we do this? I want to do this. Yeah, just first person that calls something, just do it.
I think it's the part of the reaction that is missing. Because as you're saying, Josh, like they go and say, okay, I'm going to tap this. And then the initial idea is that they're going to go push the person that's in main. And then there's a smoke and then they block. like the second like the reaction to what BBL does is like, I don't know. I guess next thing. And then, you know, you listen to whatever somebody else says and you just leave those doors open.
One of the things that I learned in medical school, one of the few things that stuck with me, is the bystander effect. Where if you say somebody, like if you're addressing a crowd and you're like, somebody needs to do something, and this is important in first aid, right? Someone's had a disaster. If you say to a crowd of people, somebody call 999 or whatever country you're in, nobody does it because they all think somebody else is doing it. But if you look at a person or you say their name and you say, you call 999, they're going to go and do it. So like what I'm not hearing in those comms is Yampy saying, I'm going to tap Durka, come and clear the smoke with me. Or like, you know, Sayonara says, let's clear A main, but he doesn't say, you know, Yampy, Durka, push A main and Prophet around the other side. You know, like I feel like if there's more individual authority there, then they're going to get it done. On more specificity as well. I don't know.
You got taught that in medical school? They taught us that in school.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're
yeah, but we're English.
It's all right to teach it twice.
I learned that from a psychology lecture.
Yeah.
YouTube. I think this clip is like, the situation is pretty hard they're in. It's not an easy one. So I don't expect specificity in the way that you're kind of thinking. Like I think that overall, I think those seeds are planted that they don't do that stuff. But I think in this exact moment, I'm like, I don't expect Sayo to be like, hey, do this, I'm gonna do this. Like him saying let's clear A main, I think is way more than enough, and they should just be able to do that. I think using any more mental power to like is probably way too hard. Like they get half a second to look at the radar. Let's clear A main, and I think that's, you know, reasonable.
It's just sticking with the fast call. I'm telling you, it works, dude. Valorant, you can say the dumbest thing and it can work. It's fine. Just whatever the first call is better than this midway point.
My theory for fixing Vitality is that there needs to be a death of free thought on this team. I want them to use the BBL system of last year where they had a lot of pre-barrier set ideas. I want them to have set pre-barrier calls. Yampy had a really large playbook to call from last year. I want to see...
I think everybody looked up to Yampy a lot in that, and I don't think that happens in...
Yeah, different dynamic. I agree.
But I mean...
They should still have a... Especially defense, man.
If it doesn't...
That doesn't mean you can't have that playbook system, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying the death of free thought. Whoever the free thinkers are, crush them. Crush their ability to think. I mean, I think
Chronicle and Durka yearn for the lack of free thought. Like, they didn't have free thought when I was coaching them.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe they were looking for something different.
Yeah,
away from you.
Maybe they thought the
grass was greener.
You know, without having, you know, rights and freedoms, but
now what are they doing with their liberty? Losing. You can't spell liberty without a fat L. Speaking of a fat L, what about BBL? What about flipping this over to the other side? They've got themselves into playoffs. They might be able to recover their season here, which was looking absolutely disastrous. I mean, this is a big result.
Yeah.
I think
they
I'm impressed
suffered
with
a lot from the Euro nerfs, but now I think that they've understood that making Lovers Rock comfortable is one of their biggest win conditions, and that's what they're doing. And apparently it's Jet, and on Haven putting LaRock behind him, it just looks too good because LaRock is a great breach, and he just feels like he can play the most normal Jet in the world, and then in the rest of the maps, yeah, same. Potato potato. Bren was also having a lovely day. It seems like they're very on board with everything.
I would like them to lean into the double duelist a little bit. I know it's not possible on every map with how they play, but I think moving away from the Cypher and just put Kreven on the Viper gives them like more options on some of these maps. That's how I'd look at it. But again, you kind of have to run a Senti on at least like 3 maps at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for me, I think that like the resilience was quite good for this game. Like they're winning Lotus and then get reversed, and then on Haven they're down like 8-4. Could easily have just crumbled, considering how this group stage has been a lot about their mental fortitude being not there at all, and their bravado and ego being kind of shattered completely. It feels like a very strong turning point, maybe for their kind of attitude mentality. It seems like they're giving it less, even though I kind of want them to give it more. But
I didn't know if they were giving it less because because you could tell in the skirmish that they kind of like LaRock and Yampu got on.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's because like they get on or whether it's just like that's because we're losing kind of.
In every interview, it feels like there's a resistance to say things.
Sure.
Oh, really?
Now.
You think that?
Yeah, they've definitely toned it down on purpose for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll talk about BBL a little bit more when we talk about the predictions because they've got a big game coming up. But let's go into our Preds and check in on the EMEA match of the week from last week, which was the game that we've just discussed. It was BBL Vitality. Most people thought Vitality were going to win, and I think that's why it was such an insane result in the way that it played out. So unlucky on that one, Timmies, but you'll get them next time, I'm sure. And this first one is the match of the week. We're starting big immediately in EMEA. Our match of the week is Team Heretics versus FUT Esports. And we guaranteed Heretics! Oh no!
Dude, I thought you were against Heretics.
No, he was pretending though, like
no.
Gosh, you had one job.
But I am against them a little bit, but I don't want to root for FUT, and I don't think FUT are that great.
Is this the last time then we can, like, if they lose this game, is this the last time we can have like actual hope?
Yes.
Like this, because we can't be like in stage 2 if this situation happens again, we can't be guaranteeing Heretics. Surely.
No,
this should never have been a guarantee anyway.
Yeah, we should have got TMV on for that one.
Yeah,
just for the prediction alone.
I mean, TMV is going to eat us alive on this one.
Oh, dude, we're in a song for sure.
Also, I feel like a song. That picture of Kaquka gonna just be posted everywhere when FUT win. That's
the Turkish. Yeah, but like I said before, the Turkish say, let's get you in the worst moment as well. So.
It's not that I don't. So here's the thing. It's more so that I won Heretics in playoffs more that I don't think FUT can win kind of vibe.
Right.
I want to think that Heretics is now bouncing back and they are going to, they're going to start going up. And
we yearn for Heretics. That's what's going on.
Yeah. It's a bit of a hope pred as well.
If we go off of who looked better this week.
It is a useless game for
Heretics.
But don't care about this game.
That's so true, actually. It is, yeah.
But they could go 5-0. That's kind of cool.
Nah, who wants it?
I mean, it's not useless. It's champs points, so I guess.
Sure.
And they might actually. No, they bodied. Well, yeah, I guess they could. Yeah, sure.
All right, let's go on to our next game. That one's the match of the week. That's the one that you can go into the community tab to vote on as well. So if you disagree with us, if you think the FUT are going to win, then let us know.
You're probably right.
Let us know. The next game is Vitality against Pacific.
Oh no, we're doing this again, aren't we? Oh shit.
This has been the most amount of guarantees I think ever, right? Like,
but these are horrible guarantees as well, Minnie.
No,
like this.
Horrible? Vitality
if both
Pacific?
of these, if both of them played like they did this week,
I think you guys
clear.
are so guarantee adverse because for the community it's like made you suffer for like. Why do you care about the guarantees that much?
Because everyone says that we're cursed, mate. You'll get there. Once you're on here more.
But I don't care about the curse. I find it funny.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
You haven't been here long enough.
All right. If you were taking it seriously, though, if our job was that if we get a guarantee wrong, we die in real life.
Jeez.
Then we would just never guarantee any game.
But you can't. What are you going to do? Collude?
Can we the approach and just do a grey instead of black and white?
Yeah, okay. The grey is that you get horribly ill. You don't die. You're just like really unwell.
I'm still messaging Minnie and going, hey, you go for FUT on this one, right? Because I'll go for Heretics. Don't really want to get sick right now.
It's the worst prisoner's dilemma ever. I'm glad you weren't the one inventing fucking game theory.
Okay, but if that was the world that we were living in, you'd be feeling bad about this, no, Minnie? Because like Pacific have got a great chance.
What? Because could die because of some stupid prediction we've made.
Fucking hell, he can't handle a hypothetical, can he?
Okay, hypothetical. No, because I don't know if you know, but if you give me a hypothetical, I'm going to treat it fully logically. So you have to be a better one.
All right. I'm just going to ask you the question straight up. What are the chances of Pacific upsetting this game?
It's Barla's law.
Really?
I think it's more than that.
I think it. Yeah, I think we're going to argue for the 5% again. I would say it's a
I got a call at
65,
TMV here. He said that, oh, you argue about 5%. And
10%.
he's the guy arguing about breach, which is a 5% difference thing. So,
Wow, we got
his
him.
ass.
Got
Got
him.
his
We
ass.
get him there,
Got
didn't
him.
Use his
You're
own
quibbling
logic
about
against him.
5%. Yeah, it makes all the difference,
Yeah.
buddy. Yeah. Okay. I mean, Vitality need this win, right? Is that how it works?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
they need
yeah,
to win.
yeah,
And
yeah,
then
yeah.
Eternal Fire needs to
It
beat
is do or die for them.
GIANTX, I think.
They can, yeah,
Or GIANTX
they
needs
can
to
make
beat Eternal
playoffs.
Fire.
So
Okay.
for Vitality to make playoffs,
Here we go.
they need to win this match and
Yeah.
Eternal Fire to win against GIANTX.
Okay. All right. I mean, that
it.
does seem pretty reasonable that Vitality
that
would
is
make
reasonable.
it to playoffs.
But
And
then
then
it's 4
start in the
seeds, so your
lowest.
lower bracket run, which
Yeah.
is unreasonable.
All right, well, let's have a look at the next game, which also matters for playoffs. I mean, actually, a team in a pretty similar position on the other side of things. NAVI plays against Karmine Corp. Bloody hell. This one, though, I feel better about.
Do you?
Yes, Navi
I don't
need to
know,
win
eh?
it. Karmine Corp are done. Navi need to win it. Navi
Yeah, but-
permaban, the only map that Karmine Corp are good at. It's
You're
over.
saying
and
they
done.
need to win it. The problem is that if by day 2 Heretics has already won this match, means
Oh.
nothing because they can't make it.
True.
Also, I think if it was a real match that Navi's win, I think Casey are the type of team who will be like fucking, you know, the best team you've ever seen because they don't have any pressure. They're just there to play a game.
Oh,
And you will
for
see
God's
Casey.
sake.
Narrate will be on a different level, just like
Yeah, he
in his
might be.
element. Just not cool like Narrate
What if we
specifically.
only get guarantees, guys? There's no way, right?
Oh no, I've done.
No.
I'm saving us on one.
What
of
is there a word for if you? We need a word for if you guarantee every game.
Right. They're
It's like a
Yeah,
strike.
disaster.
No, what's it? A perfect game.
Morons.
Morons.
I
yeah.
If you get it correct,
I mean,
though,
that
you've
goes
owned
like
it.
saying, but
Yeah, I mean, we almost got it correct in Americas. We had the super team, and then, well, then the actual super team lost.
Yeah.
oh yeah. Oh, was that one away?
Yeah, we were one away from being 6
You
out of
Triad
6.
and Shio.
Yeah, although Dryad did put Loud in there for the.
Oh,
early
yeah,
game.
but
Yeah, I
Jesus.
feel like you've got to guarantee it. Like 1 week, we will guarantee every game, and we will get them all correct, and it'll be the greatest week of predictions ever.
Well, it's not this one.
Okay. Next game is BBL playing against FNATIC.
Mhm.
Ooh,
Thank God for
already
that.
we
See-
haven't guaranteed this one.
See, here's the thing. I already knew about Fnatic, and
Right.
I worked under this premise.
Dude, we're just surrounded by
Okay.
insider info everywhere.
Yes. Yeah.
But,
Literally,
mean,
Desmo lives
I've been there.
upstairs of me.
I've
So
been
I think
was
that's
like-
Yeah. You have a glass to the ceiling.
I don't need to. I just open the window. Very loud.
So this is you assuming they're coming in and playing with Sivov instead of Vekash or Desmo. Knowing that, I don't think I would change my pred though. I mean, maybe I
Yeah, but
should,
I don't like I do see a world where BB I see like, to me this is probably out of the week the most 50-50 I can think of.
Right. Yeah, I think BBL have got good chances of winning this one, but Fnatic have looked more structured, like they have more idea what's going on in their games.
And that's fair.
Yeah. I'm glad we didn't guarantee it.
Yeah, it's good that it is not a guarantee. That's fair enough. But this is not the one that Sliggy was
No
saving
worries,
us
guys.
in.
No.
Fnatic are also
You thought you
locked
had the
in.
curveball?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you threw us one. Respect.
All right, let's go on to our next game, which is GIANTX playing against Eternal Fire. Actually, pretty important game. To me, it doesn't seem like a large chance of an upset, but Sliggy's gone for it. He's absolutely gone for it. GIANTX over Eternal Fire. Why, Sliggy?
Because I think if you are prepped for Eternal Fire, I think they're a little one-dimensional unless they change it up. And we saw it with Pacific, and I think the Giants have better fraggers personally. So I think if they kind of just have the similar vibe of they will repeak everything, they will push through the smoke. I can see GIANTX just being, better.
But don't you think that GIANTX is also a team that has struggled
Oh,
historically, throw in a lot of good rounds and just
Yep.
losing to the individuals on the other team just
Yeah, there's no doubt. But I just don't think the way that Eternal Fire can carry on working for this long. That's where I'm at.
I kind of
Okay.
want Eternal Fire to win because Pipson was again defending Breach on Twitter. And I was like, you could have locked playoffs by Vitality winning. And if they lose this game, he's out. And it's like kind of in the face. I'm just petty like that.
This has really rubbed you all the wrong way, the breach defense. Good lord. I mean,
No, it's not about that. It's because it's Pipson. It has nothing to do with Breach.
Dude, you
I just
guys
think it's very funny.
surely you could definitely make a segment on the broadcast, get you both in.
The problem is that the producers talked about today, and they want it to be a half-time 60-second thing. I was like, it's me and Pipson. Like, it's 60
Mate,
seconds. Is not enough.
You're gonna get one word in there, and he's gonna get 500 in within 50 seconds.
I was like, if they win the game,
well, and that's what
I said if they win the game, he should be the one brought on the desk after.
Oh, that's good.
The chat, you know.
Will that happen in this game? Like, is there going to actually be a Breach versus Viper comp on Haven
he doesn't
here?
play Breach. His argument is already flawed.
He plays double duelist, right? They play the Phoenix on that map.
I want to ask quickly, just because you seem a little bit more down about Eternal Fire Slig.
Yeah.
And I know this seems a little bit like, but to me, Eternal Fire and Foot are very similar.
Yeah.
Do you think Foot suffer the same issues that Eternal Fire do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Why didn't teams why don't APAC teams struggle with this whole readability thing? Because I think APAC is quite readable.
Oh really? Well, it depends. It depends what team. I would say there's. Well, yeah, maybe. I do agree with that as well.
Like Nongshim won a tournament not being particularly.
No, I agree,
readable.
and I actually look at how a lot of them struggle against Cypher, Uto, and stuff like that. So I do agree with you that. I don't know, man. I just don't think people anti that great.
I agree.
Okay. With that said, let's have a look at our final game of EMEA. Genomates plays against Team Liquid. Now, at kickoff, this would have been a banger. Here, we've guaranteed
I don't
Team
feel
Liquid.
great about a lot of these, but
you don't feel great about this one. I feel pretty good about this one.
Sure.
I feel good about the ones that aren't good.
What?
I enjoy the bad ones. I love it. I love a Plat chat guarantee.
The thing is, I look at these games and it's like a 60-40, maybe 65-35. I don't feel great about those ones. I like the 80-20s, or we're feeling good.
Is this an 80-20?
This isn't an 80-20.
I prefer the ones
You think
where
this is an 80-20?
No, I think this is more like a 70-30, though. This is like a Barla's Law. I really think the Genomates are struggling right now. I think unless Martin comes out and just carries the game for them, what is the win con for Genomates? I really don't know what the win con is.
Individuals for Team Liquid have been doing great. They're going back into what we thought they were going to be great at, and the meta that favored them. Purpo's playing super well. And on the side of mates, as we were saying, they have two of the worst players in the league. So I think they're just pound for pound. Liquid should win. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you said it quite harshly, but yes, I agree.
It was pretty savage. Yeah.
I said EMEA was crap. I still feel a little bit bad, but
yeah. But I mean, Kaquka did just straight out and call you a cunt 2 weeks ago, so
but that's different. Like me flaming the place I work versus her flaming me is a big. I think it's a big difference.
Right. Less consequences for flaming Minnie.
Yeah, and I am a cunt, so.
It's because he agrees. I was going to say he agrees.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it. I mean, EMEA kind of looks like stinkers this week. Then I mean, Pacific is literally
they're important games though.
Important, good games.
Yeah.
I think APAC way less stakes games this week than
I agree with that.
EMEA. Tune into EMEA and watch me and Kaquka on the desk and blaming Vitality more and all that shit.
Yeah, we just ended up guaranteeing a lot.
If there's a text pause, we'll actually fight. Promise.
That's what you should do in a tech pause. Drag Pipson out from wherever he is and do the whole Pipson.
Oh my god!
fight
Literally,
in a
I was
tech pause.
saying this in the meeting. I was like, how likely are we if we have a tech pause to get Minnie in the room with Pipson? And they were like, no, because Compops is going to say this, and that. And I'm like, who cares? It's a tech pause. We just open the camera and the mic. We get him to put a headset and we just have them talking.
You said me go to his coach booth and sit down with him. And I was like, well, Compops are going to let me, a coach, sit down with Pipson during a game.
But what do you mean? We're literally listening to what you're saying. If you were to, do something bad, we'll catch you in the act, and then you'd lose your job, and then whoo.
Me and him could have a secret code. You've not thought about this. You have
a
secret code,
of course.
Yeah.
Secret, best buddies,
The safe word is Aftershock.
This was all a ruse. Like, I secretly think Breach is really good. And secretly I'm getting a,
Of course. Well, thank you for your insights today on the EMEA segment, Minnie and Kaquka. We're going to replace you for Americas with two very similar individuals. So for Minnie, obviously, great coach with a huge amount of insights. So we're gonna.
I thought you were gonna say Dryad because short.
No, we're gonna get Zikz in, who's
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Got the coaching experience, analytical, very good. And for Kaquka, we're gonna replace you with Bren, which
God, my fucking favorite. What is it? Because I'm told. What mini? What is it?
Yeah.
That kind of works, yeah.
Like, are you serious? I don't see Bren as Kaquka.
You don't see them as being similar? I think they're very similar.
Wait, in what way?
I don't know, and I'm getting myself in hot water here, and I don't know what's an insult and what's a compliment.
Okay, because I think I love Bren, but I think his Plat takes are just unhinged. And he'll admit it, surely. I don't think Kaquka comes on here unhinged like Bren does.
No, that's true. That's true.
That's only
fair
for
enough.
the green room. I'm a bit unhinged in the green room.
All right, but thank you both. We're going to let you go, and we're going to bring them in and talk Americas. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello. Hello
Wait
there.
a second.
Now I was privy to all of that.
Okay.
And?
And?
He's muted himself.
And he muted his mic?
No, I was not muted.
No, I accidentally muted you. Sorry, that was a.
I'm not muted. It just comes pre-equipped. I said I'm not going to refute any of it.
Ah, right. Okay. Good.
Yeah, I think Mini's on the money really as well.
I think it's a good blend here for Americas. Actually, we've got Bren to balance out what would otherwise be far too analytical of a show. I think for Plat Chat. Thank you for coming on, though, Zikz. Appreciate it. We've been. I feel like you have made a tangible difference to the way that people are playing with the shorts content. I keep seeing people doing shit that you've been telling people. The bind smoke for sure is the one that stands out to me. Everybody has started doing that after you made the short about it.
Yeah, I think. I've seen a lot. I've seen people do the Lotus C-Mound box like wall spark thing a lot too.
Oh,
I've seen,
that one messed me up, by the way. I had no idea that was a thing in the game.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I've gatekept like a lot of that stuff. Like I would say the majority of those things are not really common knowledge. It's like a lot of like stuff I've just been keeping in the back pocket and then like only telling my players about it.
What's the bind smoke? Is it the one on B, the fast flood one?
It's just most teams would like center it more left, so then they would be able to like kind of edge out and isolate the fights on shower.
Okay,
but it's a bit better to focus it more right, so that you have to kind of go out into the whole site.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Let's get into some of the analysis of the matches that have happened in Americas. I thought Americas was bloody fun to watch this week. Some wild shit going on. The first one was a speed run. Genuinely the fastest match in America's history. So not just this year, in the whole of VCT Americas, we've never had a team get this destroyed. And it was because it was also high tempo too. I mean, Lev are playing some quick Valorant. And they ran over Envy.
And weirdly getting angry when people make the claim. But I think in their heads they associate high tempo with not being structured, and I think Owner's got the whip out back behind the scenes.
Why? Who was getting upset by people saying
just the team was just generally getting upset at them being asked like, "Are you guys playing fast Valorant?" Yeah, I don't know why.
They are.
I don't know why.
They're shitting on people so much.
Hey, they're shitting on people. I don't know. It's not exactly a bad question, but yeah,
I mean,
maybe because they think it just disrespects the work they put in. But I don't know they're shitting on people. So I mean,
this is what we were asking for in kickoff. It's not like they have like their set strats that they're doing like fast. Like it's a talent. It's good. Like they're good. They have a lot of good theory, especially with like some of the Brim stuff they got on bind. Not like it's a bad thing at all. But dude, we've just been wanting this because it was so one-dimensional in kickoff, and it's just so nice to see the actual potential of this team.
Is this where they crunch the Halls players? Oh, no, it's a different round. But honestly, this entire match could have been an email. Just in terms of how fast it was, man. I mean, it actually could have just been an email. It was like, what was it, an hour something long? Just over an hour long?
1 hour, 5 minutes, all included with like breaks. Well, not tech pauses, but
it
like breaks,
was also
pauses,
fun to
everything.
watch. It was like watching, I don't know, man. It's just, to see this level of dominance at the highest level is such a rarity that it's just a treat when you see it.
It was like watching a good Pacific team in Americas, basically. It was so fast.
I like that comparison.
It really felt like it as well. Dude, the first map was crazy. If they won pistols, that's a 13-0.
Yeah.
MB only won pistols on this.
It feels like Lev just got to do literally everything they wanted. Like throughout the entire match. I think like Envy is like extremely shaky. It feels like pretty much only their it's like they only work well as like individuals or as 5. There's like no in between. Like all of their round wins are like either one person makes a crazy hero play or all 5 of them are together and they've hard flood. But it's like any interaction you see between like 2 people just looks so awkward. I don't know if you guys remember the Bind 3v2 where Poppin's like crouch peeking with an Odin, clearing U-Haul, and it's like, whoa. Like actually, whoa. Like usually it's like
what do you mean?
Usually, you know, first person, you know, call the shot, jump across the angle, you expect a U-Haul player, and he's like crouch peeking super slowly with Odin, insta dies, second player tries to swing, insta dies, and it's like, I don't know. It just looks rough, literally, unless it's 1 or 5. Like that's about it.
Yeah.
I keep watching this Lev team though, and they are doing astonishing things to people. Because I thought this is the same when Lev played against C9, and people were clowning on C9. And I thought, I watched that game, and I didn't think C9 were whiffing all of their shots. I thought Lev were hitting some like stunners.
No, they are.
Devious
And then I'm
shit.
looking at them again here, and I'm like, blows cannot die on bind. And I know that you're right, Zikz, that they're really shaky, Envy. But they still have people who can shoot their gun.
Oh, 100%.
And oh my god, it didn't look like it at all in this game. Like, I mean, the Lev players are whacking people.
They're all phantom pilled, and they're all just
the spam is so good actually as well. They're shutting people down with the spam.
Yeah, they're so good. Every spray that blows had as well, man. It was just every bullet was just.
But I don't know how Spike gets kills like this here. When this happened, I was like, "There's no fucking world. He's alone, 47 health. 1 bullet to the chest will do him in. Reaction time chest. Sometimes I think this Lev team though, they've yet to be limit tested in terms of like what they're just getting away with things because their plays are so fucking good.
Yeah. They're doing what Paper X used to do to teams, where like they would just go, we run fast until you can stop us. That's what it feels like.
My take on that is that Lev have been destroying people so hard, like Cloud9 and Envy, when they can skill gap people. You know, that's the games where you see them getting away with outrageous bullshit. And then when they couldn't completely skill gap G2, they still ground out a win. So, like, I guess the question would be, if they run up against more, like, better teams who can shoot back really heavily against them and they're coordinated enough to take proper 2v2s and jump peek against them and pull the crosshairs and stuff, are they gonna fall to pieces? Like, do they not have the backing along with the shooting? Or are they still gonna be able to be a good team? It's just that they're not going to stomp.
They have the backing because they can do the second gear that they were doing for all of kickoff. Like, they have that as a backup. It's not like that's a bad way to play. It's just very one-dimensional once everyone knows what you're doing. Like, I think they're a pretty well-rounded team now. That's where I view it. Yeah,
I agree. I think like a lot of like the contact pop kind of play, and like they're one of the only teams that actually refights backside on bind as well. And a lot of their here's the round. Oh no. But I mean, it's like like they're one of the only teams that actually like actively team fight backside in a post plant. And I feel like a lot of teams are kind of like, I guess the best way I can put it is like frozen in fear, super like static. But I think Lev has so many good signs, like crazy good signs.
Yeah, it's not just that they're shooting well. I mean, there's that set play they do on bind when the barriers drop over towards B, whenever they have the orbital strike. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? But they have the Brim Molly off the barrier drop, goes to elbow, and then the orbital strike blocks it off, and then they just send spikes in with a lot of util, and he either takes a favored fight against the player who's pushed forwards, or they kill them with the Molly in the orbital. It's just, they have good ideas too, as well, that they're adding in. They got really cool ideas. This team is cooking.
That's the thing, man, and that's what Ono used to be good at as well. Like, his set strats are good. Like, they can fall on this. It's such a strong skill, and it's very good in this current match, especially with double duelists. And the fact that there's nothing to stop you from doing your plan now really means that your set strats are just unstoppable. Everything's going to go pretty much perfect. Your pathing's going to work out perfectly. It's just if there's a guy with a judge close, maybe that's what you have to really worry about.
I wanna ask this question to end the topic here. Do they look like the best team in Americas?
No, because Crew.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Isn't it crazy though? Isn't it wild?
It
that
is kind of wild. The Crew.
We're kind of like we're giving them the glaze, and then we're like, not the best though.
It kind of makes sense if you go back to was it Ascension 2024 when you had like Dante and Spike, and then you get told that it's a Neon meta. Like it kind of makes sense with that. Neon's like Neon is a must-have at the moment. They were the two best, at least in Americas.
Yeah,
but it does kind of make sense with that.
Yeah,
I would say
for sure. Before we get on to crew though, let's talk about G2 against Loud. G2 were in a bit of a pickle. Like they actually do need to just win their games that are in front of them because they started 0-2. Obviously played against good teams, right? They lost to MIBR and LEVIATAN, but that means that there's no room for error now against Loud, Envy, and Cloud9. And they come out with a win over Loud. Erda's going to be in next week, though, so this is the last time I think that we get to see Bati. Yeah, I mean, they're still sticking with the Harbor theory. They were playing that again on Pearl.
It kind of cooked on Pearl. I actually like it on Pearl. I didn't like it on Split because I don't think you can get rid of the Viper on Split. But I liked it on the Pearl. Did you see some of the stuff that he was doing? I mean, you can do the same stuff on Omen, where there was that one round in the post plant where Valen inserted the smoke halfway through for the diffuser, turned the cove on, and it's so they didn't have to play inside the smoke to defend the diffuser. They could just shoot the players over it that tried to contest. There's like some interesting little tech that he was doing with it. That I mean, I think it's really nice with the walls as well for retakes, but yeah, on Split, I wasn't enjoying it as much when they played on that map previously.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think with these maps where people are historically playing off-site, especially on attack, when we actually have the cove and you can kind of get full potential out of the cove and you can vary up your retakes. That's one thing the Harbor is really good. It also makes a lot of sense, like with the wall against the sliding Neon as well. Yeah. The theory is getting better. We saw some cool stuff that we'll talk about a little later with like Mada. He definitely has some pretty cool tech that he's doing. So I like the potential of the Harbor. The only thing that kind of worries me a little bit with this is Valen was just so comfy on the Astra, and he was fragging so heavy that I worry that they lose like quite a lot in terms of fragging power from it. Because again, I just think he's one of the best Astras at the moment.
This is the first game where he actually had a performance like that in terms of his fragging. So all of the other games, Valen's fragging when he's played Harbor has dropped off enormously. And I think that's kind of obvious too, right? Like you're deliberately putting yourself in positions where you're throwing util for a teammate's timing to like be flooding into the site, or you need to position yourself further back in order to get the wall value or whatever. And like you just can't put yourself in the same position to take over a game in the same way that you can when he's like anchoring on Astra. But Leaf was also getting a lot lower fragging as well, picking up the main smokes roll. And this is the first game on Pearl where that actually reversed and it went back to Valen and Leaf finding a lot of gun value. So I don't know. Maybe that's just because they're playing against Loud, though. I think it's,
the game was made to look closer than it was because of the pistols and the bonuses. Like, just completely. Like, if you actually look at the gun rounds, I think Loud won, like, I mean, on some maps, just like two.
Yeah,
gun
wasn't many.
Yeah.
So, it's not entirely worrying for G2 yet. I think they are a little bit shaky, but...
They're definitely shaky.
Yeah.
I think, like, Haven especially started super shaky. You guys remember? First round, Phoenix flash out garage.
Yeah, from Leaf. And then just
insta-die. Yeah. Third round, our most important, first gun round. Another flash out garage, insta-die. I was like, oh, this might be a very bad match. And then, fortunately, they kind of turned it around later on. But they still had a lot of, like, I'll just say sketchy moments. Like, timings where they could just walk around, kind of get on the same page, flash, pop together. I feel like the meta is so contact pop kind of heavy. So to see like some people running, some people like taking their time, flash doesn't really like actually go through with like the members of the team. People are going like full dry through Viper walls even. Like I don't know if you guys remember there was like one really bad round where Loud ends up over peaking and kind of giving the round back to G2. But it was like, I mean, I personally was kind of freaking out for G2, at least on Haven. Even though they didn't win pistols, like they ended up kind of winning convincingly, but I think that was a lot on kind of Loud's lack of, proper conversion, which is
I agree.
Kind of crazy to see.
The last time that G2 missed out on a Masters tournament was at Madrid. It's been a long, long time.
Yeah,
like they have been super consistent. I
think they'll make it. Yeah,
you think they'll make it to London?
I think that they'll like constantly adapt. Like for example, if you look at their Harbor theory over time, bro, it started so bad. It was like a lot of like stall walls, like pretty much constantly. I think that probably the #1 mistake I see with Harbor currently, G2 is doing it early on, was just any noise. They just think it's the old rechargeable wall. They would just insta dump it and not even use it in like time pressure kind of situations. And then now you're just without high tide, your most broken ability on the character for the entire round, you know? And it's just not good enough. But you've seen over time kind of that the focus, like we even saw it a little bit on Pearl, that they were still using on defense for stall in like situations where it was like very early round, but it's getting better, the overall theory with Harbor for G2. I think like my biggest thing I've noticed in terms of a change with G2 was I just love how they play defense. They feel so free now, I guess, as individuals. Like they used to be this like crazy jiggle heavy team, try to get info, play smart. Now it's like they all play aggressive. Like Leaf is on Phoenix here down mid window. Obviously, like, you know, he's Phoenix. I was actually kind of wondering what you guys think of Leaf being on Phoenix, but we'll get to that later, I guess. But I mean, yeah, it's like every single person on this team is kind of taking this level of risk in the round. They always try to get power positions as well, like playing close left C on the site. They played there multiple times. Pearl, close to the A main smoke. They're like always trying to find these like multi-frag options. I think that's like pretty commendable of like a change for G2, but it's definitely going to make them look a little bit more shaky when it doesn't go well, right? So.
Yeah. My big issue with them currently is that I think they look out of some of the best teams we've got in Americas. They're one of the worst when it comes to the micro, like setting up their duelists well. I think that they, like, if you watch other teams and how they set up, for example, I don't know, you watch Crew with Dante, it's really nice. I think they're one of the best teams at the moment in terms of that, and they have really good setups to boot. But then with G2, they're just more slapdash. It's almost like Jorgen was perfectly happy to throw his life away and put it on the line to try and set his team up as well. But there's never really, I don't see as much support behind it. And it's not just for Jorgen, I just think the whole team as well. There's a lot of individuality that's having to be leaned on a lot for them to bail themselves out compared to other teams where, I don't know, it's not going to be consistent. Like you said, it's a lot of risky stuff that individuals are doing to try and get away with it. And yeah, on top of that, there's also one of the things I've noticed as well is that Babybay's left in the clutch a ton. He's a very strong player, but I think his time away from the scene, he doesn't have a great just game IQ for those clutch moments and scenarios in terms of how to play to his outs and wins. And just in terms of just crosshair placement and things like that. That's the one thing that it's really noticeable, I think, because he's in the clutches so often. Because he's usually like straggling, and you can't expect him to win like 1v4s or things, but it's just an element that, you know, it's never really been a criticism for G2 before. If you watch the old G2 play in a clutch,
win a huge amount of clutches. I mean,
yeah,
was super
you would
good
have
in
faith.
those
Like they would start
situations.
going through the motions of being like, oh my god, this guy's got X-ray. Like they've got a level of game sense that they know in this scenario. Okay, X player, they're probably here. They haven't peaked me at this time. They're not going to be here. They know they're going through the motions to win it. But I don't see that as much anymore from G2, which is another thing that's just gone missing, I think, when they've made this change this year. And I don't know. It's yet to be seen as well, because Baby is phenomenal in some aspects. Like his aim is just unreal. He'll give you rounds quite easily. But
I don't understand why they're not opting into the Haven kind of setup more. I mean, we're seeing teams like LEVIATAN running the Neon and the Phoenix, and then like whatever map they can, they're also running the Chamber. And that just seems like such a natural fit for G2 as well, for the players, not necessarily for the team, because yeah, I think that maybe that would take a bit of adaptation to play like that. But they tried it on Haven, didn't they? And I think it looks good for them. They could be playing that on Pearl as well. I don't see any problem there. I mean, it would cause them to move away from the Harbor theory that they've built, but I do mess with the idea of having Leaf play more duelist, Baby Bay play more Chamber. Like, I think that could be really good for them.
I kind of think they will do that on other maps, really, to be honest. I mean, we only got C2 here. But I think when...
Oh, you think they've changed away from stuff?
Yeah, I reckon they have. That personally, that's where I'm at, and they probably just kept it on some of the maps. Don't know. We'll wait and see. They play Envy next, which I actually think Envy will like to play against this slower style than obviously the Lev style that definitely they kind of looked like they struggled with. I think the slower pace, more D40, methodical stuff, they will kind of, you get more opportunities to take 1v1s and picks and maybe react and do stuff on people. So I think Not that I don't think Envy are gonna win, but I do think it might be close. Like it might get demoralized. I'm still not super sold about G2, and like I don't think they're gonna make London. And they're a team that has a lot of time still, but just other teams look way better.
Yeah, I think that is part of the problem. Let's talk about one of those teams that looks way better, which is Crew. That Crew FURIA game was I really fucking loved to watch this game, and it was not a great game, to be honest with you. Like
it was a nice armchair analyst game.
Yeah,
you sit back, you look at the minimap, and you start appreciating all the work they did on defense. To be honest,
I mean, bro, you look at the screen as well, and like what they're actually just doing as they run around the map. Like, fucking hell. This team is monstrous. They're monstrous. I don't feel like FURIA were that bad, and Crew have obliterated them, man.
It is a statement.
It was one of the first. I think they're the best team in the world.
Sadak, wow,
it's crazy. Unreal. How is he the #1 rated player?
He's actually unbelievable. He's
got 0.82 kill per round. Sadak.
Yeah,
that's twice as good as he was last year.
That's messed up. But it's messed up, but probably pretty accurate. But it's just so fun to watch this team at the moment. And like they play a lot together. I think the individuals look insanely comfy in their roles. But at the same time, I feel like they have good reads of what's going on as well. I was watching this Haven every time they did a 4-person, like they wanted to just prove that they could take A main control, right? And it wasn't necessarily like they had Omen or anything, but they would just, every time they pushed A main on a big buy round, FURIA wanted to take A with numbers, whether it was 5 or 4. And I was like, dude, like the calling right now on the reads are just crazy. Like they invested the Omen flash twice over towards A main. It was the only 2 times where FURIA put like 4 over towards A main to punish them. Like they got it right twice. And they just won out every single time. They got that good tether that catches them, and then they swing over towards short. And they were like not smoking, so they could just keep the line because FURIA always committed to A main. I was just so impressed with the reads as well, because the individuals, we could talk about them for a long time, because again, everyone looks sick. But I was watching this thinking, man, they kind of downloaded exactly what they were going to do as well. It looks so good.
Yeah, I feel like the most impressive. I don't know if Kurt can bring up the clips, but like just the 2 examples. Here's one. We can watch this, but if you just watch how they approach like this retake, the attacking micro of this team, like they don't even have to be fully clumped. So like little details here. Fade Dog calls the shots so that the Neon knows the dash. Fade insta wraps all the way to flank. And if you watch Vice is just constantly popping the door to like wait for this flanker to come. Neon also wraps back. Nobody's dying in the round. They're just all like trying to buy time for like the 2 win cons in the round. It's like when a team can play this well off of one another without being like literally clumped, like here Dante tucking, it's like it's unplayable. And then from Dan's POV, you'll see here, there's 4 people on a screen in like 1 second. It's just like it is just completely unplayable. It is just completely unplayable. And it's
like the map away from them as well.
They're just playing like the micro game without being clumped. When teams get to that level, I feel like, I don't know, it's just unbeatable. It's actually unbeatable. It's too good.
The replay at the end of that too was really funny. I can't remember who it was. One of the Crew players was just going like,
"Oh yeah, it was Dante." Yeah.
Dante over and over again because he knows.
He whiffed a little. No, he whiffed a little.
You think it was because of the whiff? I thought it was because they were just calling. There was so much patience on play. Like they were always waiting for players to get active.
I thought he was heaven and whiffed easy kills, and
that might have been
a reset.
I think he did. Yeah, I think he did whiff on EU.
Can I say one more thing about that clip?
Go on,
the one thing that's really impressive for me about this clip is less the insta leaves the site. So it's like a device wall goes up, right? And then they isolate the one, or he at least knows that he has an isolated fight. The fact that he just gets out of there, lets the Neon use the slide, and then plays together. I don't think there's many players that would do that at the moment. They would just tuck in knowing that it's a 1v1. I think that's so crazy to see.
It probably would have flooded,
Yeah. Like most teams are just trying to just take that 1v1 and then wait for their teams that will maybe get there in time for like a trade. He's getting out of there and making sure that he's ready to retake because he knows that the pressure over towards C is going to be good. And then once they show 3, they then wrap 1 over towards heaven. Like it's such a good run to bring up because it's such a high level pistol run from them. Just all the little micro plays. Sick to watch.
The defense is amazing too. They seem to have such an awareness of what the attackers want to do at all times. It's like they have minimap. Like when you watch them moving around, they are so fast that they beat they beat the attackers to the idea before
they're just faster than
the attackers are there. It's wild. Did you have another clip to bring up, Zikz?
Yeah. There's one more. It's like the opposite scenario. So when they're in like the defending kind of micro situation. So they start getting flanked here. It's fine. The ZETA actually comes back into sight. They push spawn as a reaction to the flank, but like not staying in spawn is good because it's not planted for them, right? So the fact that they recognize that, don't play for spawn, then come back and are actively forcing these duels.
This is crazy.
It's like there's so many teams in this situation that would just sit still, AFK, doing nothing, but they're like pivoting into fights nonstop, like the entire time, and they're always like 3-man swinging, always 3 on your screen. It just feels like, I don't know, like how do you team fight this team if they're constantly 3 people on your screen?
Yeah.
And when they are giving you a 1, they're not actually giving you the 1. They're like baiting for someone else to like wrap behind you. It's like just perfect.
This is
on a micro level.
This is the perfect example as well of what I was just saying, where they're always ahead of what the other team want to do. Like if you could we run that clip again, Kurt, and think about it from Artzine's point of view, where he's the Cypher lurking on B. And like his job is to contain the react push into spawn. And so he backs all the way up, doesn't play, like he plays his life actually really nicely. You see him over here at the top of the screen on the minimap. You don't ever get to see his POV, so we could look at the minimap version as well. But like he knows that the reaction is going to come towards him. Great understanding by Artzine. He plays a very passive position here. And then he hears from the rest of his team that they're taking contact down B long. And instantly, he starts to walk forward and fill that space and reacts in, which is great from Artzine. And they're immediately back on him. They turn around and fight him like they've lured him in purposefully by taking contact against the... Like, what? Dude, if you're Artzine in that situation, you're like, get the fuck off me, bro. Like, it's crazy.
It's the opposite to vitality, right? It's just decisive calls all the time.
Yeah.
And quick,
they're just
like,
flowing so well.
And no hesitation with it. No hesitation. They're all on the same page immediately with what they want to do. Like, it's just, it's so quick. It's so fucking quick. This is an amazing game to watch as well, just in terms of how much they varied up their setups. Because it's just, I think you can always tell the markings of a team that's put in a ton of work on a map based on how frequently they're setting up their Sentinel in different spots or spreading out a util. It's usually the thing you have to call it first at the beginning of a round, just so they have enough time. And so if they've got multiple setups, dude, Lotus was just a masterclass, man. They were always either proactively pushing with 3 players on one area opposite to the Vice, and then immediately following up off of sound cues. Like, they were so fast reacting to what was happening on the map at every point. It was, even though Lotus was a role, it was so enjoyable to watch because it's like, oh my god, this team is actually the real deal. They're doing it against FURIA as well.
Yeah.
Dude, it's nuts, because FURIA made FURIA look like a very mid team here, and they are not. Like, they are really not. I wanted to bring up another clip if we could just glaze a little more, which was the neon usage and how much they're using it to cheat right now. So Crew have got a 5-man blob in A rubble in this round, and they're expecting a trap play, and they're trying to defuse the trap play. So I've cut out, like, the beginning of this round is just them like poking, prodding, waiting for the trap, seeing if they can pull it out. And at this point, about here, they decide to go back and clear the behind. So the call is, let's try to finish over towards C and leave less to distract and make it feel like it could be an A re-hit. Could we bring up the minimap around here, Kurt? Because right about here, they've gone guns out. Now the neon takes over. And look at how the neon is clearing all of this space. There is 0 utility used this entire time, by the way. And like, you would think that because they're playing 5 people on one side of the map, that you would need someone to have taken C space, right? So that you know that it's clear, that you know there's nobody pushed out, and like they're not on a deep angle. Otherwise, just walking back through that area has got so much danger to it. And literally, Dante is just bep-a-doo, 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 all the way through spawn, clearing out all of those boxes. No smoke used, no fade prowler used, no haunt used. You don't need to use any util. He first takes contact against Nerve, and then wrecks his shit. Like, can we go back and just look at how he takes contact?
I mean, broke his
beautiful
ankles,
too.
bro.
Like, can we go into the main look as well? Here you see this is the do through spawn, Dante, and then he takes contact. Oh, hello, whoops, wah, boom.
Nah, it's
like,
unbelievable.
what? How do you track that shit? That
It's
movement is
unbelievable.
god tier. That movement is Dambi tier. Like genuinely elite movement.
Yep.
What
He's
are
so
you
good.
doing against this?
And
You
he's getting-
have to take contact against them earlier on. Like, I think you have to push on defense because otherwise they're never using util back clearing that space until Dante takes contact. So like, you have to force Dante to take the contact and like bait him to use his slide or something early before he hits the site. But if you do that, if you're a Nerve and you've pushed out Mound and you've taken early contact, He's running your ass down and you are forced to take a 1v1 there. Like, you are never getting away. I don't see any angle that Nerv could be playing where he genuinely gets away. Like, Dante can force a 1v1. And then it's just like, I don't know, can you get around a corner, use a snake bite, and maybe get the kill against him? If so, you might win the round because the defenders are going to be coming in behind.
I don't think he can get you to that. Like, you just maybe not. You got to have your gun in hand. You just got to hope you hit it. It's hard, man. He's
criminal.
So good, man. He's doing Dante things though. Sorry, he's doing Dambi things, like getting his first kills, man, so high. First kills so high, and he's just it's unseen, like space made and assists that he's getting as well. The stats don't quite do it justice what he's doing, man. It's incredible to watch. He's so good.
Yeah. What about FURIA then? From the other side of this, they have lost their position as being the like undefeated team in Americas. That was the first loss that they've taken actually against an Americas team this year. And they got smoked. I mean, the EG loss on Haven was already like a little bit concerning to me. I wasn't happy with the way that FURIA played that the week before. This one, I'm willing to give them more of a pass, to be honest, because Crew just looked that fucking good.
Yeah.
But what's the read on FURIA?
I don't think they're that bad. Honestly, they should have forced us to split, I think, on Haven. Because they were the better team on Haven. Without a doubt in my mind. Yeah.
They had a slow start, right?
Yeah. Pistols and a bonus conversion from
pistol.
Crew. They just absolutely fucking rolled them. They didn't give him a chance to get into the game. And I think winning like 13-10, when you win both pistols and convert one of the bonuses, that's actually almost like you should have been blowing them out at that point if you're winning convincingly.
Yeah, they are 4-0, 4-1 down at their peaks. It is pretty rough.
I didn't feel like
I don't think
watching
it's
the game,
a rough.
though.
What do you mean?
Like, I just felt eye test. It looked like Crew was still the better team.
Are you still thinking because of Lotus?
Don't know. Maybe I was infected by the thrill of Lotus.
Yeah.
But I remember watching the game and thinking, like, it feels like Crew are going to win on defense, even if there was no pistol round or something.
Sure.
Yeah. I think Furia leans into like a really slow clumped style. Like they're not really like separated at all, like trying to like maintain space or like push space aggressively as a solo. So like the defense being so aggressive against them, just like it felt like it was just completely taking over. Like, I mean, that was like the story for sure on Lotus. Every time they went into a 5-man slow walk, the flank is like already through C, super deep. Nobody's holding it with off angle or something like that. It's like, yeah, I mean, I think that was like probably one of the biggest contributing factors. If Furia plays against a slower defensive team that's a bit more passive and just tries to play crossfires and like side setups, like they'll probably look amazing again. But I do think against Crew, like Crew's defense is a little too proactive for them, taking way too much space on him.
Yeah.
Well, Furia's upcoming games are Sentinels and 100 Thieves. We'll be predicting the Sentinels one. Might be a good game, and then we'll see from there. But let's talk about NRG playing against 100 Thieves, who are going to be Furia's final match in the stage. NRG were in desperate situation. Like, if they had lost this game, I think it was pretty much like game over for them in terms of playoffs if they had lost to 100 Thieves here. And I think the same can kind of be said of 100 Thieves too. I think now that 100 Thieves have lost, I think it looks really rough for them as well, because 100 Thieves' upcoming matches are against the two, I would say, best teams in the group in Crew and Furia, and they're already 1 and 2. So that's a rough situation.
That's already rough.
Yeah, that ain't good.
This game felt competitive until Breeze, though.
Pearl was cool, man. Like 100 Thieves attack Fury on Pearl. That was like awesome. The coaches must have felt like pretty happy with what happened. Their whole like wall over towards lane, and then just taking over towards mid, and then they used the fact that they did that fake on these other rounds as well. Like, it was really cool, man. They came out 100 Thieves were like swinging. I was like, oh my god, NRG are in so much trouble.
Yeah.
And then the other two maps happened. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, yeah, Lotus, they had ideas, and then I think credit to NRG. I'll focus on Pearl first, because I think if you just bring up the Pearl VOD, Kurt, I think they did it off the pistol, to be honest. Right? They did the mid-control setup where they did the Phoenix Wall in the high fast lane.
I think this might be right, yeah.
With the Haunt. They were doing it frequently, but one of the best ways to beat NRG as a team is that you need to get ahead of their ante and their prep. And so when 100 Thieves come into this match and they're playing this Phoenix comp, I think most teams are going to have a level of understanding that you're going to want to fight over the A main orb, right? Which inherently is going to leave the middle of the map more weaker. Okay, they didn't do it on a pistol, but they did it on follow-up rounds where they were doing the Phoenix pressure over towards lane and whatever else. But I think they had pretty good prep and understanding of how NRG wanted to come into this map to play on Pearl as well, because they didn't really put a whole lot of focus around A main like you would think you would around, with this Phoenix comp. Instead, they just took mid control consistently over and over again, knowing it was going to be freed up. They got a lot of rounds because of it as well, and their post plans were pretty clean on top. So, I mean, immense amount of credit to 100 Thieves. I think the coaching staff consistently cook up pretty good ideas. But I was saying when I was watching the game to my chat, I was like, normally when I see a team have a really, really good idea, and then a little bit of a better idea on map 2, and then usually map 3, they've run out of gas because they've run out of time. Like, there's only so much work you can put into certain maps when you only have a week to prep between games. And it got to Breeze, and it was just fucking. It was just different. But yeah, I mean,
that to 2-0.
Yeah, they really did. Lotus, they had chances.
I think they could have 2-0'd. When I saw, I actually thought they were gonna fully do it on attack. When the early on, I can't remember if it was the bonus or like the second buy where they popped over towards B and have like the deep sage wall. And I was just looking at thinking,
on B.
I think you guys could actually do this every round until they can prove that they can stop it. Then they're at least like scared over towards B. Then they stack like maybe 2 passes in B, and then the sides are weak. But they only did like once, and then I just felt like the whole game I was like, dude, just B pop, just B pop. You can you're getting fought so heavy on the signs.
I think they also had a good thing going on C for a long time though as well, because NRG were really struggling to deal with that.
Kinda, only for a small amount of time though. Do you not think?
I think it was. Wasn't it? Didn't they win like 2 rounds in a row doing it or something? And then I think what counted it by the third.
I think what got into their head was they won a round where it was like stacked. I think there might have been 3. There's world where there was like 4 NRG players on C, and they're like forced into C, and they won just fragging out heavy against the 4. And I feel like that got into their head where they're like, dude, they can have 4 here and we can still win. Then they just stopped like creating question marks over towards A. They didn't try B pop, and they just felt like they were just slamming C the whole time. And yeah, I felt like that one round kind of got into their head where they killed the 4 and was just like, dude, we can just do this every round. But I wanted to see this B pop, man. I think this B pop is so good with the Sage. Like the deep wall, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Are you familiar? Sorry, go on, Zikz.
Yeah, I agree. I think like the most like, I don't know, the most question mark thing for sure was how many times they got picked towards C start of round. Like on their defense. That was like the biggest issue for sure. I feel like this should have been a 100 Thieves win, even on Lotus. If you saw how many isolated deaths they had towards C, it was like actually pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It was like every single round it felt like, and then they were just playing a man down retake, and obviously man down retake. Yeah, you don't have a lot of combat power in that comp. It's like a lot built around like stalling. I think the other big like kind of red flag for me was they didn't even budget for an operator. Like you're playing double Sentinel, you don't really like budget for an operator for your fourth round. It's like, I don't know. I do feel like it's the game dynamic changes so much. You're playing single initiator fade. It's like having the ability to just contact out setups and just bait out utility for free with contacting is like, I don't know. I wish I saw it for sure. Wish I saw the operator.
It's something. So when they did that change end of last year and they changed the meta, that was essentially what I was saying. That you're going to see like a lot of neon, a lot of chamber, and then I thought we were going to see a lot of like ops and even like more some attack ops and stuff like that. Just because again there is less util. I think it's such an underrated game plan to just get an op out, even if you're doing it once within the first 4 rounds, and then people can't take the space for free, and then they got the util, but no one has the util.
Yeah,
I do agree that it's like a game plan that I think is a little underrated at the moment, especially when you have like a cryo. That dude, ops are big,
I think we've got to give credit to NRG as well, though, because this is a horrible fucking composition to play attack into.
Yes.
I don't care what you say. This the way 100 Thieves played it, where they were doing this triple push and getting deep active control and just putting a sage wall down over towards like rubble or whatever it might be, like over towards C. They immediately recognized how they were playing their setup up, where they were running like a 3-1-1, and they were just disrespecting cryo, trying to anchor on Vice over and over and over again until 100 Thieves took the time out and then realized, actually, we need to spread out our setup a little bit more and give Cryo more help rather than just device util. But normally, a lot of teams are going to be scared of running into device setup because it's just you get stalled out for so long, you buy so much time. But NRG, it got to a certain point, they just got into the flow of it, and they were just disrespecting it. As soon as they would see the contact, like the deep omen smokes, the Sage slow, the aggressive play from that pack of 3 players of 100 Thieves, they would just go into the opposite direction and immediately hit Cryo constantly and putting pressure on him, take the site to get into post plants, because they were essentially just calling the bluff of like, well, you're not running a Neon. Are you actually going to be able to get there fast enough when you're running a Raze and a Sage and everything else? Like, they just essentially just hard pressured Cryo over and over again. And then 100 Thieves just had to weaken their setups out. Like you could clearly tell they'd put a ton of thought into the way that they wanted to play this comp, but I think NRG immediately diffused it on the attack side, and they ran away despite losing the pistol. What was it like? It was an 8-4 half for NRG.
No,
on
yeah,
the first half. Like
it's
they did so well.
It's mad to have double Senti, win a pistol, and only get 2 Byrons.
Yeah, that is crazy. This is also the first time that NBS has lost with this composition. He ran it 14 times for TSM, 14-0.
Yeah,
and then it's unfortunately failed its first outing in Tier 1 in a game that probably defines whether or not you make playoffs, actually, which is, brutal to say. Do you see, I mean, do you agree that that's the case for NRG? Like, do you think that there's going to be fine from here on out? They play against EG and Sentinels. They only have 1 win in the column right now. They kind of need 3, I think, to get.
Yeah, if they beat EG, they're secured, right? But you don't want to be 4th.
Thieves.
Yeah,
right,
you just don't want to be 4th seed, so they kind of need to win that same game.
Okay.
Which honestly, I think is going to be really close, depending again on what happens next week. But like, I don't feel too bad about Sen.
Zikz, how do you feel? I mean, we haven't even touched on the Breeze, which was just like complete dominance.
It's a fever dream.
Complete and utter dominance. It was crazy. But like, how do you feel about you said, Zikz, that you feel pretty good still about G2 because they're going to constantly develop. And obviously, both of those squads are great, G2 and NRG. Do you feel the same way about this team, that they can still turn things around, make a run through playoffs, get themselves into London?
Yeah, I do think so. I think NRG can, for sure. I think like the bad version of NRG probably looks like they're playing a bit too passive. They're not like actually trying to like stack sites and like predict where the enemy is going to go on defense. They're kind of like sitting still. I think that's why Bonkard talks about creativity so much, is because like you can tell the NRG players when they're low confidence, they will just kind of play this jiggle game. And if you're just sitting there jiggling for info, you have a 0% chance of killing anyone. So it's like you do have to get a bit more confident. I think during their champs run, they were definitely a lot more confident. Right now, obviously pretty low on the confidence. So there's not too many moments of individuality or like power positions where they're like trying to play for these multi-kills. They're like only playing the smart game. But I think that when they play against these slower teams, like I think they'll do well against Sen. Sen is like feels pretty set strat heavy.
They're still learning as well. I mean, they're still developing as a team.
I feel like NRG will do well against that for sure.
Yeah,
I feel like they'll scale for sure into these next 2 matches.
If you went 4th, you're in a bad spot because you start in the lowers, and then you've got a very bad chance of making it.
Yeah, then you're kind of done, I would say.
But yeah.
Dude, can I talk about the Mata Harbor real quick?
Absolutely. Let's talk about Breeze. Mata coming out and playing Harbor. What the fuck is going on there?
But he looked so good on it.
Yeah.
I was cracking up because I was just like, I was comparing Harbors and I was like, dude, new Harbor, this might be one of the best new Harbor that I've seen. He brought that new tech in where he would essentially smoke into a choke point, then he'd reinforce the smoke, and then he just sits in the corner. And people sit in the corner, right, because it's a smoke. You run in. If you're crouched, you see their legs first before they go in with vision, right? That's why people kind of have to jump in and do the surprise. So he's doing that, but then he's doing it in like an important choke where they're going to go through, and his timing's so nice that people have to now shoot it because he's essentially sat in it twice. But it's just so nice to see that he can just hold down a whole part of a map just because he's sitting in the smoke, and it just forces teams to now shoot it, and then it's got quite a lot of shield on, so then they essentially just have to reload, and it takes a lot longer. And I was just like, man, such nice tech. It's essentially what everyone's doing, but you just hold down a choke with the smoke. And he's just really good with his timing of it as well. And he's always like close to have cover if it does get shot after. So he's literally just delaying or he's getting free kills. I was so impressed with it. And his util and just how reactive he is. He looked so comfy, dude. I've seen a lot of people that have been on Harbor for longer and look a lot worse. Like, it was genuinely one of the best Harbor performances I've seen. I was so surprised.
Yeah, this timing in this round that's on screen is like nice. It's like he knows the Sova's ulting at half wall.
Yeah.
He knows the two players are fighting B main. Just insta takes the timing. It's like this is like prime lurker like kind of mentality. Like first
nuts.
timing taken. It's like I did not expect to see that. I won't lie.
Because he walls off the vision from long B, right? So and then people just see it and just feel like that they're just going to go split over towards A because that's where his team are going.
And
it's impressive, man.
He doesn't reinforce the smoke until he's in a position where he needs to get out and might be getting spammed through it. It's dude, it was ridiculous. I mean, Kiko was frying as well. He couldn't miss a shot.
There was it was like a whole half of just him and Ethan.
They were getting away with a lot of shit.
Amazing.
I'm not gonna lie, they were getting away with a lot of shit. I can't remember which round it was, but there was one moment where Ethan just ran up double doors of a bulldog and killed
that was the bonus, by the way. That was the bonus.
I'm sorry, like he was getting away with murder. Listen, it was good. I'm not no disrespect to NRG at all.
Yeah, but should never happen.
I don't think that should be happening, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was.
But it was fun to watch.
It was really fun to watch. It was really fun.
We had a lot of dominant games that were still fun this week. It was very strange week of Americas.
Dude, it's so nice to see teams that are normally like slow, methodical, just throw in a little bit of Pacific fast stuff. So fun. Just spam the same site sometimes as well, even if it's just like a tactical difference.
It was scrimming A hits.
Yeah, we're just hitting A the whole time. It is fun. Like whether the other team's like, dude, how the hell do we stop this? They're doing the same thing. It's fun when it's like that. It's so sick.
Let's move on to another game though. So let's talk about Sentinels. Sen played against EG this week, and they racked up a really important victory actually here. They'd already been able to take down 100 Thieves the week before. And now they've taken down Evil Geniuses and got themselves into a position where they're pretty likely to be made. In fact, might even be. Are they in a guaranteed spot to make playoffs?
One more, I think.
All right. It depends how 100 Thieves do as well. If we assume that 100 Thieves are going to lose out, then they're in a even like more.
They're probably fine.
Position.
But yeah.
Yeah. So the Sen EG game, I'm watching it. And it's great to see them get the wins, but I didn't think they played as well as they did the week before against 100 Thieves. I still came away thinking it didn't look quite as nice.
Even on the first map? The first map was pretty good.
The first map I thought was a demonstration of two teams that had very good ideas of how they wanted to approach Haven, and yet couldn't quite execute things very well. Like the execution.
Really?
Yes. The EG execution of what they wanted to do with the defense
I agree with EG, but Sen?
I'm trying to think if there were good examples of the Sentinels stuff. I mean, my impression is stronger for EG, but that was what I came away thinking. I can't give you a specific example.
I get what you're talking about, though. The biggest enlightening moment for me is the listenings, whenever we get the round-long listenings for Sentinels, because when you listen to other teams, there's a lot less hesitancy, but because this team is still kind of developing, Sentinels that is, they take a little bit longer in terms of like maneuvering from one idea to the next in the mid round. And I noticed as well with the communication, it's definitely getting a lot better. Like there was that one moment with the listening, it was Jonah P and John QT on Haven. They were in a post plant, and I love that they had like a little call out, like we can do the optic, which is when I don't know if you remember like FNS hiding around the corner, the double bait. I love that they were calling for that, and then John QT was like, yeah, we can do it. And then John QT didn't go with Jonah P, and then Jonah P just died. But there's little moments like that where I see it's like, okay, they're still working out a little the kinks in terms of just the communication with each other and also getting onto the same page of ideas, especially with the calling. But the team is developing rapidly, to be honest. They are improving from game to game, I think. I think it's more just EG. I don't know. I think there's a little bit of bias when we watch EG play, but EG, they're not a terrible team. They're not like a free win to any opponents.
Yeah, they're not a free win, but they're making a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, I agree.
I think like, especially if I was focused a lot on like the calling on this one and like some of the mid rounding. Like there was one round where they got a pick with the op over towards A in terms of Sentinels on defense, and you just have to like re-smoke at least over towards A, otherwise you're running into a stack, and they called to kind of like force over towards C with like a garage push. But it's like, dude, there's like basic things where I need you to be smoking or pushing off that op line over towards A. I've got a clip for later that really will make you scratch your head, because holy shit, it's up there with one of the worst mid.
This was the round I was talking about as well earlier with them. I mean, it was just left in this spot here, and Jonah P, the communication is really good the whole time.
Yeah.
And you know, Jonah P, they get a really good kill here, and they're saying we could do the optic, and he immediately goes up. There's a slight gap in the orb, and then Jonah P just gets spotted out there. But other than that, I think they're making good strides into being a very good team as well. They just need time, unfortunately, as well, because a lot of teams have had that benefit.
Yeah. I like the addition of Jerwin for sure. I'm like overall very, very positive on him. I think that he takes a lot of space and he takes a lot of risk in like every round, but it's like good risk that will give you a lot of info in the round, if that makes sense. Like he takes duels where it's pretty likely to be good and you're going to gain a lot of space, which to see a player come in, Sentinel's pretty high pressure org, I will say. So to come in as the new player and play with like a bit of carefree kind of mindset, a lot of like risk in your play, I think it's very, very good. Very, very good signs. I will say it did seem like very set strat heavy, like extremely set strat heavy. I think that, I mean, maybe I'm jumping a bit too far ahead, but like against a team like NRG as an example, it's like that usually kind of read into those kinds of details. Kind of worried how they end up doing against that kind of style, but
sure.
Well, the next two games coming up are difficult because they're playing against Furia and NRG.
Exactly, yeah.
So
I would say one thing that gave me a bit of hope into that is it was like, I think it was 10-12 on bind, and John QT, I think their low bind, John QT scored like a masterclass where they kind of waited for DGZin to get set up on the line, and then they burst him with a flash and then a shotgun. I think it was Bucky, like Jerwin with a Bucky, which again, he's abusing the Bucky and the Outlaw very well at the moment as well. So I guess like the only bit of hope to them doing that is I kind of feel like John can have pretty good reads as well that could maybe mix some of their stuff up as well. That gives me like a little bit of hope. And then the main takeaway that I have as well is just Redux. Even though he's making mistakes, my guy wins so many rounds. He wins so many rounds. Like
he's a risk taker.
He is. That's the thing. But it's like he wins more. He wins way more than he loses.
Is he a risk taker in even or advantage situations though? Because I feel like
I've watched him when they're down.
I think I've noticed it every single time he's 4v5. So
it's when his team needs to play.
Does he do it 4v4 as well, or like even? I haven't noticed it as much.
I think he does it even, but he normally has very good discipline when they're up.
Right.
That was my take.
Certainly 4v5, I've seen him like make some crazy shit try to happen to try to pull things back.
I think he does it a lot.
He does pull it off quite often, but like, you know, he might need to like alter the numbers slightly in terms of the risks that he's taking. But I respect it. I think the thought process is correct.
On Haven, where he was, did he double TP? He got into back gong with the spike somehow, and Sentinels had to salvage one of the rounds. I can't remember which one it was, but I remember he just died there, and I was like, well, this is, how the fuck do Sentinels win this? And then they ended up winning it. They found a way forwards, but it was, there's some moments that were a bit funky. Yeah. But this team's still developing, so I'm willing to, you know, cut them some slack to a degree as well.
For sure. I can agree with that. I think EG, can we talk about EG a little bit?
Oh, yeah. You have a clip, right?
I was a little disappointed. Holy, this clip, guys. It's bad. I did one for Lakia in Pacific, and I thought I would never see. Okay.
I actually knew it was this round. I could feel it.
So Com right now is, I think he's 2 out of 3 from his ult. So they get over towards the site. 2 out of 3 for the ult. We get over towards the side. We're looking good. They do hear a double TP, so maybe the call could be to go for the TP. But instead, they cancel all of this. He then goes back to get his orb. It looks like they're min-maxing orbs at the moment. He picks up the Sky orb, so he's now 3 out of 8. I don't know what kind of fragger he thinks it is. There are 2 rounds left, mate, and they've lost all the space. I just couldn't believe what I was watching. Just to try and min-max on a Sky, or the original call was to just go over towards A. Like, dude, what are we doing? We left the whole site, all of that space for an orb. Like, oh, mate, I couldn't handle it. It's just like, mate, you're not going to get your Sky ult. Mathematically, you would have to either ace or you're killing 4 and picking up an orb to then Seekers. To either celebrate with the Seekers because you killed everyone and aced, or to find one person. Oh, dude, I couldn't handle it. And they all left the site for it. So you'd imagine the call is to go back. I really wish we had a listening. It would have been so good.
Yeah.
I was so confused.
I know what's going on. Get to the bottom of it.
Dude, he's 2 out of 8 of his ult.
That's an investigation that needs to happen for a round like that.
It's like you have the B site, you hear 3 TP, and you're like, holy shit, I think we can take A for free too. Like, I think we can go back and we can get the other side too.
Damn, that was easy. Let's go over here. Brian, oh, dude, I can't.
Spike rush.
And then
down on both sides.
They're like playing the Gen.G comp on Haven, but no one kind of knows what they're doing a little bit. And they're playing a Gen.G comp against a Pacific coach who used to play the comp itself and play against the best team that played that. So obviously they know what they're doing. And Superman's taking timings, but then he's too scared to take the timings. Shit, man. I was getting pissed off watching this.
Yeah. They definitely like live or die by their individuals is kind of like story for EG. And even if one of their individuals is doing well, it doesn't feel like it's enough. Which feels bad.
Okeanos was doing insane.
Yeah.
I felt bad for him, man. He was doing so much.
I don't mean to be rude, but I think we might be spending a little too much time talking about a team that's going to do fuck all this year.
Sure.
Okay.
No?
I agree. I just had to vent.
No, I appreciate it.
I can't believe I saw at 5-5 identical rounds, once in Pacific and once in Americas, someone 2 out of 8 of their ult picking up orbs.
Yeah. No, it's valid. It's valid.
Optimists.
Can we talk, though, about this next game?
Dude,
because holy shit, this one was... I mean, this is the biggest upset. If we were talking about some like one-sided games earlier that were satisfying to watch because it was like excellence from one of the teams on display. This is the exact opposite, man. This is an enormous upset for C9. C9 actually changed some really good stuff. I do kind of want to start with talking about C9 because I feel like we're going to get pulled down the MIBR rabbit hole if we begin there, and we'll never escape.
Yeah,
but
the double duelist.
Yeah, double
duelist. It's looking good. The defensive aggression,
agreed.
Like they started out with really good stuff.
I got to give you guys context though as well, because when I was speaking to the week before, EMEA came over to me, and this is them in the midst of their fucking losing spree, and comes over to me and he's like, "Shit, just not good, not good, mate. It's not good." And I'm like, "What's going on?" He's like, "Scrims, not good. It's not good." Fucking drags Zelsis in tow behind him. Zelsis looks like he's been fucking put through the penny press. Brother has like the biggest bags under his eyes I've ever seen. I'm like, what's happening? Just losing scrims, just losing a lot of scrims. Absolutely zero fucking confidence from any of them heading into that week 2 match. And so I'm like, well, this team's just fucking done. They're just finished. They're done. And then, I mean, clearly the talent expected that too. All the talent predictions, full guarantee for MIBR. Why would you think anything different?
Yeah.
And something just fucking snapped inside of them for this game. Listen, MIBR didn't play the best game, but Jesus Christ, like they just decided, actually, we don't want to lose anymore. Like Penny's going to start fucking popping off. Oxy's dominating, taking these 1v3s, can't get traded out. Like everything started clicking for them. Like in this one instance, they were done being pushed around. I just had to provide that context because I just firmly thought they were just giving up for stage 1. Like, dude, it's unbelievable to turn around.
They said that they tried double duelist, but they tried, I guess it was a neon waylay, and then obviously the waylay wasn't working.
Yeah.
Dude, guys, that's not trying double duelist, man. Everyone's going for comfort, different versions of neon, whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm at least glad they've gone back to it, but fuck me, guys. You can't say you tried double duelist and you spent 2 weeks on it with a waylay. Fuck, man, it's a little rough. It's so late it's so late, dudes. It's so late for them to get it, but they might survive.
This upset is a massive win for them in terms of their chances of making playoffs, actually. Because if you just looked at like when they lose to Envy, that should be it. It should be you are done for playoffs. But now with the win over MIBR, there is some hope. Which round is this? This is round 7. I mean, I kind of want to go through this game like earlier than this as well, Kurt. I mean, we can take a look at this one
I'm
too.
gonna dissect it.
Well, they were just. It started with insanity from the very beginning, bro.
Give me rounds.
Okay, let's start with round. Start with round 2. Round 1, I'll just explain verbally. Round 1, they do. It's everything good about Cloud9. They have something decisive, aggressive on the defense. They elbow push. They catch them off guard. They take the fight to MIBR. They're confident. They're looking good. And then they're in a 2v1 and Tex fucking scams them with a. They whiff on him and he flicks around and kills both of them with the ghost. And I'm sat there thinking, oh, this is going to be miserable, man. This is going to be miserable. Cloud9 are actually playing better, but MIBR have still got the plot armor because in my head, they're still a great team at this point. And then round 2, we watch this. Mitch and Ender don't even understand what's happened, by the way, at the end of this one. Like,
this is funny, man. This is funny. They're like, wait, have they won?
Yeah.
Wait, did they win the round?
I haven't seen a round like that since 2022 or something, 2021.
The door, do I not know some tech here? Are they like silently open the door? He's kind of close to the door to hear that.
I think
I don't know.
I don't know, but
it happens again later on.
If someone knows the silent tech to open the door, it would be Zikz. He'd be making a short about it afterwards, surely.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really tested it, if I'm being honest, but that is a bit of a red flag, I won't lie.
Yeah, it's great. It happens twice. And then they insta just harbor and then just stick the spike. Right. I was just watching it the whole time like...
No one's breaking it. No one's shooting the cove at all. The cove is still reinforced, man.
That's crazy. It might be out there, like hunting the ecos.
MIBR has like a bunch of players with this mentality of like, I want to take the good fight. So they end up like, if you watch in the clip, they like all end up backing up like consistently to try to take the best duel possible. And C9 just walk in and literally stick it. It's like, what?
It's criminal.
It's so good.
No, but you're so correct there. This was the first game that I've seen of MIBR where the bait problem was rearing its head again for them, I think. Because they were on completely different pages many times where one of them would have or two of them on split. There were a couple of rounds where you had Zekken and Mazzino wanting to take an aggressive timing, and then you had Tex and Aspas taking a more passive timing, and it just means that you've split the team up into 2 waves for no reason.
Yeah.
Like you're on a retake or something, or on a site hit, and you're like, the first wave has gone in, and then the second wave comes in 3 seconds afterwards, not using the space that the first, like horribly mismanaged. And I'm inclined to say that the Aspas side of things, where they play slower, is not correct. I think they should be stepping up to Zekken's timing personally, especially when you're running they're running a Jet Neon Sky comp on this map, which means that you want to be playing, in my opinion, like quick and aggressive, and using the like dash flash timing and having good coordination between Zekken and Aspas. The spacing was horrid, and I don't understand how it can be with this comp.
Yeah, I also I don't know if I'm missing something on this map, and it might be the way that B site is now at the back of map. But when I'm watching these Jets, why does everyone path like elbow on B instead of directly onto the site? That used to be incredible, pathing directly onto site, especially when you got the Jet. It's like the main thing that you do. I never see it anymore. They either go like top of the site, or they just wrap round to the left on B. And I maybe it's because the back of site of B on Breeze has changed. But dude, I miss people just going straight directly onto the site. I see some Neons doing it. I just watched the defender look so comfy just being back a pillar the whole time and never get pressured. I don't know if I'm missing something, but...
It might be because when we were in the Euro meta, you used to just have the Euros anchoring close to the choke, behind the smoke every time. And
sure. No one's changed it
gives them somebody to play off, but maybe they're just not used to it yet.
Sorry,
We're getting into the weeds.
What was the round where they hardcore forced their way through the suppress in A main as well? What was that, like round 3 or something? Round 4?
It was early
I can't
on.
remember. It was bloody early.
It was a 5-player knife.
Well, it
right?
was the
ISO damage,
suppression thing. But yeah, they're trying to bulldoze their way through a one-way in A main.
The NRG game.
They're going through a one-way in A main, and they all get suppressed, and they just decide, we'll walk through it anyway. And I'm looking at it like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, surely the protocol is, even if that was a KO knife, which you'd be more used to playing against, the protocol would not be, let's walk through the one-way in that situation. There's no way that would be what you run. I'm trying to find the round now. It's round 5. But round 5, it's just like, immediately, round 1, round 2, round 5, you're entering clown college instantly in this game.
I mean, it's a nice play from C9 because they pop the cove. It makes it kind of awkward. You're like forcing them onto one line. So like the peak on timing here, just pre-fire that line. Like, but yeah, there has to be people on that line for that to get kills. You know what I mean? So like,
Massino's got util in his hand on that line. Like he's not even gone out. He's util out.
Yeah,
with
Harbor.
I do think there was a lot of good stuff that C9 were doing, especially when you get over towards Split as well. Like I felt like the info game on Breeze was really good, and then when they get to Split, like how active they were at the beginning, kind of realizing that they're just going to double duelist and just send sight until you can prove you can have it. Like I felt like every map I watched C9 first 20 seconds had so much info.
Yeah, I feel like the Harbor pick kind of GG'd them on Breeze. Like too good against the MIBR playstyle. Just way too good. They were like giving a site, even doing like the greedy, like super deep Harbor wall, and MIBR was just over respecting it, like getting completely timed out in like every round.
Yeah.
I think Cloud9 have done really well though, just in a short amount of time adjusting to the double duelist, because one of the biggest issues, they never looked on the same page. The stuff that you're talking about MIBR now, I was seeing previous weeks, Oxy would get sent in like a fucking lamb to the slaughter. And like nobody's followed up off the space. And then now they are looking way more in tune, because I think this meta is all defined by how do you get mid-round information? How do you get information onto the map now when you don't have the luxury of Yoru? Because Yoru was plugging up the gap when they nerfed Initiator util. So what's the play now? It comes down to micro. It comes down to taking fights and actually with an idea behind it. Some util to set up a neon, whatever it might be, but actually fighting for some space. And some teams have different approaches to it. Like G2 take more risky ventures where they just solo lurk a player somewhere. But I think the core way that you're supposed to do it, and I think the most consistent way, is the ways that teams like Crew were doing it, and Cloud9 were doing it a lot on Split too. They were doing these deep pushes in mid. They were fighting for spates a lot, so that they understood exactly where the fuck MIBR were going to be ending constantly, just constantly getting into that advantage situation. So yeah, there's a short amount of time, but they've adjusted well.
The guy who's like supposed to control that defensive aggression a little bit, Tex, got pasted into a fine puree.
He was having a bad, he was having a bad match.
He was.
I mean, map 1, he actually played well.
But yeah. I do feel like that was a little bit down to C9 as well, though. When you're looking at the attack and they were kind of going for their 4-1s that they kind of changed to a little later, every time they took some kind of space on Split, they were just jumping on him over towards A main. Like it's kind of what Bren was saying. Like they're doing so good at info. They've lost info somewhere. There's a lot of sound, and they're like, well, there's going to be someone here. And then they just went with 3, and it would be like Oxy, Penny, and then they get Sky flashed in. I think it was Sky.
Yeah,
it was.
He was like iced in a lot of rounds, having to play like 1vx retakes, or he was getting double dove on no chance in playing the round. Is like pretty unplayable series for sure.
Yeah.
Round 5 cut on Split, if we can pull it up, is like what happens though if you don't. They're playing grouped in this round, MIBR, over towards B, and Tex actually starts A and then realizes he's 0-0-4 at this point, and he's just been bullied, and he's like, I'm not going to try to hold them on A. Like, at this point, he's already been jumped on twice, I think, in the first 4 rounds. And so he's like, right, I'm just going to join you guys over on the B side of the map. And so C9 gets all of this space for free. Oxy pushes out super deep.
Look at this, immediately with 3 of them pushing together.
But I think you can also definitely criticize what MIBR are doing over here, because they're not popping properly on B here. They're not contacting up to the exec space, and they get stalled out by a snakebite when they should, I think, just already have been sending it through that snakebite with both duelists. They should have contacted up a little further and be like double blast pack to new box, neon walls out towards the back of the left, and you're kind of like out and pressuring people already with your double duelist duo. At this slower pace is...
It's a little hard because they don't know about the A stuff, though. They're so far away, they can't hear the sound. But I agree, they can pop a little faster there. Or they should be like ready to pop a little faster, because that's obviously the plan from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, they give away the timing with the Astra ultimate.
The Cosmic Divine.
And then they're not ready to pop with the Astra.
So hard. They were telegraphing so hard.
Now you mentioned Astra ult. Kurt, you got to give me this round I pasted you. So I'm gonna start cracking down on teams with either ult picking up, because it's pissing me off now, and then ult usage. It's 12-11. You have a chance to end the second map here. We have an Astra ult. Everyone's here ready to flood. Why the fuck are we not using an Astra ult? Why are we just sending in with the Astra with no Astra ult? The people that killed the 2 first would have been behind your normal Astra ult. Why? I can't even comprehend it. It just makes no sense. You've just sent it in. You have the biggest ult that would isolate 3 on site. It's so good in retake on this. I just can't comprehend that you wouldn't use the Astra ult here and they just go before it's a thing. Like, again, I would love to hear the comms for this one, because I guess they're just like saying to send it, but he's got to be way more vocal here and just go, or not, maybe not even vocal, just fucking pop it.
Use it without permission.
Just pop it, man. If they say we want to flood, you just go, whoa, wait. Okay, now let's go. Like,
yeah.
Jesus. It's 12, like you would get it to a third map with this Astra ult.
12-11.
I came into this week thinking MIBR were probably the second best team in Americas behind Crew. And I feel like they have slipped enormously in my internal rankings.
I wasn't a doubter from the Loud game necessarily, but I did think there were alarm bells ringing in my head when they were ego forcing up against Loud.
But they did it a little bit here, Bren, on Breeze.
Right.
Yeah, they did.
you see
There were
it?
a couple of moments. Yeah, there were. Yeah.
That was ringing alarm bells because I'm like, okay, well, you know you're better than Loud. Yeah, they're in this game because they won pistols, like Loud won double pistols, right? So you're like forcing against them. You're better than them, but you're against a better team. You're not going to be able to do that. They're going to punish you for having weaker weapons constantly and like fucking up your economy. And so I would two games in a row doing that. It's like, well,
no,
maybe there are cracks here.
Like they think they're gonna win, so it's just like, well, we can just do it.
It would be a disaster if MIBR missed out on both Santiago and London.
Yeah. 100%. I think it's a wake up call though. Like I just think it's a wake up call. It's like what Bren's bringing up there. You're only gonna do it for as long as you get punished. I agree it shouldn't be happening in the first place, but you're never gonna do it again once you've been fully punished like this and having a big loss. Well, yeah, you would imagine so. You would hope so.
Let's get into some of our predictions to see how we still feel about these teams. The last week's America's Match of the Week, we had FURIA playing against Crew, and you guys got this one correct, I guess. No! Wait, yeah, no. Oh, wait, what's happened here?
We've never had a 50-50.
We're giving it to him because of the 50-50.
It was on the line?
It was 50-50. We've circled
That's insane.
We've circled the wrong side, but yeah.
But it was 50-50.
What was it, like exactly 50-50? Or it's
I don't
just
know
like
if there's a
close
way
enough
for me to find out. It only shows the...
crazy. Right.
Yeah, but we'll give it to him.
That is wild, though. I mean, that shows you how impressive it was from Crew, though, that people thought that was a 50-50 game. And they wiped the floor with them, man. And the bonus match of the week was NRG versus 100 Thieves as well. And you guys got this one correct. 77% of you went with NRG. And they rewarded you for your faith. So your final grade for the week...
It's not bad.
It's all right. It's all right. It's a shrug from Gecko. You guys are doing all right. You guys are doing pretty decent. First game for us to predict is EG versus NRG.
I mean, I know where this is going. I know this is going there.
Yeah.
But it should be a guarantee, though. It should be a guarantee.
Yeah.
Should be.
Because, like, I think NRG got pressed in that last game, but I think you have to be able to... What 100 Thieves were doing, they were on some of the maps, they had clear game plans. They were predicting how NRG were going to try and play against their comp, and then they went one step ahead of it. That's how you got to try and circumvent their ante that they put in, the work they put into you. I don't have that much faith in EG to do that. Should be a clean sweep, right? Should be NRG winning.
Should be,
right?
Should be fine. Should be fine. Let's have a look at our next game. This next one, I think is the match of the week. This one should be our America's Match of the Week, in my opinion. It's LEVIATAN playing against MIBR, which, holy... Run all the graphics, Kurt. Press every button. Match of the week. Oh, my God. Oh, no. This isn't the match of the week.
Match of the week. Oh, my God. I'm fumbling. What the next button do I press? Someone tell me what button do I press.
LEVIATAN versus MIBR. Press the third button from the right. There we go.
Match of the week.
It's the match of the week. And it's also a guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, after what we saw,
But
valid.
are we... Is this one where we're expecting MIBR to bounce back, though, and it actually be a good game? Because I think that's more where my brain's at.
Yeah. They can't... I'm pretty confident they can't look like that twice. They needed this. I think they needed that loss. I really do.
How does the skill match up here? Because like the skill and the aggression, the skill feels like it should be quite even, honestly, which is impressive to say for Lev.
Yeah.
But the aggression and the coordination does look better from Leviathan too.
It does, I think. Yeah, they do a better job of setting up their Neon player for one, I think, as well, in terms of actually just following up on some of the space. So
yeah,
I think that's the key currently to this meta, just being able to actually fight proactively with a good idea, with some bodies behind it, some good util behind it, and then reacting appropriately if you get a response. Either you get a fight, you don't get any space, or you get the space and there's nobody here, and then you immediately follow. They're doing that really well. They are excelling. So
yeah, they're one of the best double duelists at the moment, I would say, like in the world. So
yeah, I do think like the loss condition here for Lev is like some of their execs do have some crazy telegraph timings, like a molly is flying out of the sky. You know, full audio starting from outside of hookah. Like there is definitely a world where they get a bit more blendered than what we saw against Envy, but I mean, I guess time will tell. They still have good ideas though, for sure, without a doubt. Like good two-phase rounds especially. They were like conditioning shower always, and then they eventually did condition shower while they're walking up behind the B-long orb. They definitely have a little bit of like two-phase kind of tricks up their sleeve, but
also
worried about
the case to be made that Lev have only really been tested by a G2 team that's also kind of struggling a bit right now.
Yeah.
And actually, that game was incredibly close. I thought G2 was going to win that one.
Yeah. I think they won versus Envy when Envy's style of play is, can we win the gunfights, which Lev they outweighed them there. And they played against a Cloud9 team that were legit being put through the fucking Panini maker. They were just, at that point, their minds were in the bin. They were just in the gutter. So, yeah.
Okay. It's a bad news, guarantee, probably.
The good news for MIBR is that I think Lev's weakest map is Breeze right now, and they like Breeze. Well, maybe they don't like Breeze after what happened. But...
Yeah, I don't know. Their Breeze, the comp is also weird. Like the change of the comp and how they're playing it. I don't know. Didn't look great to me, but there you go. All right, next match. Crew plays against 100 Thieves.
Well, we know where this one's going.
Smile for the camera. I mean, wouldn't we be guaranteeing Crew against anyone, though, in this position?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
It's not an indictment of 100 Thieves necessarily.
You can't go against them until you see something worse than what's happening. It's as simple as that. Like, even if this was Masters right now, if I would put them against everyone. Yeah. Until I see something a little worse. Or someone shut them down.
I'd love to see Crew play against Paper Rex right now, man. Like, literally right now, this week, Crew versus Paper Rex would be fucking awesome. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait for like 2 months or something.
I will say with the veto, there is like a slight bit of veto advantage for 100 Thieves. So like there's like a world, technically. Because Crew has been banning Fracture, and 100 Thieves has also been banning Fracture, but they've also been banning Lotus. So you kind of see where I'm going with that. Like 100 Thieves is probably banning Lotus, and then, you know, they're going to ban Fracture for you. So there's like at least somewhat of an advantage. Both teams like Haven. There's a world. A world exists, right? Exactly. Yeah. It's been a lot of Lotus.
Yeah, they've been popping people on Lotus. I mean, I think they got the best Lotus at the moment. Really, it's them or FNATIC.
Yeah. Okay, next game is another potential match of the week option, actually. But I personally think that Lev versus MIBR is a bit better. But this one's really important too, and there is some upset potential. FURIA plays against Sentinels here.
Oh,
my God, bro!
Oh my God!
Wait, we always
guarantee guarantees.
We always guarantee against FURIA. Like we always guarantee against this team, and now we're guaranteeing for them when we probably shouldn't be as well.
I actually thought a lot of you would go for Sen, to be honest. Because I thought you'd be down because of the FURIA game. But
I still think they're good. I still think FURIA is good.
It didn't really faze me too much. Dude, we might have
What's the percentage though? Because Sen is Sen does have a chance to win this game.
40, and I think I'm doing them a little bit harsh, giving them 40. Then.
Really?
Yeah,
Probably
I think
about the same.
It might even be a 45-55, honestly.
Really?
Dude, Sen have looked good, man.
Yeah, Sen have looked all right. I still think I think FURIA are going to be all right in this. I'd maybe give them like 65-35. I'm leaning a bit more heavy.
Damn, that's pretty heavy.
Yeah, but I still thought someone would take a punt on Sentinels because I do think there's like a genuine upset chance here.
It's funnier if we all guarantee it.
Yeah, it is, I guess. Bloody hell. All right, next game, though.
It's going to be every game.
It might be every game.
Do you think the next one's
might actually be?
No one's taking a chance on the next one? Loud plays against Cloud9. No one's taking a chance on the next one, huh? No one's believing in Darkest and Luke Show. Oh,
it's every game. It's
we're a high
every
mind,
game,
bro.
It's gonna be every game.
Okay, that's tragic. That's tragic. This one's also shouldn't be a guarantee, in my opinion, because we have seen only one. We've seen one good game from this team.
Yeah, no,
I do agree.
Yeah,
that's what they need. They got over the hurdle.
I mean, Loud has made some pretty good improvements, and they do have Erda coming in, right?
Yes,
I don't know how to pronounce his name, but yeah, I mean, and if you watch a lot of Loud, a lot of their issues, it's like they actually do a lot of good like contact pop plays, and it's a lot of just closing out the round in so many cases, so many cases, and I think they could probably do a bit better to like match Luke Show's timings to make sure he gets value in the round, but. Outside of that, I mean, Loud has been kind of improving.
Yeah.
So there's a world for sure. For sure.
If C9 plays not as well as they did in MIBR, Loud might even be the favorites. Like if you ignore if Cloud9 went back to how they were playing, Loud are definitely the favorites, aren't they?
From
Cloud9's previous games.
It's kind of hard because they're bringing in Erda, right?
Yeah.
But they have been pracking with him, no? I think they have.
Yeah, this is where it gets weird because I never know what teams are doing when it's like split into this, where you have a standard, but you know that someone's coming back in. Like, how do you split up that prac?
Oh, Erda was pracking with them. People have been leaving the scrims. Yeah.
Oh, then
he was pracking with them before this match against who did they play this week? I can't even remember. Loud played against G2. They were pracking with Erda before this game against G2.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not full time, but like at least some.
Yeah, I think they have some like game plan issues, like not taking backhaul on a retake for B-side Pearl is kind of crazy. Alongside like, I don't know if you guys remember the round where they got blendered on the B-side in Pearl by all of the, Harbor utility, double Thorn. Birdie just slides in anyway, gets completely blendered. So like they could add, maybe a little bit of pump fake, like throw out the neon wall. Let's pretend we're execing first to try to bait out the utility, but I mean, if they add like some things like that, fix a little bit of the game plan, it's definitely possible. Definitely possible.
They've been winning a lot of their pistol rounds, I'll say, for Loud.
They have been winning, but that's why. But that's for me, that's like a negative, if anything.
Right,
because they're not
true. That's true.
Yeah, because it's like, well, take away those pistols, and then these score lines look pretty bad.
Probably.
Yeah. Let's move on to our next game. Final game to predict. It's G2 against Envy.
Oh, he did it.
Oh, wow.
We did it. Every single one. You said
this earlier. We were literally talking about this earlier on the podcast. What if we had a guarantee every week and we got all of them correct? What would we call it?
Well,
the perfect week.
Man.
The perfect week is coming up.
10-3. Overall record's pretty strong. We're in the past now, the guarantees being incorrect. We're in the past.
Hold on, though.
We're in the past.
Last week's wrong guarantees were bloody wrong.
I can't remember what they were.
C9 MIBR was one of them.
Yeah, that's not our fault. That's the whole world.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
But the overall record's good.
So I think the overall record's good. I think I would take a 10-3 last week as well. I don't think that's too bad if that's what we're going for. It's essentially close to bar as well.
So basically, nobody needs to watch the games because we've already decided them.
Yeah. What are we most worried for? Because I'm most worried for Loud C9 after thinking about it a little more.
Yeah, for sure. That one's the closest game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Lev MIBR, I think MIBR can win that game as well. I'd say that one is pretty close to.
Both are doable.
And then you got the Send game as well.
Low key.
What up?
It's a banging
Thieves crew.
No,
because I think okay, hear me out. That's because that's like it's always the game that you expect it to be like the most one-sided. But I don't think 100 Thieves. They're not just gonna be chilling. They're gonna be looking at crews like, okay, well, they like to play these maps, and they're gonna think about how to play against it. They're gonna have some plans in mind.
I mean, the coaches are legit. I agree, but I think it's a hard one.
A hard one.
Actually, I kind of think NVG2 has a bit of potential.
Oh
my god! So every matchup.
Yeah.
So they were all horrible guarantees. We should have at least had some.
I felt a lot better last week. I'll say that much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Every single team is going to get hit by the guarantee this week. But that does it for our Americas segment. I feel like Americas has been the best region to watch just recently. These last few weeks,
so good.
It's really fun.
But they're so good at the neon meta, man, that it just looks incredible.
If there's a neon nerf, Americas is going to get owned before London.
Yeah, it would be gone. If there's no neon nerf for London, man, Americas are surely winning this one.
Yeah, it's looking nice.
I hope they don't touch neon.
I would like to see one Masters tournament that is just broken like this. Like, I think it's actually
not
fine.
broken. It's a symptom of the lack of information that teams are able to get. That they're just abusing taking good fights with neon.
I do think some of my main issue with it at the moment is the neon judge, because
it's the weapons.
Yeah,
the judge has always been good.
But it's the neon. Okay, it's the neon judge because you get the sliding accuracy. Their main nerf to the judge was jumping accuracy.
Right,
but my change would be if you have a judge and you're sliding, it's the same as jumping accuracy, because then it's going to miss way more.
I think that
would be my change, because then it's still busted, but it doesn't change the agent so much. It just changes it like a little bit of some of these bullshit entries that we're getting on attack. And
there's a lot of bullshit rifle entry.
The
jumping around.
Dude, it's not a long-term fix.
Yeah.
I agree. They need to like buff some of the other agents really to to make sure there's some counterplay.
They need to stop jumping and running at the same time.
But for a natural London fix that doesn't change too much, that's probably what I would go for. Something like really subtle, so we don't see as much bullshit.
All right. Time for our final segment, and then we're out of here. It's Wyatt's Weekly Award, the most important segment every week.
It's Wyatt's Weekly Award. You're a star.
I love the ones that have cracking up at the end of it. That's a banger. My Wyatt Weekly Award for this week. Sorry, Kurt. I'll send you this one as well. Is Mel from Shopify Rebellion, who was posting about taking a break at the moment, taking a break for competing from the rest of 2026, taking a 6-month break because she's been struggling with her mental health and been diagnosed with major depressive disorder, and just was it's classic Mel, where she's posted an extremely mature, like very, I don't know, like both sensible, level-headed, and yet also very what's the word? Like, she's a great role model for other people as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I think if anyone else is struggling with something similar and they read this, it's both lets you connect to her situation and realize that she's being extremely sensible and proactive, and that's how this is the best way of trying to deal with this kind of stuff when it happens to you. Also, just the way that she's framing it is like, she's doing all of the right stuff, but she's still depressed anyway, because, yeah, that shit happens. Like, your brain just decides, I'm not going to create the good juice at the moment.
Yep.
And then you get stuck in this for a while, and hopefully it only remains for a while. So just wanted to shout out Mel, who's a pillar of the community, honestly. She's been fantastic to have around. And hopefully when she takes the 6 months off, that is really beneficial for her, and she'll be right back to competing again.
I hope so, and I hard agree as well. Yeah, it's really important to talk about these things, I think, as well. And it takes a lot of bravery, I think, to do it as well. There's a reason people don't talk about their mental health struggles a lot in public, but a lot of people go through it, and a lot of people bottle it up, which is not what you're supposed to do. But she's taking the right steps, genuinely, as much as it feels like. Because the scary thing about taking a break like this is you feel like you're putting your career on pause, and that's going to come with ramifications. But I did something super similar. I was struggling with very similar things at the beginning of when we were running Plat VALORANT in 2021. And I took like a 6-8 month break. I can't remember how long it was, and went through the steps, and I came back feeling way better about it. Way, way, way better. At the end of the day, it's really important to talk about, because a lot of people just are quite happy to, I guess, just, I don't know, try and ignore issues like this as well going on. But Mel is a very mature response. So
yeah,
very, very good, I think.
Agreed.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that the Wyatt's Weekly Award will necessarily help, but, we've done what we can. Yeah. Wish you all the best, and we'll be back next week for another episode of Plat Chat Valorant, talking about, at that point, we'll be looking to preview playoffs and that kind of stuff in most of the regions. Maybe not Americas, because they're lagging behind a little bit, but it'll get even more exciting as we keep going forward. So subscribe to the channel, and we'll catch you next time. Thank you very much, Zikz, for joining us this time as well. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.